Bitcoin got created in 2009, right? So it's when gold was at 1,000.
Gold was at 1,500 when Bitcoin was at 3K. Well, down here, it was at 1,200.
But it took 10 years for gold to make new all-time highs. It topped in 2011. Then it took it 10 years to go back to 2000.
So let's say 2 bars. When Bitcoin was at 3K, you could buy 2 bars. 2 or 3, but now you can buy 27. So yeah, like that dude said,
like
it's still a 9x, almost a 10x
just
outperforming gold over the past 4 years.
But we only outperformed it by 3x, right? This bull run. Like
No,
it went
10x.
No,
Yeah,
it went
10x.
from 10 to 40, 4x. Right?
At the very top, when Bitcoin was at 110K, you could get 41 ounces of gold for 1 Bitcoin.
Thinking since October low, October 22. So from 10 to 40, roughly, for 4x.
Yeah, I guess so. 9 to 27 is 3x, but 9 to 40 is 4x. Yeah.
So you would have made 4 times more money buying Bitcoin than buying gold.
Yeah.
Yet they call it a safe asset.
Well, do you see gold dropping 50% or 30% ever?
Not in recent times.
No,
We just did that. We could buy 40 gold bars, now we can only buy 20.
Look at this thing. I mean, this was the last opportunity to buy back here. But what was this drop? That was 22%, I guess. That was pretty comparable. But I mean, look, dude, BTC is only doing 30% drops now. It's not even it's getting almost. Oh, hold on a second. What did I just erase? Dude, look! This is a price target I drew forever ago. For this cup and handle. Oh my god. It actually played out.
Yeah, Bitcoin did something similar. We haven't even hit the target of the cup and handle on Bitcoin.
Let me move this over.
But it looks like Bitcoin's in an inverse head and shoulder here with quite high target.
Yes, it all started on the 1 second with an inverse head and shoulder.
On the 5 minute.
Your right shoulder is small.
45% drop.
Isn't the right shoulder a bit too small? But I guess we can call it a head and shoulder.
It matches the left shoulder. That's the only reason why I think it's valid.
Oh, I see. You're looking at the small left shoulder. Then okay, I see. Yeah, right. I'd be more confident calling it an inverted head and shoulder if we came back down to 77,500, found support, and went back up again. But can we avoid doing that because I'm holding longs? Yeah, I'd rather yours play out. Let's go.
Yeah, hopefully we broke the neckline already. Now we're just retesting the neckline.
Yeah, with a nice SFP on the 5 minute, just a wick above.
Hey, Qui-Gon, if you want a true analysis, divide Bitcoin against a kilo of cocaine. See what it shows you.
I don't think they have cocaine on TradingView.
It's fun looking at stuff that not a lot of body looks at. So yeah, dividing Bitcoin by gold is it's interesting, right? Because gold is competing with Bitcoin to be the safe asset now. So
Oh yeah, Dbloc's got the inverse head and shoulders on his chart.
yeah.
Is Dbloc's YouTube down? I don't.
He just rebooted the stream.
Oh, okay.
82, right? $82.6. Do we have a chart for hamburger price at McDonald's? Like this, they talk a lot about that in books. They're like, take the example of the hamburger at McDonald's. Is there a chart for that? Did McDonald's increase their prices in America? Probably did, huh? They look at cigarette price also, smoking for smokers. It's a good measure of inflation too. And then you have the official numbers with CPI, PPI, all that stuff.
What if you woke up tomorrow morning, ZC, and Bitcoin was at $60,000?
Oh, it's a possibility. It's just like Dbloc says, not the most likely, no, is it? You know these sharp dumps on on the stock market. We've seen them all get bought lately because we were in a bull run, right? Yeah, you're right. Eventually, there's gonna be a dip that doesn't get bought. When we saw ETH drop 30%. It got bought back up. Now, not fully, right? But it got bought back up. Today, we see a dip of like 10-15% on alts. Well, it hasn't really been bought back up yet, but I think it could at least go a bit upward before taking another dip. So, yeah. Like even if we are to continue downward, this seems enough of red just to cool off your indicators a bit. Although they don't really need to cool off because they all failed to put lower lows. Almost like MACD, RSI, a lot of stuff couldn't put new lows. Yeah, because we dumped from lower and slower than 2nd of February. So, of course, if you compare indicators with what happened on 2nd of February, you're just gonna get high low, even on big time frames, like even on a daily. All right, maybe a bit less on a daily, but still, it's high low.
Hello.
High low. Not on price, on indicators. But yeah, of course, we can wake up with Bitcoin at 50K. I'm actually more worried about the opposite trend, where I wake up, with Bitcoin more like at 90K. Okay, maybe not 90, but let's say
88.
yeah, 85. How about just 85? Yeah, it's a 5% bump. It would bring it back to the hourly average, roughly. We'll see. Step by step, I guess. First, let's hold above 78K. We're having a bit of trouble doing that, but the setup is now valid again, right? Eventually, there's two outcomes. Either Bitcoin cannot pump back up above 78K, in which case, well, you shouldn't be in a long, or you might want to plan for something else. Or the other option, which I would enjoy a bit more, is that Bitcoin doesn't dump below 78 anymore, in which case it kind of has to go up, and we don't get downward ABCs that often during a bull run. Like, we got, this is the third one, basically, since 15K. Maybe we'll make a bigger one, so maybe we'll treat it like a dead cat bounce again. For a new low that would then bring you to price discovery. Maybe we won't. It seems less likely to just give you a dead cat bounce this time. It's more solid. It's a double bottom. Well, right, it's not a double bottom. We broke below, but it's like it's a more developed reversal pattern. That's failing to reverse for now, but things can change, man. All you gotta do is close a daily back above the 200 EMA, and this thing can just blow up. Especially if once we get the breakout of the downward angular. So, we failed at 102, we failed at 99, we failed at 95. Yeah, maybe we're going to fail with a lower high again, especially if we don't dump enough. Like if price doesn't accelerate downward too much, then you would expect more probability of just putting a lower high and then coming back down again, like to accumulate for a longer period of time. But this has been pretty dumpy. It's volatile, huh? We just dumped 20% in like a week. What happens after 20% red candles?
A
during the bull
30%.
market? Yeah, you can get another 20%, but you can also get a 20% increase in price.
There'd have to be some bullish narrative. I just don't see any bullish narratives in the
They'll
coming
come,
up.
don't worry. Don't worry about that. It'll come.
Like it seems like we've been getting the most bullish stuff over and over again, and the market just keeps
When the
dumping.
bullish narrative is gonna come, so if the media is nice, they'll come with it at 90K for the breakout of that downward angular. If they're not nice with it, it'll come at 110. Like at that point, you have to have bullish narrative to not fail the breakout, right? So last time it was Trump being elected. Cool, let's pump. We had a nice breakout long with that news. Well, I don't know. This time it might be something strategic reserve related, probably. Maybe they'll do their first price.
Potentially war, Ukraine, maybe a potential peace talk, like peace agreement. That might actually give it a bump.
Yeah, I'm not sure because don't forget we're pumping thanks to that war. Like we literally, the war shook off, created a downtrend, so it gave it a bounce. Like it's technical, whatever. We went down too much, so now we pumped too much because of the war. Also, for America, it's just good news. Wars makes your economy boom because you're the weapon manufacturer of the world. Now, all of Europe wants to buy American. Well, a bit less now with Trump, right? So that could be a trend shift. But since that Ukraine war, even though Europe doesn't spend enough for NATO and all, we're buying much more weapons than we were before the war. So it boosted all the weapon manufacturing stocks, both in Europe and in America. So it's odd, but it's not necessarily bad news for the stock market. Unless the war gets too bad, right? Then I guess we'll go down. If you look at Dow Jones during the Second World War, it will give you an idea of what a world war does to price action. It's one example. Ticker is DGY, and they have price history all the way to 18th century or something like that. So it's a pretty interesting chart. Yeah, DJI. You see the Great Depression and all, and look at Second World War, between 1940 and 1945. Man, you guys are pumping. You actually bottom in 1938, so you get exiting the Great Depression. You do a double bottom in 1941 when Japan attacks. Like literally, you find the bottom. All right, 2 months after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, a bit like Ukraine, right? We get the Ukraine dip, and then a month later we bottom. And maybe it's
What
just
happens? What happens when the war ends? If you're still, I don't know if you're looking at the chart.
Yeah, I am. So in 1942, you double bottom with 1938, and then you just pump. It never stopped. It's been a century almost. No, I'm joking. Well, it stopped in 1946. Once you made new high, you made new all-time high. Well, without counting the Great Depression stuff. You made a local high in 1946. And then you really exit the Great Depression in 1955. But this is all a lot of bullish green candles, even during the war. Why? Because Great Britain was borrowing money to buy all they could from your factories. Even before America entered the war, right? America enters in 1941, well, only when it's attacked itself. I mean, it helps before that, but overall, we are paying you to manufacture weapons, and then you also enter the war and you pump. You did 2x up during the war. So, a bit like now, right? We have Ukraine war, and we just did 2x up in 2 years. Now the war ends in 1945 with the nukes and all, and then it continues to pump for 1 year before having a bit of a recession, but that recession was 30% down. Small stuff compared to what you were coming from, which was the Great Depression, right?
Dude, look at copper. Copper's been raging apparently, but which is supposed to be risk on for investors. But I'm looking at this copper versus gold. I mean, it looks like it could break out here. Look at the times that it broke down this downtrending line of resistance, broke above, got above the 20-week SMA, pumped, right? This second time, it broke above that downtrend, came back, retested it, hit the 20-week SMA, pumped. And then here, if we get above this downtrending line of resistance, and then we come back and retest the 20-week SMA from above, it should pump after that. So, like, copper should start pumping against gold, which means risk on. But I want to know what if we put like the SPY. What is it doing during these? So, dude, look at this. See, whenever copper started pumping, the SPY was pumping down here.
Because if commodities are pumping, it means there's demand for copper, and copper is used for electronics, for just even construction, housing market, a lot of stuff. Right?
Yeah, but do you see how crazy that is? Like this, like we could just be here, like in the SPY. Like we could just be at this pump. Like after copper starts to outperform gold, like look at the crazy bull market you get, and then when it starts to underperform gold and trending down, you get a bear market. This is one anomaly where you went up higher, but
it's a
then
COVID
you had this is the COVID crash, right? And then as soon as copper started to outperform,
with Trump in power.
Gold, you were breaking all-time high, and you went off on this huge, bigger leg until copper versus gold topped out, right? So that's when the market topped out. Was when the gold when copper divided by gold topped out. The stock
seems
market
like
topped
copper
out. You had a
bottomed
bear market.
Copper bottomed before gold. No, wait.
What's up, Zeusy? Beast checking
Hello.
in.
Hello, sir. I'm not trying to decide if wars are bullish or bearish, but I guess it doesn't matter. I looked at Vietnam War, same stuff. Just go up.
The news of a new war is bearish, but the war itself is bullish. But look at this, dude. Look, we could be right here.
Yeah.
Right here could be just like right here. And then copper starts to break out against gold and rips. We could go on another huge ripper in the stock market.
Bro,
That would be insane, like we did back here for like another. What was this? 4 years? No, 2 years. Really 4, because it went till 2020. But you had a bear market in between.
Did you see Anthony Pompello and Kathy Wood interview, man? It's such a good interview. It's really insightful about what Kathy Wood's mind's at. Definitely check it out if you haven't seen Anthony Pompello and Kathy Wood's interview. Just dropped today.
Are you asking me?
No, I'm just saying overall between you and Zuzi.
No, I didn't see it. But could you speed it up with a few words?
Dude, she was really bullish, and she said basically buy the dip, man. That's what I heard.
On crypto or on anything?
No, she's a pretty big bull on crypto and like Tesla and stuff. But yeah, she's bullish on the markets overall. Like,
okay, so she's exiting Tesla and she wants us to buy. All right, thanks.
She's been like pretty much underperforming for a while, right? I think.
Not when Tesla hit 400.
Well, just an ABC, man. Tesla made a new all-time high, came back below the previous all-time high, signal to sell. Now we're having red candles. I think it's already time to buy back because we're down 50% on Tesla. So I agree with Katie Woods. Like, if you're completely out, might consider DCing back in a bit.
Is Tesla really down 50% from the top it made just a year ago?
Sir. Yes.
Holy
it's the lowest it's been since 2020. And let me remind you, 2020 there was no Model Y. There wasn't any AI robots coming out like this.
No.
Dude, but I think Elon.
We're at the same level in October. We're just back to 4 months ago.
I think a lot of it has to do with Elon too, man. Like I think there's people that are they just hate on Elon right now. Well, too bad, bro. He's just got too much bad press.
I agree with you, Juicy. I agree with you that we're back to 4 months ago. But if you look all the way back to 2020, it's the same price.
Yeah, but that bull run was something out of what you expect from a normal stock. This is like a meme, Tesla is now a meme. It's not really. There's nothing.
It's volatile, bro. You want to be in the volatile stuff. It's just gonna go up like 50% one day, and they're gonna.
We used to
look at robots and shit now, Zeusy.
Bitcoin Tesla correlation is interesting.
Seriously, we got Grok. We got Grok now, baby.
Oh, cool. Well, unfortunately, Elon missed the AI. No, it's too late. Maybe he can catch up. Elon really missed the AI stuff. You made more money. Elon really missed it.
I'm a Tesla bull, so don't take everything with a grain of salt. What I say, I just love Tesla.
Me too, sir. And I think
I'm gonna tell Elon that you said that.
What did I say?
That he missed the AI train.
Well, he says it himself, right? He's pissed at that AI, OpenAI. He says it's me that created it, but they stole it. They made it private. Blah blah blah. He's pissed about it.
What?
Hope
where's your mic at, man?
I hope Tesla manages
mic in your pocket?
No.
What's all that noise coming from your mic?
It's on my desk.
What kind of mic is it?
I don't know, a crappy one that's like just good enough.
Does it have the setting for omni or directional?
No.
Yo, hello.
There's like one button on the back.
Anything you touch around, it's like picking up the sound. I think on Discord there you can cancel that out with noise cancellation, but just make sure it's on max or whatever.
I tried putting it on earlier and it like didn't work. You could still hear my mouse.
What's
So
up,
now,
girls?
what's up?
I'll just mute if I'm gonna be fidgeting with stuff in the background.
What's up, bro?
Yo.
You know, daily time frame, Tesla is just correlated to Bitcoin. We are at 0.9 on the correlation factor on the daily. Tesla down, Bitcoin down, Tesla up, Bitcoin up.
Thru.
Makes sense. They own Bitcoin.
Yo, mark my word, Tesla's gonna be at 600 by the end of this year. Not financial advice.
I kind of, yeah. There's a nice target up there. I forgot my number. So I had to sell, losing. Well, Shania was here when we did that trade.
You soul French boy?
615 would be a good target, right? A 618 feed extension of the previous bear market on Tesla, which brought it down to $100, by the way. So, keep some money. It could
You're
go
from
down.
France, man?
Yeah.
Oh, I like this accent, bro. When French speaking English, I like
Bro,
this.
Juicy's a legend. He's been here for a minute. He gives you hopium when the markets are down for sure.
I open a long, bro, from the bottom on XRP. I love this long, bro.
Dbloc,
220 on Tesla is interesting. Definitely.
Dbloc, are you around?
I'm just eating some ribs. I got to get my Uber, but I'll be back. I'm kidding.
You're probably true.
217.65 would be even better, but yeah, when you're down 50%, what's another 1% lower low?
Dbloc always be having something cooked up, don't he? Getting
You got-
delivered.
He's like, I got to pick up my order from the porch. I got to pick up the food. Got to pick up the order. Got to pick up the food every day.
You order souvlaki, Malaka?
Τι κάνει ρε, βλάκα?
Τι κάνει, Malaka order souvlaki?
Καλά, μάσου τι κάνει.
Καλά, είσαι,
Μάσου πολύ καλά, Like, no, just kidding.
Τι μαλάκας είσαι.
So you guys talking shit about me?
Nah, man, we just talking smack on each other.
We're speaking Greek. He knows
It's
some
not
words.
Romanian?
Dude, I love Fava. Fava's
Greek.
that shit.
But he knows some Greek words and we doing fun
Yeah,
things.
I just know the funny words. Nothing too serious.
Oh, you know some words, bro. More than a lot of people.
Oh, thank you, man.
No, I'm joking, Malaka.
Trelos Americanos pini polifuda, re.
Τρελός Αμερικάνος πίνει πολύ φούντα.
Τι είναι αυτά?
Come Athens, I'm gonna give you φούντα.
And some frappe.
And espresso.
And the Greeks, they love the frappe, man.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I saw they're out there, man. They were there was a lot of anarchists out the other nights. Everybody was dressed in black, ready to burn Athens down. I saw.
Long time ago, I was part of that, but now I grow up.
Yeah, a lot of people in Greece are part of that. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, and these days now remember with the train that killed a lot of people?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
That was terrible.
They gathered a lot of people, bro, in the center.
That's crazy.
Yeah, bro. They killed a lot of people, a lot of young men.
Yeah, no,
women.
it's such a shame.
Yeah.
What are
I
you
don't know
talking
how
about?
they.
In Greece, you know what happened with that train accident?
Oh.
Maybe it wasn't an accident. Who knows?
Who knows?
Well, there's always a reason for an accident, right? Like either the train was going too quick, or it was not well maintained, or it was
They
a
saying
terrible
like
attack.
on the train, one of two trains that crashed had liquid or something, something with fire. So this liquid.
Wait, can we buy train companies then if there's been a crash? Right? People are gonna.
No, this was a while ago.
No, bro, this is in Greece, bro. No, because they don't
railroad
had a lot
companies
of.
maybe could do a comeback.
Bro, the one train doesn't know that the other train is coming on front.
Okay, so not enough investment in signalization. In
Yes,
France, it's
yes.
I think it's Alstom makes trains. They probably sell. You guys should buy. Greece should buy stuff from Alstom, and I have a few stocks there. So please, let's go. About Tesla, the question is which car company do you want to buy? I know Tesla is not only a car company, blah blah blah, but I don't care. Like instead of being all in Tesla, you could cut it with other
Ford.
car. Yeah, whatever, doesn't matter. Me, I chose Porsche because that thing is down quite a lot. But yeah, just split the eggs a bit between different stocks. Yeah. So actually, selling American manufacturing, car manufacturing to buy German manufacturing. That's literally what I did here. Taking profit on Tesla to put it elsewhere. I'm not bearish on America, but I've done a few bearish moves, I guess. Yeah, maybe.
Comment tu t'appelles, my friend?
Je m'appelle Zazie.
Oh, je m'appelle Alvaro.
Je m'appelle André.
André.
Et je fumais les shit avec vous ce soir,
Oh.
Whoa.
C'est toi.
Is Ford cheap? Oh yeah, it's cheap. Oh yeah.
Yeah, Ford's a good buy.
Maybe a bit too cheap.
What Susie really just said was he's selling Tesla, which has been trending up for 10 years, and bought Porsche, which has been trending down for 10 years.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's
yeah,
smart.
but it makes sense, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Sell the top, buy the low.
Yeah, there's only one way to go when you're at the bottom, up.
But remember,
but I will buy
Trent
back
is
Tesla.
your friend. Remember, Trent is your friend.
I will buy back Tesla.
Can the trend be my girlfriend?
If you have a big phone.
A big head and shoulders.
Head and shoulders. Oh my god.
A big racket.
Rocket.
But yeah, guys, I don't know if this 79,500 doesn't hold. Probably gonna test 78.8 again. 78.5. But that's right here in the same little micro range. I'm just micro in it. I'm not in position right now.
Porsche is not going down for 10 years. Right? It got listed not such a time ago. Before it was a Volkswagen Group, bro.
Look at the chart. Well, I mean, okay, so it hasn't been 10 years, but
in 1 year.
Did it get listed in 2022?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I don't know what they did. Maybe they did a new company, a new mother stuff. I don't know, how it works for all these. But yeah, ticker is P911. I mean, I just like the ticker. That's all.
We got Porsche 911.
Yeah.
Yeah, but look at this. Look at this chart, dude.
Well, you know, it got released, so it had its pump a bit like a shitcoin.
What do you
First
think, guys? We're
pump,
gonna have more down on Bitcoin?
then
What
you
your
reach
thoughts?
it, and then it's time to build some support. It's trying to build support around 56, so I bought 56.
Yeah, if it's below the 20-week SMA, it's probably not going to go very far. But, I mean, yeah, it does look like it could be. You've got increased volume on lower lows.
What is the market cap of this?
It's technically a bullish. They've got earnings coming up, too. I'm not sure what the market cap is, but look here, you got lower lows here, and you got
higher highs.
Higher highs on volume. So that's a sign of accumulation.
And on RSI.
Oh, I'm glad that analysis brings confidence, but I don't care.
Yeah, he's right. Look at the RSI too.
Yeah.
You've got consecutive bullish divergence in the RSI. See, because you made a lower low here. That's a bull div right there.
Mm-hmm.
And
then you had another second consecutive bull div right here.
You know, you're not expecting anything crazy from these kind of stocks. You're just expecting like, I don't know, 5-10% up. That's all. Like, you know, it's not like Tesla that's gonna pump 2x because Elon becomes president or stuff like that.
No, but you're right though. This is accumulation.
Yeah, and it could just all break down and go to $20. Especially if energy crisis scenario plays out. Yeah, for me, there's two big scenarios to look at for the coming decade. Like, this is not even cycle long; it's 10 years long. Either we're gonna do something like oil crisis, so a bit like what happened in 1970s, or we're gonna do more like SNL crisis stuff, which was more like I forgot the year, 1985 or something like that. Very different. They both end up bad, but very different.
This is Porsche divided by Tesla.
Yeah, well, obviously it's just down. But they make good cars, man. They make better cars than Tesla do, right? So for my heart, it makes sense to buy this more than Tesla. Even though it's a German company and, you know, Germany and fascism, I mean...
Dude, are we arb trading you here?
Dude, I mean, this actually doesn't look too bad.
Dump everything.
Dump it.
No, but it's too late for P911. You missed it.
Where's Drew, man? I like the big buys, big buys, big buys.
Drew's gone, man. Drew's been gone for a while.
But look, if you come down and held the 20-week SMA here, you should at least go up to there. Because if that made a 0.5 retracement, and then if we take this from here to here, then that would be a 0.5 retracement as well, back to that trend line.
Yeah, and then you TP all there and just keep the rest for an investment long term.
Well, let me change this real quick because I don't want this to be based on log.
There's plenty of charts like that. The question is fundamentally which ones are going to do good next up move. I think AI will still do good, right? Like maybe car manufacturing is really dead. No, Tesla was very disappointing because it pumped very late. Like we spent months seeing everything pump while Tesla was doing nothing. Eventually, yeah, with the elections and everything going up, it also made its new all-time high, but not by much. We made 20% new all-time high. Yeah, then it stayed there for like a month and then back up to where it came from.
If this thing does retrace, right, and it holds the 20-week SMA, and it gets up to here, like between 0.38 and 0.41, take a look at where Tesla's at that point. And if Tesla's dropped a lot, then you might want to switch back into Tesla at that point.
I'll be in before that happens. I don't have enough patience. Especially with Tesla retesting its bear market line, you know? This is a bit like S&P.
Well, imagine if it breaks out, then that would put this stock at like $200.
Well, it was there, no, a few years ago. 140 is the all-time high. 120. It's at 60, so it's like Tesla. The thing is, it takes years to do the same thing, right? Tesla dropped 50% in like 1 week, 2 weeks. No, okay, a bit more. All right, for a month.
Can we trade this in the United States?
Well, of course, Germany is your colony. You allowed Germany to have a stock market. Of course, you can trade it. You built the country, even. I mean, you allowed them to rebuild. But hey, I don't want to be responsible for having brought that play out.
Man, this coin rare, super rare, has market cap 80 million, but 24 hours trading volume 730 millions. Volume. Whoa. Crazy.
And there's plenty other car manufacturers. Then you have Ferrari make good cars too. You can trade them. The ticker is race. And I mean, I wouldn't buy that though. It just made all-time highs last week. Sorry, 2 weeks ago. Like, yeah, I wouldn't buy Ferrari here. Yeah, sorry, you can pump without me. But on the other hand, it just never went down. So it's like a growth stock, I guess. This is like European McDonald's, just goes up. But yeah, we have bullish charts too in Europe. Everything isn't just going always down. And I guess race is an example. The problem with these charts,
Yeah, well, that's because Ferraris are freaking awesome.
Yeah, but the problem with these charts is eventually you don't get an exit. You just wake up one day and the thing is just collapsed down. They're bankrupt and it's just closing. I don't think it's gonna happen with Ferrari though. But typically charts that always go up, it's not a stable. I mean, there's something wrong with it. It's not supposed to do that.
Tell that to Warren Buffett.
Well, yeah, but he trades fundamentals, right? He knows why it's always going up. Me, I have no clue why Ferrari is always going up. I mean, I know they make good cars, but maybe it's the value of their cars going up that makes the chart also go up. Wow. Because they don't even make that many cars. Like, it's a very niche market. Huh?
I don't know. I mean, maybe only rich people buy them, and when you buy them, they have to be serviced by Ferrari.
Oh, the service money, yeah. Maybe it's the beginning of the end for Ferrari, though. You see the red candle is doing. I guess if it dumps to like 240,
it could have been a swing fail.
Yeah, maybe this is the beginning of big red on this chart.
Let's look at the volume. The volume's increasing at the highs. This was more volume. This was a higher high. Increased volume. That could be distribution volume, at least on the monthly chart. I mean, it hasn't really gone. Yeah, that curve can really only be drawn on logarithmic, I think. But man, yeah, this thing's been up only. What's going on with that?
Even if you get COVID, dip, it's just,
Everything they hit at every earnings except for 1, 2, 3. They 3 times they missed on earnings ever.
COVID dip was 30% down, so currently it's 20% down. So I guess why not another 10% down?
Right here.
Maybe come closer
had
to your weekly 100.
Hit a 40% drop. See, it came down,
With the
broke a lower low, came up to 0.5 fib, and then rejected from the 20-week SMA. You got this further drop, inverse head and shoulders. It's just been ripping. But if it did that again, see where this was like a 40% drop.
Rich people just get richer, right? So even if there's a recession, they'll still buy Ferraris.
Yeah, we need a Ferrari inflation adjusted chart.
Actually, it's the chart of inflation you're looking at, because the value of a Ferrari in hours of work is roughly the same as it was 50 years ago. It had a lot of value 50 years ago too. And yeah, back then the stock was only $30. Well, actually, there was no stock.
Yeah,
This
well,
chart
I mean,
doesn't
they
go.
probably it wasn't publicly traded until 2015. It looks like. Yeah, that doesn't look good. That looks like a swing fail or a double top or something.
I think
there,
maybe
you got a bearish divergence right there.
it was probably owned by another Italian car manufacturer before. No? I don't know who owns Ferrari. They're really their own company.
In
No,
2
no,
minutes
yeah.
we're closing for our candle.
Like Lamborghini, it's just Audi, right? So there's no stock chart for Lambos. I mean, the whole point is to buy a Lambo with Bitcoin profits. Why not buy Lambo stock? But I don't
Yeah,
think
why can't we do a Lambo versus BTC pair?
Lambo. No, there's no Lambo. I don't think there's a Lambo company. It's just Audi.
Sorry to interrupt. It looks like on the 1 minute, we just broke this little uptrend of support. And this head and shoulders on the 1 minute can take us to 79, 100.
We're at 79.4.
And then we could make a larger bull flag if we find support at that level.
Are we talking about Bitcoin?
Yeah,
Yep.
Bitcoin.
79K.
It's moving now because we're closing 4-hour candle in 1 minute. That's why I think we're gonna see move now.
What does the Fear and Greed close at today?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Let me bet. How about it's higher than last time we were at 78?
It's at 24.
Yeah, makes sense. It's been slower.
So that's actually a bullish divergence in the Fear and Greed index. Because last time we were at 79, it was at 10. And then now we're at 20. We made a lower low, and now we're at 24. So it's a bullish divergence in Fear and Greed.
Yeah, that's a funny one.
No, I'm serious.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it's funny because it doesn't make sense, right? People feel less bearish, but price dumped more. I mean, in dollars, yeah, so we're lower. No, it shows that the pump potential is might be a bit better than just a dead cat bounce. It's just gonna need some Trump help, ease international tensions. Yeah, maybe peace in Ukraine, peace in the Middle East. How about a deal about not funding allies this much? How about not invading Canada? How about coming up with a trade deal with Canada? Oh, something like that. It's your neighbor. You trade a lot with Canada. You piss them off with all these talks of 51st state and stuff like that. Or maybe ease those tensions. That could bring some
You know,
confidence.
honestly,
back.
I think he just didn't like Trudeau. Now that Canada has like this new guy, maybe his talk will be a little different towards Canada.
Look at this, man. This is clear.
Oh, and it would bring.
This is a
see?
this
'Cause
is a
it-
bull div right here. A fear and
That
greed.
bullet about the pump.
You know, to erase those divergences, Bitcoin needs to dump a lot. Like if you get 65K, yeah, or say will have gone low, and the price will
Look.
also have gone low.
This isn't even an RSI. This is the fear and greed index. And look, you're putting in higher lows on the fear and greed index and lower lows on the price. So
But it's
sentiment
the same,
is increasing and getting stronger as the price is going lower.
Yep, but that's
Yeah.
gonna change. Bitcoin goes down to 65K or 70K or I don't know.
The stochastics are
600 is dip.
stochastic RSI is suggesting the same thing.
I just say that because I've seen these bullish divergences not play out enough times that it doesn't matter if there's one or not when there's an
Yeah.
ABC. It literally does not matter.
Well, you
ABC
need confluence all over on all the time frames, really.
I don't agree. I see them play out all the time. Look at this RSI divergence right here. You got this.
Maybe you're right, but for me,
higher low
doesn't really help.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think H bar will probably find support on this 1 minute 200 SMA that's come back down to, and it also came back down to the 15-minute 20 SMA.
If you look at the previous bottoming pattern, and it's just one example, so I know it's going to play out on other examples. Right? We had a dip at 53K, we bounce back up, we come back down to 48K. Well, you had no divergence there. Right?
Yeah. Look, there was divergence. Well, I guess not here. Yeah, I guess if you take it from here, the RSI from here to here, that was a higher low. And then
not on my RSI. That's odd.
This was a lower low.
Yeah, right. I'm using 128 RSI. That's why. Yeah.
What's up, guys?
Yeah,
Just
you know,
wanna
14
say-
RSI moves too much. Just even it out. I guess it's the idea. 14 RSI just looks at the 14 lost candles. So I guess the idea would be to go lower time frame, but use a bigger RSI.
There was no bull div on the weekly, but I keep it at 14. But honestly, I use that open, high, low, close. Oh, this is just for the close. Damn it! I forgot to change the setting. Yeah, no bull div on the weekly there.
But we have one now.
I mean,
we have one now, right? The weekly is lower than when Bitcoin was at 48K. Even though it took Bitcoin 1 year to bottom there, so it's not like, right? Yeah. On the weekly, you have a huge bullish divergence there too. Like RSI is already at the same levels as when Bitcoin was at 50K. Yeah.
Look, you're making this bull div right here on the daily. And look, yeah, you're more oversold than you were back here. Look at this. That's that right there. There's the bull div. Yeah, because I did the open, high, low, close. That's what the problem was. So right there, lower low, higher low in RSI. That bull div brought us up to 110K from 50K. So yeah, more than 100% move off of this last bull div on the daily. I wonder if there's another one. Is there one right here? Yeah, I mean, this you could technically say that this was a lower low.
I know, but
yeah, higher low.
No, but so when I look at that price action, I would be interested in comparing that low to the previous one, not on the one on the left, the double bottom at 25. Like that's where I want to see the divergence, because we pump to 30, we come back to 25, we pump again to 30, we come back again to 25. What's my indicator?
Okay, but look at
the
what this.
The one on the right. Yeah, exactly.
What this is though, you have a higher low in price, right?
And a
And you
lower
have a
low.
lower low on RSI. That's hidden bullish divergence.
Yeah, it was there, but
so that's not even a regular bull div. That's a hidden bullish divergence.
Some people say it's even better when it's hidden.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I like the hidden ones better. They just don't show up as much. So that one's hidden. The blue one's hidden. But I mean, look what happened.
Flat, right? It was a flat correction where we double bottom at 28k roughly, and.
But bull divs on the daily bring you 100% moves. Like, look, this bull div brought you up from 25k to 50k, and then this bull div brought you from 50k to 100k.
Yeah. Well, I hope this one brings us to 140, even 160.
120. I'm cool with 120.
And then check out this one here. You had this big old one, right? Which this actually would probably show up on the weekly. Let's look at the weekly. Right here. Yep, it's there. Right here down to here. Right? And then you had this low up to this side. That's a bull div on the weekly. And you went from 15 to 110. So, I mean, they work, dude. I swear. Like, that's...
No, I know they work, of course, but it's just for swing failure patterns and, just low lows and high lows and just ABCs or zigzags.
It kind of
sometimes you have, sometimes you don't.
So look, this, hold on, this, where's my tool? So this one on the weekly, that brought you 100% move. This bull div on the weekly. Then we go to the daily. We go back to the daily. This bull div, accompanied by the hidden bullish. So there was hidden bullish divergence, and then there was a regular bullish divergence right after it. And that one gave you 100%, almost 97%. Then the next time we got one, well, look here, this one right here. I see him everywhere now. This right here, that was let me get blue. That was a hidden bullish divergence from here to here because the RSI was going down. And then when you finally got the actual bullish divergence on the daily,
yeah, well,
from here.
The thing is, if it's always diverging when it puts a low low or double bottom, then is it really interesting to know that it's diverging, right? I'm just being
122%. But look at these three moves. Okay, so like we'll take out all the
I
hidden.
know, but it's just a few examples, and if you take 100 examples, maybe we can do statistics and all. Also, we need examples where it doesn't work, where you have a bullish divergence, but we just don't pump.
This is the weekly one, 102% up. This one was on the daily. The next one that showed up on the daily, 97%. And then this last one, when we went down to 48K, that showed up. You made 122%.
Yeah, because
and now we've got another one. And then also look at what's right behind it. So you've got this lower low in RSI, higher low in price. That's a hidden bull div.
I'm sure you can.
Or higher low in price. Sorry, higher low in price, lower low in RSI, hidden bull div. There's a lot of stuff lining up to say that like this thing could pump 100%, which would be
actually on
160K.
Wait, what's the time frame there? You're on the daily.
Wait a second.
Yeah, he said weekly. He's going on the weekly right now.
No, he's on the daily.
Yeah, he's on the daily, but yeah.
The thing is, with an oscillator, if you compare lows that are too far apart from two oscillations, you need to a bit average out your oscillator, because that thing just it just looks at the last 14 candles, right? And what is RSI? It's the measure of the speed of the dump or the pump. Right? So we make a lower low than the previous low, yeah, but it's kind of expected and normal. Just because you're looking at the last 14 candles, we just had a 2x increase in price and 14 red days, and it's going to make a lower low. Yeah, like it depends how you put the level, right? But if you put that
could go out to
RSI
here, look,
256, or really make it average more candles. Like if you want to compare 50k with 100k with 78k, you need your RSI indicator to look at least back to that low. So I don't know how many candles it's been in between, but it's like at least 180 days. Right? So you would use daily time frame with like, I don't know, 256 RSI. And
Wait a
then
second. I think I know why we're not pumping, guys, because we got 99 people watching the stream and there's only 19 likes. So we need to smash that like button, guys. Pump this price.
Nessa, I like that. I like that. Like me, I'll tell you guys, I'm a market structure trader, so I'm waiting till the last daily range gets mitigated. If I'm gonna take a trade, it's a short, it's a scalp short, and I'm going because like the reality is right now, structure wise, hey, we're in a downtrend. Now, you see that line that like and by the way, QI, I'm looking exactly at your chart. You see that line that you have drawn at the previous range, that SFP? That's what I'm waiting for.
This?
No. Go up to that right there. That range. I can't because it's really small on my screen, but it's 73 something, right?
73,709, yeah.
Yeah. So till that gets mitigated, and look, you have 1 tap, 2 tap, and if you like, here's what I'll tell you. Look, so you see that range? Go to the previous range behind that one. Draw a line at the SFP of that high, and you'll see how we mitigated it to perfection. So right there where you have like, yeah, just draw a horizontal rate, and you'll see that we mitigated it and then went up. I'll be honest with you.
What about this one though? This one never got mitigated. Never came down to retest that. And you had 2 touches here.
But look at how many taps you had on that. Because remember, we're looking at a daily.
You could argue that there was all this over here as well.
Yeah, well,
by the way,
there's a lot of price action there, right? And like I said, I'm a structure guy, so the reality is I take things level by level. So that's what, like, I'm not gonna long anything till I see. And by the way, I'll take that long if I have good confluence. Like, I want to see we're going down to that 73, like that 73-ish area. I want to see stacking bull divs. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm just not looking for that level. But the reality is like I said, I've told a lot of people, I'm like, hey man, I'll be honest with you. If I've learned something this cycle is BTC is daddy, and if you're heavy on alts, like you need to change your mindset, because I know a lot of people that, and by the way, I'm on that boat. Like my alt portfolios, it's not more than my BTC portfolio, but it's way, like, it's not like I the next cycle I'm not gonna have the exposure that I have now to alts. And because, like, for me, I honestly look at things now as alts are like pinks in the stock world. Like, very, like.
And then when you don't have exposure on outs, they're gonna be out season, you know?
Well, here's what I'll tell you. I'd rather be a little bit exposed to alts and get a little bit of the whatever, like the alt pump, and be more exposed to BTC, because at the end of the day, BTC is daddy. And even if when the alts pump, a BTC at a minimum is ranging. And like, for risk purposes, yeah, man, I'll be honest, because I've been charting a lot of alts on weeklies. And man, I gotta tell you, man, that like TA wise, it's not a good look. You know, all you're getting is higher lows and lower lows on some OG alts. You know, like OG, like even ETH is concerning to me right now. You know, so
Oh
like
yeah.
for me, I'll tell you that the next cycle, I stuck to my game plan, so I'm okay, right? But I'll be honest, the next cycle, man, I don't think I'm gonna have. I think I'm gonna take profit on alts a lot more, and 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 you know rotate to BTC than I did this cycle. Because I'll tell you, I mean, if you look at trading wise, um, it's really the shiny new things. You look at this cycle, you look at like there's some outliers, right? Like the ISOs, right? H bar, Algo, XRP. And you have some outliers, and we could even say ADA a little bit, but like I said, like yeah, I'll be honest with you, I'm heavy on dot, I'm heavy on alluvium, and I'll be honest at this point, like I'm to the point where I'm like I'm gonna hold it because like even if it goes lower, it is what it is for me. But I start looking at a lot of other alts, and we have to be honest. If you don't get a higher high, then the trend is down. And a lot of the OG alts that I consider to be legit projects, I mean, it's kind of disappointing. And I'll be honest, like I hate memes. Like I hate memes because, like I said, I'm a blockchain enthusiast, and I think it hurts the industry more than it helps because all it does it eggs on.
Man. Sorry to cut you off. Come on, man. I'm
It
gonna
brings
be
me,
I'm
though.
gonna be the
Memes with green
dick
money.
that has to stop you right there, man. I gotta stop you right there. There's some
No,
memes
and
that are
by the way,
very
listen,
good.
man, it's cool. I'm not gonna
There's
take
some memes.
offense to it, but
There's
I
some memes.
respect
No,
everything.
I'm just cutting up anyways. I'm having a little bit of fun, but there's some very good memes out there, and I think they contribute a lot to the ecosystem. So I think you might want to retract that last statement. But you can
Well,
go.
here's what I'll tell you. I've
They
made
bring money.
money on trading memes, but like you can't, you can't hold on to them. I'll be honest. Hey, I've made money. Pepe, I made like a bonk, made some good money on them, and a peanut, goat, I murdered that. But the
Yo,
reality is
Bitcoin is the OG meme. That's the reality.
yeah. And by the way,
Bitcoin is the
nobody
meme.
can argue that. Nobody can argue that. Like I can't argue that. Like that's what it is. But at the same time, as a trader, man, it doesn't. Listen, you can have insane bullish signals on an alt, and if BTC decides to die, forget it. Like your TA is down. Like it doesn't matter. So like I said, like this for me, this cycle has been kind of weird, and I've been trying to figure it out. Is it because we have way more? We have less liquidity and more options because like pump top fun, a 13-year-old can go in and make a meme coin. Let's be honest, you know. Oh, like I'm just trying to
Yeah,
figure
that
that
needs
part
to
out.
be regulated and stopped. It's just, yeah.
Cause like I said, I'm not gonna hate on memes. That's not what I was trying to say. But like I said, as a enthusiast, I think that what it does is kind of dilutes the market. But hey, at the end of the day, it is what it is. You can't put emotion into it. You know,
Hey,
like
guys.
But I'm
80K
with you on
reclaimed.
I'm with you on the holding dot, even if it goes to zero at this point. I know it's a stupid idea, but I'm not gonna sell
listen,
dot.
man, I bought a bunch of dot today, and like I said, it ain't easy. Like I stopped buying alluvium because like I'm way too exposed to that. And I don't even but like I said that like it's a mixture because like I've told
Adding
people the
to
shiny new things
be
like
careful adding
although
to a
hey
losing position is dangerous stuff. For me, I'm not gonna add anything.
Well, like for instance, like what I say, shiny new things. Like look at
Well, yeah,
like
it's rare.
render,
Not today, it's rare.
Hondo. Like look,
Shiny new thing is
Hondo.
I don't know what it is, but it's rare USDT. It's the shiny new alt where everybody's FOMOing. It's up 80% in 24 hours. It's got more volume than Cardano, Doge, XRP.
Well, look at BCH. Look at Tron. Hey, and I would tell everybody here, do TA on Tron. Like, and I'm talking about weekly, monthly TA. Hey, Tron, as much as it's hated, is one of the best performing alts. Like you can't deny it.
Well, you know,
Tron
Justin.
being like propped up. Yeah, Justin Sun just keeps injecting liquidity
Yeah,
into
Justin
it.
Sun likes to inject that.
I mean, I don't
Well,
mind. I don't mind, but
But yeah, it's still good. You can make money off it. Same thing with BNB.
hey man, that's I'll
imagine
tell
if
you.
Ethereum Foundation did the same thing with ETH, bro.
I'll tell you this. Like an OG trader that I know, and this is like an old school, like like old school stock guy. I stacked a lot of Bitcoin Cash, and he told me, he's like, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell you, think about this because, by the way, BCH is one of the few cryptos that is exchanged on the CME. Like you can trade that on the CME, BCH. It's on like think about an exchange that doesn't have BCH, and then on top of that, a lot of the old school traders I feel like, hey man, I missed out on Bitcoin. Yeah, BCH is a fork, but like think about like the mindset of people, and then look at how it's performed compared to a lot of other things. And I'll tell you, like BNB, man, hey, when they were getting all that, like the $4 billion fee and all that, hey, I was stacking on it, and that was a good decision on my part. But yeah, I'll tell you, there's some alts that I'm holding on to them, man, because I'm sticking to my game plan. But Jesus, it ain't easy. And Dot is one of them, which I would have never thought. I still believe in the project, but I'll
We
tell
just
you,
forgot
man.
to TP, we did 3x up. Me, I didn't watch it too much, or I felt like it wasn't enough to TP. And I had bought a bear market bottom, roughly. There was an ABC down there. Nothing major, but a bit of buy.
Well, that
Then we staked
like I
it.
said,
It stayed staked for like a whole year or even 2 years. It got staked. The staking rewards are good, but there's something I noticed me for next bull run. It's that whenever staking rewards are good, well, expect underperformance compared to other alts. Because, DOT, it's a bit like Atom, it's a bit like ETH. They give you 10, 12%
well,
APY.
Adam, like I said, Adam, man, that's another one that like in my mind, my best performer that it's my long term is Lido. Lido has been my best. Like it's never like it. And by the way, look at Lido's TVL. Hey, it's just going up. But it's weird
Really?
because yeah, look it up. Like dude, I'll send you the link.
Be careful with
Hey,
things
there's more.
progressing with APY and going up in value. Typically, they end up at zero. Just reminds me of Luna. Just
Yeah, but here's the thing, Lido. It's different with Lido because remember, I'm looking at on-chain data of the amount of staking that's going on, which it does. Like I said, I was kind of thinking about it the other day because I'm like, hey, how is it that? Because the reality is, Lido, the liquidity of Lido is ETH. ETH goes down, Lido's going down. Like it doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
But
But out
the
of
whole
all the
idea of staking is, don't sell your crypto, just stake it. We'll give you APY and you'll be fine.
yeah,
That's the whole idea
and
of
like I
staking.
said, a lot of people who
It's
like
just
there, I know a lot of people that that
wrong.
they're looking at because me, man, hey, I'm a cycle person. I've already unbonded everything, and there's some stuff that I'm underwater on, but I don't care. I stick to my plan. But I know guys that they've been staked since 2015, man, and they're like, yeah, I'm not touching it for 20 years, and they're all up. Those guys are up, you know. But like I said, when you look at Adam, is a good example. Dot is a good example. You kind of thought you're thinking like, hey, like, is this at one point? Do you be like, all right, I'm done with this project? That's like for me, that's something that I kind of learned this cycle is.
Well, if it reaches golden pocket, if it's bear market, I'll be happily done with all these alts. Some did, some didn't. They will eventually.
Well, here's what I'm saying, man.
You know, they
I
skip.
think that
They
it's
skip
shiny
a
new
whole.
tunes, man. You know, like, hey, I'll tell you, my best performer is Ondo. And like I said, like I start to look back and I'm like, all right, Ondo just came out, hasn't proven shit, but it's my best performer. And then I look at, I'll give you a perfect example, Alluvium. Hey, Alluvium comes out, hey, nothing. They like literally just had a couple of cool little videos on YouTube. Goes up to $1,800. I like the reason why I put money in Alluvium is because I like the tokenomics. The tokenomics were there for me, you know, low supply, like I everything that I. But now, yeah, I'm upside down on that, and I can't even DCA my way. Like that's it. I had to stop DCA. Like I reached my stop, and dude, the shit's at $13. There's in my head, like logically.
ICP is a chart you should look at to see what's the worst case on an alt.
Yeah, I have a giant bag of ICP too, and ICP has to go a lot lower for it to hit my my original entry. Again, another disappointing one. And by the way, a good project. Like ICP for me.
ICP actually did very good. It went to golden pocket, but not in dollars in market cap. You have to look at market cap chart, not dollar chart. Anyway.
And by the way, ICP is one of the projects that I'm worth like hey, if I have to I don't want to, but if I have to you know roundabout an asset, I'm okay with doing no ICP. Like I'm fine with that. Like I said, there's the dot one. I'm still trying to figure that out because I thought dot, but the thing is, you know, it rips. It hits $2, not even half of its all-time high. And if you're a cycle person like me, I'm thinking, is it possible for, like in my head, dot is not going to hit an all-time high. Ada is not going to hit an all-time like
that's a fair bet. It might, you know, even worse. It could even just skip the cycle, right? Like it's a bit the same with ETH, right? Like at this point, we're losing 28K.
One of the guys who got me into this space, the trading space, not the crypto space, he told me as soon as Wall Street gets their dirty hands on crypto, it's pretty much like over. And I'm kind of believing what he said, like, because I'll be honest, everybody knows this cycle has not been the same. You know? And a lot of people are saying extended cycle. A lot of OGs that I know, they're like, dude, you know. And then I know a lot of guys who are telling me, hey, so like Wall Street got their hands in this shit.
It's typical.
The cycles are over.
Typical
man. What you talking about, Willis? But
it's
yo, I
not
think I
over.
know you. Hold on, I think I know you from somewhere, man. You've been on some spaces before, Crypto Polo. I think me and you were hosting some spaces with like Ben Eth and I think this other dude Andrew. You were on a space. I remember you and with easy money. I know you. Okay.
Remember how Doge skipped a Bitcoin up move? Maybe Dot is gonna skip a Bitcoin up move, and you know it'll perform.
I'm saying this, man. I'm not like I'm cash heavy right now. Until Bitcoin hits
where you live?
That 73.
What's your favorite color?
Hey, listen, I'm
How much
a
cash
structure
you got, man?
guy.
How much cash you got?
On the side?
Give me all your money right now.
All my money right now. Like I have Here's what I'm gonna tell you, man. I got 15K in this account waiting to take a position, but till we mitigate the last like daily structure, I'm not about this because I'll tell you, if you look at where we're at right now, hey, there's nothing there, man. There's no
Yeah,
volume. There's no
but
shit there.
we're building, right? There was nothing at 78K. It was hard to buy that initial dip. Now we're trying to build something in the middle of nowhere. You're definitely right. There's nothing here. There's no SR. There's no nothing. We went straight up, right?
You know where there is at the last SFP. If you look
There
at the
is a
last
fib. There is a fib level that it just bounced off of actually from the lows of 24 to the all time high, the 0.38. It
Maybe
lands right where we just bounced off of.
But where did you pull that fib from?
800.
The swing low of 24K. Like I had it on there before it. Like I didn't put it on there just to show it, but like I had it on my chart for that being the low to the all time high.
On what time frame did you pull that 24K?
Let me go back to my chart.
Yo, this 5-minute chart got me feeling some type of way right now.
And not only that, but also the futures bounced at the exact same fib too. Not the same fib, but another supporting area too. This is a stronger to bounce for sure. If we were to get a bounce here, like on the daily.
Time for me to go trade safe, people. And yeah, let's have a strong bounce. I mean, as long as it's above 78, potentially there's gonna be a nice bounce. Things change though. Don't over leverage and trade safe.
Like I said, I'm just sitting on my hands because I don't.
If you look at the daily,
I'm a
it was
swing trader.
it's from the low. It's from the low of August 17th when we went from like 29K and we did like this. I forgot what happened that day, but we went all the way down to 24K and we made it a lower low. And then ever since then, it's just been all the way. It's been up only. So from that to all time high, this bounce that we're getting right now is from a fib level 0.38.
Yeah, and like I said, man, like I'll be honest, I didn't pull fib like that, but like I said, I'm a structured trader, man, and at the end of the day, I stick to my rules, right or wrong, I stick to them, and like I said, I'm a profitable trader, so like I said, it doesn't for me. The last range has not been mitigated. Until that gets mitigated, I'm not interested in anything else other than a scalp. And even that, I'm just sitting on my hands. I'm watching the charts. I'm hoping that we just hey, this sucks. This price action, this wishy-washy price action sucks. It does. And if you're scalping, in my opinion, I tell everybody, if you're scalping right now, short the higher low, because we're in a downtrend, and I don't care if you don't want to admit it. I mean, bro,
short and higher lows.
Yeah,
That's a characteristic of
so
uptrend. You mean short lower highs?
yeah, lower highs. Sorry, the lower highs. Yeah, like I said, it's structure wise. Like I'm not interested in, not even trying to scalp. A bounce. 786, 618. I'm not interested in that. And my major level that I'm waiting for, as I told you, the SFP of the previous range, which is that 74-ish area. I have an alarm. I'm waiting for that. I have a buy.
What's your invalidation? What if it doesn't go there? And what if it just goes up from here and it takes out
Well,
an
hey,
all-time high?
by the way, I'll tell you right now, I've been wrong a million times.
But you're
at the
just
end of the day,
not
I
going
don't.
to trade it at all. You're not going to change your mind.
Well, hold on. Here's what I'll tell you. If structure changes, right? Because I'm a structure guy, then yeah, I'll look for another entry. But right now, my thought process is right until I get to and I'll even tell you, a lot of people are saying lower levels than what I'm saying, but hey, pull ranges on the daily. And the last time we mitigated the SF, like the swing failure pattern. We mitigated that. So I'm waiting for us to mitigate that, which is, like I said, that 74-ish area. That's it. Like, I have an exact number, but you know, the reality is we just need to, if we tap that, that'll satisfy me to attempt, you know, a trade on the long side. In my
Wait,
opinion,
I got a question. Where are you getting 74 from?
Okay, so if you go to the daily chart, all right, and you pull a range, you will see that there's an SFP of the previous, the like I said, so we broke the range that we were in, right? And the reason why we've dropped the way we have at the speed is because there's not a lot of volume there. But if you look at the daily, you'll see there's a range from 73 650 to 48 969. That's the range that we, and really, I mean, that's where we were, that's where Bitcoin was going back and forth for from
Yeah, but see, there's no
March.
swing. There's a swing fail here, right? That you got this bear div. If you look at this, you made this higher high. Oh, I don't know why my
I'm
lens
looking at your
isn't
charts. I
like that.
can.
Hold on, let me fix
Go ahead,
my
man, continue,
settings.
man. I'm just trying to, like I said, it's small on my computer, so it's hard for me to see what you're drawing out.
Hang on, give me a second.
But yeah, since I'm a structure guy, I'm waiting because, dude, we're right there.
All right, so see that this line here.
Did you say you're a construction man?
No, I'm a structure trader. Like I'm a market
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 maker.
structure guy. I
I
trade
thought you
lenders
like
and
welding and like you do construction.
This.
That's what I thought you said.
So
No.
this here, this was a swing failure pattern, right? Because you had your bear div and you made it this higher high, and then it failed and dropped and made it a lower low than the bottom of the range and swept the bottom of the low. But it never came back to the top of this range. This also was a swing fail pattern because if you look, you made a slightly higher high in the price here, right? And your RSI, I believe, made a lower high. Maybe it didn't make a lower high. Maybe it was about even, but still, that just basically took out the high. You never came back to retest this. So when you got above it, you didn't come back to retest that. So that's
Yeah,
one
we didn't
example
mitigate
where
that.
you didn't retest. Now here, this was a swing fail pattern. You did come back to retest it, and this also right here was a swing fail pattern, right? On the bottom
And it was
side,
mitigated.
because you got a bullish divergence there. But there is
That
no
was a
swing
black
fail
swan
pattern
too.
here.
That was a black swan. That was the Japan thing.
There's no swing fail pattern here. You never
Well,
made
you
a
have on
higher high.
the top of the wick there, and yeah, you do have another tap there. But that's what I'm looking for. And by the way, when I say that's what I'm looking
But
for, it's not like I'm
it's not
blindly
higher
taking
than
a trade. Like
this.
I need confluence.
I get
Once
what
we
you're
get
saying,
to
but
this level, yeah.
this wick is not higher than this wick. So that's not a swing fail. When it did break that level, it broke out. So there's no swing fail for it to come back and retest with another swing fail on the bottom side. Like, but I'm just going by like what I've heard from your logic. Like, there is no
Yeah.
swing fail pattern to retest here. It could. I think it could come back here? Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
But
and by the
I
way,
mean,
if you
it doesn't
switch to
have
the
to.
Bybit, switch to Bybit chart, and you'll see it does tap because you're using Coinbase.
Are you like Bybit spot or Bybit perpetual?
Perpetual. I use Bybit and Binance because the charts are always a little bit different.
Okay, still this wick is still higher than this one. See, it didn't come quite up here. I shorted this actually, and I made a killing off this drop. But then when the electric came, I closed half my position, and then I got stopped out of the rest. But look, when it broke this level, it broke with a clean body. This candle body closed
Yeah,
above
sure.
this
And
previous
by the
high,
way,
so
like I
that's
said,
not a
even
swing
for
fail.
me,
That's a breakout.
yeah, no, like I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but like I said, till we get to this and test this area, because like I said, I'm looking at ranges, and that's the swing high. So I have that line. Once we get there, I'm it's not like I'm, oh yeah, I'm just taking along. No, I'm looking for confluence. But the reality is, if we break down, then we're in a new range. So I'm gonna pull a volume profile, see where the POC is, the volume area low, and see where we go. But that's like, for me, that's the area that I'm looking for to fire along. But when I say fire along, it's like I'm not doing it blindly. I'm waiting for confluence. It's not like, yeah, like, yeah, no, as soon as it hits that area, no. I need to see other things for me to hit that long.
No, you're looking for a higher quality setup.
Yeah. I mean,
But
hey,
so
like
just
unfortunately, I don't have time to sculpt. I love doing it, but I don't. So I don't have the time for it. So I have to, I have to take
so
high probability.
my question is, what if this bull div right here? What if this creates enough of a move up where we actually do this, we break this downtrend, and we go up higher? Would you long here instead, or would you long here? Like if we break this high right here, would
Well,
you long
so
there?
so I'm not a I'm a like I said, I'm a more confluence. So I would like I don't typically trade a breakout, right? I trade the retest. So like you see that downward trend, break out of the downward trend on the retest, that's usually what my entry is. Right there. Yeah.
So you would long here.
Yes.
So
And it gives me
I mean, you would have a higher low, and you would have kind of like this inverse head and shoulders look.
well, by the way, that's
only
internal.
confirmed at the breakout. You don't get a higher high until you break this high.
Yeah.
So that
No,
would
I
be
have
the
to,
structure
I have
change.
to break the other. That's, remember, structure. That's still internal. You have to break the high to get the real.
That's what I'm saying. So this would be a higher low, but you wouldn't have broken this high yet. So I'm just asking, where do you change your mind if it never comes down here? Where do you change your mind? Do you change it here? Do you change it here?
Well, I take that trade 1% risk, and if I get stopped, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not chasing anything, and like I said, that I'm not taking a trade. So I see something that I like, and I haven't seen anything that I like. And to be honest with you, like I'm kind of satisfied because everybody keeps on longing, and dude, like I don't like where we're at for me to take a long. It doesn't, like, none of the rules that I have, which has made me a profitable trader, have been met. So I'm still waiting.
Yeah, man. Stick
And
to
So what's your target for that entry?
74, so
All right.
73, 690, anything, like I said, anything from the 73-ish area to 75, but really my target is 73, 650, around there. That's what I'm, and like I said, I'm not gonna fire off along blindly. Like I need to have confluence. Like I need to see lower time frame divs. Like I need to see, value. Like there's a couple of other things that I need to see for me to take that trade,
What kind of
But
leverage
like
are you
for me,
using?
for this trade, it's gonna be like a 4 or 5x. It's nothing. It's nothing like crazy.
How much drawdown are you willing to suffer before you stop out?
1%, dude. I have a 1% rule.
So 1% times 5 or divided by 5 is
So,
only
like,
0.02% move in price.
So usually when I take
no,
trades,
it's 0.2% move in price.
well, depending on the leverage, right? But like, yeah, like
Well,
I
if you're on
don't.
a
So
5x, then
yeah,
1%
and
divided
plus
by
on
5
top
is
of that,
0.2.
I will not take a trade that's not a 1 to 3. If the R&R is not 1 to 3, I'm not taking it. And I'll tell you, I lose. I there's a lot of trades that my idea was right and I don't hit them. But like, I already learned. That's okay. I'm okay with even if the idea was right and I didn't hit the trade. I'm okay with that. My mindset is very different, man. Like I'm about percentages, not about money. And on top of that, hey, if it doesn't meet my rules, I don't need to take the trade.
I can see that 73 is a possibility too, or 73 800-ish, and to still remain bullish.
You said
I-
1 to 3.
73 870.
No,
The only thing about that, getting
he
back
was
into that
talking
area,
about his trade. 1 to 3 setup. You would have already been in and out of the trade like hours ago.
we were in that range for so long. I feel like us getting back into that range, it becomes bearish, like really bearish. Like if that
Well,
range was like that range, how long was that range for?
It depends how you measure it out, right? So I mean,
It's
if everybody can
270
agree
days.
that
We spent almost a year in that
49,000
range.
to that 49,000 to 73 on the daily, like that's the range, right? Like, and if you pull a VP, like if you pull a volume profile, right, you're gonna have like SFPs. That's not gonna be the true range. But the reality is that's where we're at. And if you look
Right, I'm
at the
saying
impulse,
look how long we stayed in that range though. Like for us to be in that range for that long, and for this to be like the first like big drawdown from the top, and us to immediately like go back into that range, I just think that's super bearish. I think that's why like the level right around here, or at least before we get back into that range, there should be a significant rally to
well,
see
think about what you
what's
just said. You see how fast we got up there. Like I said, I have my style and it works for me, right? So I'll tell you, at the speed that we moved back up there, like for us to be to go higher, we have to have some type of retracement, man. Like there has to be, you can't go up forever. And I know, like
What
I
do
said,
you
a lot
call
of
what we
people,
just did, though?
what was that?
I said, what do you call what we just did, though, for like the last month?
We're down
Like, how much?
30% from the top. Like this is like right now, the level that we just wicked at right now, that's a 30% drawdown from the top.
I mean, that's a pretty
Yeah.
significant correction.
You mean the candles aren't green today? I'm
Well,
confused.
actually, the candle is green today.
Right now, yeah.
Listen, like I said, there's a lot of things, like for me, that I've been trying to figure out. Like I said, the 4-year cycle. I was told by an OG, I'm talking about, that he told me, he's like, as soon as Wall Street gets their fingers and their claws inside crypto, it's never gonna be the same. And I honestly think that he's right.
Well, I kind of agree with that, but I mean, I still think that they're gonna pump it and dump it just like they did with the stock market. The 4-year cycle might be different, but I never liked the idea of Wall Street being involved or BlackRock having an ETF. I hated it. I still do.
By the way, like I said, like I everybody was saying it was super bullish, right? And then you, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, the inverse Kramer. If Kramer says he's bullish on something, literally all you have to do is whatever he said, the next day short it and you're gonna make money. Like
Yeah,
it's
but I
I know
mean,
it.
let's be honest. Bitcoin went from 15K to 110K. That's pretty bullish.
Yeah, no, like I said, it's a crazy move, right?
What's
But
the word, good
Even
people?
30K. What up, Dbloc?
What's going on?
What up,
This
man?
guy's waiting patiently for an entry.
But in terms of the logarithmic progression, that 15K to 10 or whatever is nothing really. And what Bitcoin does, because we went from last time 3K, 3.5 till to what, 70. So to go from 15 to 115 is it's not even close in terms of the logarithmic progression.
I mean, it has diminishing returns because the market cap gets larger, but 600%, it's not really nothing to scoff at.
Well, here's what I always tell people,
You
and
know, a
this is
stock
something
that
that
did 600% this year.
oh yeah, hey, I can name a couple of them, by the way. But at the end of the day, remember that Bitcoin's, well, crypto's entire market cap doesn't even match Nvidia. Like, first you have to understand and accept that Nvidia just by itself, and this is where like I kind of didn't understand this before when an OG had explained
Well,
to
I
me
was
like, hey,
saying they're diminishing returns. If the market cap starts increasing, it's going to be harder to get percentage moves to the upside. Not that it can't increase higher in price, just that it's going to be tougher to get bigger percentage moves. And it will
yeah,
also base out at a higher price. Like during the bear market, it will bottom out at a higher price, and the
yeah.
market
And
cap
by the
won't
way,
fall as much.
that's better for us, right? Like, hey, you know, like at the end of the day, it's better for the industry, right? Because the volatility is what turns people off.
Yeah, well, it's
That's why I'm
securities
here.
that growth.
I wouldn't be
This
here
is
if it wasn't for the volatility.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
That's
Yeah,
the only reason
volatility is
I'd be over there
Well,
trading
listen,
legacy if
guys,
it wasn't for volatility.
the volatility is what turns us on as traders. But you have
Yeah.
to understand, like older people that they're just buying and holding for a long time, they don't want to see, you know, especially if you don't know the cycle, and at the end of the day, remember, the longer you hold, the more if you've held Bitcoin since any bull market, right now you're up. Even that we're down, you're still up.
Yeah, so what does
But
that
if you're
say
in
for
a
volatility?
That was nasty, man.
Over an extended period of time, there really is no volatility.
yeah, again, like I said, with Bitcoin,
Yeah.
with Bitcoin, but what
I thought that
happens?
whole dump
What
off, that
happens?
last part of it, came all the way back. Oh, that's nice.
The more up and the more down, the better it is for traders.
I'll ask you guys a question. Do you think that this cycle is gonna make more Bitcoin maxis?
Of course,
Everybody
already
says,
has.
Yeah, it's already happening.
Yeah,
I think-
in
I
this
think it
group
is, yeah.
alone, I can tell you that for sure it's created some maxis. Maybe not right now,
Hey,
but during the
I'll be
next
honest
bear
with you,
market,
that
there
this cycle,
1000% will be buying just Bitcoin.
this cycle, I'll be honest with you, the next cycle, I will not have nearly the alt exposure that I have right now.
It's timing,
And
guys.
like I said,
Just did it too quick. The only difference with this cycle
Just
and the last is that Bitcoin dominance has stayed healthy longer, which threw
yeah.
off people's alt buys, right?
Yeah, I learned. I don't need as many coins as I do this next time.
yeah, well, I mean, just like we're picking the right time to diversify. Like, really, if you keep an eye on this chart, others divided by BTC. Oh, let me get this out of here. Others
And by the
divided by
way,
BTC.
I love that chart that you're putting up because you're showing right there the break of the uptrend.
Which one?
The others chart
Talking
that you
about
just pulled
this?
up.
Oh,
No,
others?
others.
Yeah.
You see that?
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
there's a few different scenarios where, like, you know, this is a logarithmic trend line. We haven't really lost that yet. I'm gonna hold on. Let me get rid of all these fibs because they're too
Guys,
distracting.
alts will continue to bleed against their BTC pairs until quantitative tightening stops. No, I'm like the fly in the ointment, and I keep warning y'all about alts, but it is not time.
Yeah, we definitely need quantitative easing, but
Not even.
I mean,
We just
if you-
need tightening to stop. Quantitative easing is a while away, but quantitative ceasing quantitative tightening is our next move. That's when
But
we
look at
should get
this.
our ETH BTC pivot, and that'll send every chart.
This cycle, I mean, this cycle blew way past it. But if I just draw a fib, then you can see like this cycle went way above and beyond. If you take a fib on this cycle, you hit your 1.618. So if we do that same thing, say we bottom out down here at like 0.1. So like I think others BTC will bottom at 0.1 or somewhere around there. That would take us all the way up here. So 0.74, which would be like a 500% move on all coin or on others.
You do
others
one
compared
if you do 1 divided by others BTC minus USDC minus USDT, you'll get an oscillator. That oscillator shows you that we're not at the bottom yet.
Yeah, but others doesn't include stable coins because they're in the top 10. The exclusive
Yeah,
top
but you
10.
can do it against all the you can do it against all of the you can do it against all of the totals. Not just others.
Hold on, what was it?
It just happened to be
What was
doing
the
others.
equation?
1 over, so 1 / total BTC, or 1 / total, 1 / total minus USDT minus USDC versus BTC.
I think that this needs to be in parentheses.
Yeah, you need to get some lube or some oil for that mouse.
Talking to me?
Who do you think I'm talking to?
Move it up.
Bro,
I actually like hearing. I like actually hearing the keyboards and the mouse is clicking.
Yeah,
You know, like it
just
makes me
because
feel
he's
like
using a typewriter, bro.
Oh, I thought you said
You know what I'm saying?
for your mouth, not mouse. Damn. I was like, who the fuck you talking to, Drew?
Telling somebody to lube up their mouth is crazy.
He's old.
Get ready, baby.
I don't understand this though. Maybe I should take out the parentheses and see if it gives me a different.
Give me a second, I'll pull up the chart.
Galactic says it's a fax machine. It's all good, dude. Fax me.
What the hell is
It
this?
just spits out facts.
Total minus USDT minus USDC divided by BTC.
Why? Are we done yet?
Get that Jiffy Lube.
I think I got some WD-40 around here.
Well, so I have a question for you guys. Do any of you think I'll give you like hold on, let me go to CoinMarketCap so I can spit out some alts and get your bias.
I got some Astro.
Honestly,
that'll work.
All right, so
honestly, I'm gonna
let's talk about the
mitigate.
top 10. You guys think, right, in the top 10, I don't even want, but whatever, let's exclude. Who here thinks ETH is going to hit an all-time high by the end of this year?
It's old all-time high? Yeah.
An all-time high. I'm talking about higher than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You all are on that. Like you think it'll
I don't even like ETH, and I still think it's going to like 8K or 12K.
Yeah, ETH is gonna hit its all-time high for sure.
5 or 6 is what I'm thinking.
Okay, XRP. I'm a believer, and I'm lucky because, like I said, I have a fucking ridiculous bag of
Nice run
XRP. So
going. It could hit 10K.
Hey, no swearing here. Watch your language.
Got ETFs now. Hey.
BNB, yeah, sorry. BNB, by the way, guys, I think that's the one a lot of people are sleeping on.
If they lower their damn fees.
Yeah, I buy BNB a lot because I need it to swap other coins with that are on
Solana.
the Binance Smart Chain. Solana too.
You guys think
BNB,
Solana will reach an all-time high?
What's that? I think Solana's going to 400 easy.
Yeah, I'm on the same boat with you. Here's where we all might disagree because I'm not going to count USDC, which is number 7. Cardano's number 8. Who here thinks Cardano is gonna reach an all-time high? Over $3.
Yeah, it might hit its previous all-time high, but I don't know how much further it's gonna go. My target at the beginning was a $5 Cardano, I think. And then my Moon Boy target was like $10. But I don't think it's gonna go to $10. I think it'll do 3 or 5 probably.
I was at $5, and now I'll be honest with you. I think we're lucky if we match.
Well,
As a matter of fact, Dogecoin makes me laugh because Dogecoin. Remember, Dogecoin is printing. What is it? Is it 10,000 tokens every day? More. It's extremely inflammatory.
Well, the word is
Well,
inflationary. It's
Did you
not
say inflammatory?
inflationary.
Like hemorrhoids? Yeah, you
Put
need to
some
get
ice on that
hemorrhoids.
inflammation.
Yeah, you need some ibuprofen.
Yeah, tell me
yeah,
what.
yeah.
No, so it's not. They can only mine up to 5 billion per year, and each year that 5 billion comes into circulation, that's a lower percentage of the total supply that's being added every time. So it is inflationary, but it gets less inflationary by a smaller percentage every year.
Okay.
So it's
But
regulated inflation.
who here thinks Dogecoin can hit 80 cents?
I think it could.
I think it
It's already
could.
hit 50.
I did, but not anymore. Not anymore.
It's all going to depend on money coming in.
And Elon, man. I don't.
Come on, guys. Doge is gonna get to $1, and you know it.
Yep.
I think it'll do it just because.
I think
It
maybe Cardano could hit. Oh, what is it? Cardano's 25 billion right now. Maybe could hit 150 billion. Maybe.
What was it at all-time high? When it was at $3 and something.
It was at 100 billion.
100 billion.
Here's what I'll tell you. Look at the past cycle. There was a lot less alts. And like I said, for me, if we follow the cycle, we're saying that by October, November of this year, Cardano is gonna $3. And that the thing is, like I said, because I know it. Because think about it. I'll tell you this. I follow trends. So in 2023, October, November, alt started to rip. The new year started,
Regular
2024.
market got hit bad today
And
too, huh?
all we did it literally a downtrend to October, settled up, and then ripped October, November, December, and then back again. So like I said, like I'm not down with doing a merry-go-round. You know what I'm saying? So like there's a lot of like I've taken profit on a lot of the shiny new things that I
I don't like doing that.
But I'll tell you, like, think about
Rudy,
look at
hold on.
I prefer
Yo,
the
Rudy, your
thru
mic
too.
is on.
My mic?
Yeah, your mic was on, Rudy.
Yeah, I was talking. Can't you hear me?
Oh, it was really low. Yeah, it was really low.
I hear you now.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, something going on with my mic. I was wondering why people weren't talking.
Yeah, I'm just saying, guys, like I'm.
I think it's a bad connection or something. I don't know.
I'm not trading any of these alts. I have a stupid bag of alts that, luckily, in general, I'm up. But there's some alts that like I can't believe where they're
Hey,
at.
Crypto Polo, hold on. I think I figured out. Rudy, I think you got Crypto Polo muted. Or Crypto Polo. Boy.
I'm muted. You guys can hear me?
I
I think Bitcoin's going to
You're good, Lex.
286K.
Qui-Gon, pull my screen up real quick. I want to show you what I was saying about total minus USDT divided by Bitcoin. So I drew these out a while ago. This is when we were first trying to figure out when we'd be able to trade ETH for BTC and when we'd be able to trade BTC for alts or trade BTC for ETH. If you go total 3, get rid of all the stables or total 2 and divide it by Bitcoin, your chart turns into a bit of an oscillator, right? You trade your BTC for alts down here. You trade your alts for BTC up here. These are These are our altcoin runs, right? These are our big runs out. The mini alt season that we had in the middle, right, which is what got everybody excited, was just the same sort of mini alt season that we have every time we hit the middle range. We're still not down to the levels yet where historically you'd start to really go in heavy on alts.
We'll see how it is. It did make a lower high though, so it
ETH
kind
is
of looks like
closer.
it could be forming a symmetrical triangle. You know what I mean? Like it could put in a higher low, maybe at the top of that bottom box. I get what I totally.
It's
get what
just
you
a
mean,
function of altcoins bleeding against BTC until dominance makes a shift.
Like,
Well, I'll be honest with you, D. Like, I honestly think that the last run there was more money. Like, there was more stimmy checks. There was more people stuck in their house, and like I said, I could be wrong, but I'll tell you, till there's some type of inflow of dollars. I don't like I said, I don't see the price action that we're used to on alts happening. Because like I said, inauguration, hey, that was a crazy rip. But I'm used to like the rip keep on ripping, and I made a really good amount of cash on that move. But like when I saw that double top come in on some of the alts, like because they all did that double top, I shorted some of them, and I let go of those shorts, thinking, yeah, well, like obviously you're gonna have, but I didn't think that we would get to the like a lot of alts, and then when you pull a weekly on a lot of these alts, they came out, hit a high, and all they've done is,
Bleed against
lower
Bitcoin.
high, lower lows.
Yeah.
Forget about Bitcoin. Just look at the chart in
But I
general,
said
man.
they're bleeding against Bitcoin. What did Bitcoin do versus what the alts did? Right now, we're catching up to some of that dip on the alts on Bitcoin, but Bitcoin sat at 90 for the longest while everything was taking 50%, 60% rips.
crazy, man.
There's dominance, right? There's
All-time
no way
lows.
you can't factor this without looking at dominance. Dominance being at 62% this late in the game is crazy.
Yeah. Every time we look like we're catching a break, it just shoots right back up.
It's a trader's
Well,
market.
it's past
This
the
isn't a
620,
this
right?
isn't a buy your coins and go away type of market.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm never gonna be have exposure to alts ever again. And I don't care. Like I said, like it's just
Damn, sounds like they hurt you.
Yeah, I was gonna say it sounds like you had a rough one, huh?
well, here's what I'm gonna tell you. It's not a rough one.
You too.
I'm very lucky that I'm still in the positive. And look, at the end of the day, I had a plan and I stuck to it. So it wasn't the best plan, right?
Just like
Because
anything
trading
else, man.
wise,
Sometimes it's just
super
timing,
good.
bro. There's a
Yeah.
such thing as being too early. Like being early is being wrong, and I had to learn that. You could be
Well, here's what I'll tell you.
1000% early. You could be 1000% right about where everything's going, but timing is everything. And this one's been a hard one to time, respectfully, for everybody, even people with
I'll tell you,
experience.
like, hey, Cypher, I agree with you 100%. And like I said, I'm the type of person, I admit, like, when I mess up, and I'll tell you, like, I thought when Illuvium was at $28, I thought I thought I was the G. Like, I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna nail this thing. And by the way, when it went to 150, I was like, nah. Like, the game plan is to hold this thing.
When Illuvium was at
Boy,
$28, we were still in a buy and hold market. That's what I'm
yeah,
saying.
and like I
Like
said,
it's
I had
completely
stock.
shifted. Difficulty's gone up, and it's really a trader's market right now. The problem is that we're not waiting for any technical to flip us. We're not waiting for any line on the chart. We're not waiting for any liquidation that needs to be get. We're waiting for macroeconomic news and quantitative tightening to come to an end. Nothing on the chart makes this move. We can get our little swings up and down. That's why I said it's a trader's market. To trade momentum, you can make good money. But we're not going to break into new levels without something coming from the outside. It's going to be external. It's not going to be on the chart. If you see it building up on the chart, that means something is cooking behind the books.
Bitcoin pushing for 80,500.
Yeah, 8275 is my target.
Mine's 80,577. If I can get above that,
Yo,
hold.
yo, crypto bit. Are you D-Rocks by any chance?
Say one more time.
You're not. No, you're not.
No.
You're not. All right. Okay.
Looks like the Bulls are in charge of this little episode of Bulls versus Bears today.
I'm telling you, bro. This line that I had on my chart, 77, it hit right there. It was a 0.382 from that 24,000 swing low. Fib.
Drew, did you put on your bull pants?
No, but I just took profits not too long ago.
There you go.
But yeah, I'm
And
on
I'll
the
tell you
sideline. I'm on the sideline now.
That's where I feel I kind of messed up on, because like I said, I stuck to my plan. But I will tell you, the next cycle I'm gonna adjust. Like, I'm taking way more profit on the alts because I said I wasn't gonna TP on my alts.
Yeah.
I put a timeline to it. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, I'm very lucky that I'm still up on my alt portfolio, but like I said, like Alluvium and now Dot. Like, dude, like I have huge exposure to those.
Yeah, but look at the two projects you're talking about, brother. Like, this has been a narrative-driven bull market.
100.
Meaning, if
I'm
like
with you
your
on that.
coin isn't on narrative, and not only on narrative, but if you're not early wave 1, wave 2 to the narrative, so it's like Dot's had a rough one, bro. The closest thing Dot had to a narrative was that TikTok news with the billionaire that wanted to run it on Dot if he got the bid, and then that got taken away, right? And then gaming, I mean, we haven't had a gaming run since, midpoint last year.
And it also, wasn't it one of the co-founders for Ethereum? Didn't he make Dot or something? Gavin Newsom? Not Gavin Newsom. That's the governor of California.
Excuse me, hold on. I'm
Someone
sorry.
Gavin
Yeah.
something.
Well, like I said, there's been drama
It
with
was
Dot.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You know, with the founder. But like I said, for me, I'll be honest, man. I didn't
Gavin
think
Wood.
that.
Gavin Wood was the
Hey,
founder.
by the way, I think Dot's gonna hit an all-time low, man. Like, I honestly,
And then he left
I'm
Dot, right? He left Dot, and isn't that usually that's when that kind of turned around for Dot?
the
It was
founder of
Gavin
Dot.
Wood.
When you said Gavin Newsom, I knew exactly who you were talking about. I just can't remember.
He's the governor of California,
Gavin
right?
something.
That's
It's
what
like,
that is.
yeah, it's something like that.
XRP
Yeah, but
does
you're
look
talking
decent
about
right here. It came down to that SR flip. It's either the right time or last time before it all goes to shit. Just heads up to my XRP people.
Wait, what's that? What's going on?
Like, my best performer is
Hold on,
Ondo.
he's talking about XRP here. What?
I was
Can
just
you
saying that
please-
you came down to the SR flip. You got a stopping volume candle on the 4-hour. It looks like a good little jump off point. But more importantly, you didn't body underneath. This was crucial that SR held at 199 basically.
Look at that though. That is a head and shoulders.
Yeah, but you can't, guys. We've got to separate technicals from seasonality. It's a head and shoulders, yeah. Just like there was a massive M pattern, just like a lot of these alts. But when you take the measured move of the head and shoulders,
That's a dirty. That's not a clean as like. And by the way, guys,
even if
I'm
it
not-
was, you'd have to say you have to be in the school that XRP was coming down to $1. Not that it couldn't. We all see the technical reasons why, right? Like if that gives, it's a wrap.
Nobody thought that the Dogecoin
Sure,
was going to
dude,
go from 50 cents down to 16. but-
Shit, I did when I sold that shit.
What's the
Yeah,
XRP?
so did I.
What's the
I sold that
XRP?
shit so quick when we had that
I sold
run.
all my Doge.
How about the XRP
Nah,
BTC pair?
this definitely isn't a head and shoulders.
Fast. It's not an indicator. Those spider lines are hand drawn.
Well, I do, but
Those spider
I'll
lines
just
are all
be-
hand drawn.
The shoulders
Guys,
would
I'm
be
not, I'm
the
not a
shoulders
pattern
like if the
person.
shoulders were lower on the head and the head was more prominent, it would be
No, it's
easy
not.
head and
Yeah,
shoulders.
it's in the spirit of just because you have co-equal highs, but no.
But is that a clean head? And I'm not a pattern guy, so I'm asking you guys. Is that a clean head and shoulders? Because for me, that's not.
For something like
That's
that,
not-
I would
It's
want to
a-
see a candle close below the line, and then if it drops that support and it comes back up and does a bearish retest, then yeah, it's confirmed. But it's too big. Otherwise, like it's too big. Like it would have to confirm with probably a daily candle, and then it would have to drop that support, bounce at 166 like he's got there, and then come back up for a bearish retest at 195, and then you could probably call it. But right now it's like, so it's such a big pattern that I would need that. It's so big that I would
Guys,
need
I
that
don't mean to cut you
confirmation.
off, but you're going a long way around to say that it's a head and shoulders. It is head and shoulders. You got a right shoulder right here, comes down to your neckline. You've got your head, comes down to your neckline. You've got your shoulder, co-equal highs, comes back down to your neckline. It's a head and shoulders. Do you have some wicks in the middle that cut it off? Yeah. But for the most part,
Okay, so can I ask you, like I said, because like I said, I'm not a pattern guy. For that head and shoulders to be confirmed, what's a time frame that you like under that, right? Because you like basically you need to close a candle under that to confirm, right?
well, a pattern on
What's
a pattern that you can see on the 3-day, right? You can't take a 1-minute candle closing under as confirmation, right? And we don't do
that's what I'm asking.
we don't do candles closing under as confirmation anyways. What you would want is you would want the Livermore pivot, right? You have to come back. You've got to test that. So
you want the drop
closing,
and the retest.
yeah. So closing
You
at
want
least
confirmation.
closing at least hourly candles underneath with a retest and a bearish retest of it.
Okay.
And then if you
I'm with
really
you on that.
wanted true confirmation, so like your breakout traders will take the trade here, your confirmation traders will take it here, your paranoid traders don't take it until it breaks the low. But you're leaving money on the you're leaving money on the books. This is the sweet spot.
I
Because
don't know one.
you get
paranoid trader.
confirmation and you get a cool down RSI.
Yeah, the only reason why I don't think it's a head and shoulders is that left shoulder is a part of like a breakout. Like it broke out. So if there was like a head and shoulders within, not including the left shoulder, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, the thing is, it is a head and shoulders, but they can fail.
Head and shoulders are reversal patterns, right? It's important to break the pattern down to the psychology. Why does the head and shoulder do what the head and shoulder does? If you break it down to first principles, you get a high, and then you get a breakout of a high, right? So bullishness is increasing, and then it's followed by a lower high, which kills sentiment. So yes, the inside could be different. It could be weird. I do want people to look for textbook head and shoulders, but that's really what you want. You're looking for that sentiment shift, the rollover. And then once it starts looking anywhere near like a head and shoulders, then you get the self-fulfilling prophecy of everybody doing their measured moves. But head and shoulders are amazing fake outs, right? Head and shoulders are probably one of the most common patterns used to fake people out before parabolic moves. Like look at Jasmine. Jasmine comes to mind. Look at Jasmine's head and shoulder here. Right? If you would have taken the break of that, or if you would have tried to front run the break of that, you would have missed her last move. Look at Jasmine's head and shoulder down here. Same difference. Right before it was about to take off, print a head and shoulders, everybody fell for it, boom, gone.
Yeah, but structure wise, I mean, like I said, that's why I'm a structure person. Because structure wise, you're still in an uptrend.
Yeah, but what I was saying about the answers not being on the chart right now means it has less to do with structure and more to do with momentum. Whatever structure you can show me right now, we get the wrong tweet tomorrow, it's gone in either direction.
Yeah,
down or up.
and
But
that's
and no matter what the chart
So
says,
under
if
that,
they drop that lawsuit or something like that, and on April 16th or whenever, or something gets changed, and it don't matter where the chart's at, it's gonna freaking rocket ship, or it's gonna go down.
so like I was saying, under circumstances like this, structure means less. Right? So all you have is first principles. All you have is momentum. If a move's gonna happen, you're gonna see it in the momentum.
what do you mean by momentum?
I mean by following. I mean by following momentum, following your EMAs, being able to look at a chart and seeing does this have bullish or bearish momentum. Right? What are we actually doing right now in real time? Less predicting, more reacting, is what I've been saying for a couple months now. They can't trick you. If you play the momentum, they can't trick you.
And that's the one part that like I feel like I'm missing out on is that like the EMAs, because like I said, I'm not an EMA person, and I know like that's something I need to work on, especially on the continuation side, because I'm just like I said, for me, structure tells me if I'm going to get continuation or not, but I think I need to add that to the
you've got to keep adding. Your toolbox is gonna get bigger and bigger, bro. It has to. If you're doing it right,
by the way, like I know that 100%.
No,
but like I said, what I'm doing right now works, right? I'm trying to refine that, but yeah, like I remember when you and I talked about what was it, the 13 and the 30, right?
13 and the 5 and the 50. Yeah. That's basically what I'm talking about. I mean, we can go to any, just give me any chart right now.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean,
just give me a
H bar or whatever.
H bar.
H bar.
Okay.
Can I show you what structure I'm seeing on XRP? I've got a live stream when
bearish
Dbloc's
momentum.
down.
6 minute. Bearish momentum. 45 minute. Bearish turning bullish. 5 minute. Bullish momentum.
And you have, what are the EMAs that you have there? Let me write this shit down.
The 5, the 13, and the 50. What you're really looking for is this price above the 50 on whatever time frame you're looking at, or below. And then you use the smaller EMAs to figure out how close you are to actually breaking that, flipping that momentum. Right? To be able to go on the weekly chart and then go to your list and just flip bearish momentum, just breaking bearish momentum, super bearish, not touching it. Being able to do that at a glance very fast without worrying about structure. Okay, might hold, got to keep an eye on that. That hold could flip up. Breaking, probably going to the 200 EMA. That might hold, got to keep an eye on it. Already rejecting bearishly off the 50, probably going to fill the wick. Right? Super fast. Ooh, what are you? Oh, Japanese yen. Of course, it would be the one thing that looks bullish.
Things gonna.
I was like, oh, hello. Why aren't we trading you right now?
Well,
remember I told you that Forex is where market makers play. Like, it's just pure vectors. You can't even really chart it on a regular chart.
Is that the yen?
Oh, look, I was about to draw.
Going...
Yeah, I was about to draw that out, but I already have it drawn out. Yeah, yen's going for the breakout. We need this to just demolish the dollar for a little while. Really need this breakout. And look at the vector gap on yen.
That means does that mean that when the yen is going up, the yen is getting appreciating value?
Yeah. You can buy more yen per dollar. I mean, you can buy more dollars per yen. It's yen versus dollar.
But do you know
isn't that
hold on. He's asking the question. What happened?
Well,
no. The guy before you that you cut off. What were you saying, bro?
I was saying, like, remember last year when we had the big meltdown because of the yen trade? Would that fear start coming into the market for the yen trade?
As long as the dollar goes down, But if the dollar stays strong for too long, definitely. If we don't break out of this and we start making lows on the yen, people are going to get terrified. So we need this breakout. This breakout keeps them from having to do anything crazy, which keeps us from having to do anything crazy, and that's how we like it. What were you saying, Pollo?
No, I was just asking, do you know, because like I said, man, I'm really concentrating on refining stuff. So like for instance, like I have no interest in Forex, but like for instance the Traders Reality, you know, like those classes, like I said, like vector gaps and vector candles, like I'll be honest with you, like that's not something that I'm even, I would say, a novice at, right? Like do you have any, besides the Traders Reality, or do you have like a book or something like that that you could suggest?
For I'm
Right, because
sorry,
like I'll
for
tell you,
what for what specifically? For what sort of strategy?
like I said, the Traders Reality, like vector
No, there's
candles,
nothing
vector.
there. No, no. That's a trade
Because
skill.
I'll tell you, like, yeah, I read Trading in the Zone, and dude, like that, it was amazing for me. For like I said, because like I said, I'm a structure guy, and that's what works for me.
It's
Like
a
that's what's made
trade.
me uncomfortable.
It's a trade skill, right? It's the kind of thing that for a long time was gate kept. Even in crypto, there's only 3 people that talk about it, and 2 of them are behind $200 plus a month, courses and discords and shit. It's not, you can't even, it's not even something that you can Google. It confuses AI. I tried to talk to AI about it and they completely got it wrong. So I don't know personally of anybody that's put it into a book. Most of the people that I know are gatekeeping it and aren't willing to talk to about it for free with anybody else.
Like I said, I know you have like a pretty good grasp on it. But like I said, the
Yeah.
only other person that I know at least in the crypto space is Tino, Traders Reality. Like,
Yeah, and that's because we all came from Forex. So anybody that you hear talking about vectors and market maker, for the most part, 90% of them came from Forex. The other 10% were taught by somebody that came from Forex.
well, I never traded that.
Yeah, and
like I said,
Forex traders, the one thing that Forex traders love more than money is an edge. They don't give edges up. That's why it's kind of, but it's a basic concept, right? It's just, you're just chasing liquidity, but you are keeping in mind the cost benefit analysis of each move for the market maker, right? How much money would they make going up versus down?
I already know. I'll tell you this. I agree with you with them like keeping like I guess like it fenced in because I only know one Forex trader, and when I saw him taking 500, 1,000x trades, I was like, bro,
for like 2 pips too, like 2 clicks of the candle, I'm out.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
like
Forex
dude,
is wild.
he's got like he's got uh he's got basically macros. He's so like he has his keyboard, but then he has another like
Yeah, you can't. You
it's
have
got
to.
it's got
Yeah, you have to. You
yeah,
need
it
macro
has
commands.
basically 12 keys on it. That's like basically like it executes and sells
You can trade Forex. A friend of mine trades Forex heavy on a Stream Deck. He's got everything on his Stream Deck. Buy, sell, increase value size by 10, 100 by 1, reduce by 10, 100 and 1, close all positions. It's crazy, bro. It's a different world. Those dudes are like the best Adderall consumers of any of the traders, bro. Guarantee you, they've all got like heavy Adderall prescriptions.
Listen, yeah. Listen, the guy that I'm telling you about, like I said, he doesn't have a stream deck. He has basically it's 9 keys
Like a number pad.
and basically
Yeah.
you just assign macros to it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's the same thing. Stream Deck just fancy with little pictures on it and shit, but it's the same thing. It's just macros.
Oh, listen, hey, I'll tell you right now, what I do for a living, we go above a stream deck. It's a glass touch panel, and you can control whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? Like I get that part. But like I said, like I just didn't when I saw him, I'm like, dude, I've never seen someone do 1,000x trade in my entire life. Like I thought 50x was degen. And
Nah,
I've heard
fast. No, I don't think Forex is easier than crypto. I'll explain it to you in a second. Go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, no, the AD, by the way, like I said, I wouldn't. First of all, I would never do anything 1,000, and then like he showed me, you can go up to 5,000x. I was like, Jesus Christ!
It's not just that, yo. The hard work that you see that when Forex traders do when they're trading is nothing compared to the research you have to do. On crypto, even if you are a TA nerd, at the very most, you stop at the Dixie. Maybe you're looking at the bonds, like yield inversions. You're looking at legacy to sort of see the risk on, risk off for Bitcoin, right? And then if you're trading alts, you're looking at Bitcoin and you're looking at all that other shit. If you're trading Forex, you're looking at all of that. And then you're looking at weather patterns. You're looking at country sentiment. You're looking at the migrational patterns of Canadian geese. Like, it's deep, bro. Nah, it's deep. If you're trading wheat futures, you got to worry about, is it a drought year? Or is it an El Nino year or El Nino year? Nah, it's too much, bro. It's too much. Crypto is way more chill.
Yeah, like I know, like I said, I know that in Forex you're looking for it's less than 1%, or what, like I said, like a 1 or 2% move, like, and you're out.
Yeah. The thing is that market maker, the reason that people follow vectors over there is because market maker really plays. The amount of liquidity that goes through Forex makes this look like we're shooting dice in a back alley somewhere. So because of that, because market makers, they're heavy and their job is to create balance, you can't stay in a trade for too long. You know you're going to get that mean reversion soon, so you just stay in for a couple pips and you get out. Yeah, Drake,
Yeah,
Geese. Geese is actually a true story. Apparently, depending on, there's two different migrational patterns for geese, and depending on which one they take, they happen to fly over these wheat fields in Canada, and they end up shitting on the wheat fields during their migration, and it's just a better year than other years. Just crazy shit like that, bro. Shit you wouldn't even think about.
Well, I'll tell you, like I took like one of the guys that I know, like he's OG. When the whole AI thing started coming out, he's like, dude, buy uranium. It was a 9-month play, but hey, I 40%. I took a 40% gain on that one. And by the way, that wasn't Palantir or Nvidia, uranium. I was like, because he trades, like I say, he trades weird shit. He trades corn and soybeans and all that, and I just kind of went blind in on that. But I mean, like he told me, he's like, hey, bro, think about it. For AI, you need the chips, you need the software. He's like, you also need the energy. It worked out for me, man. I like I said, it was a longer play than usual, but I made money on it.
That's what's up.
But yeah, man, like I said, the past 2 months, I didn't like what I was seeing in crypto, so I've just been trading stock. And I murdered SMCI, and that gave me the ability to just do a bunch of other stuff. Now I will tell you, I'm cash heavy right now because I'm waiting. I think that we need to see what, perfect example. Who here saw the JD Vance, Trump, and Zelensky interview at the White House?
Everybody.
Right? Hey, let me ask you the question. Personally, don't, like, me, That was crazy. Like when I saw that, I was like, Jesus! Like it made me
Brother,
uncomfortable, but at the
please don't use her name in vain, brother. Please.
It's one of
huh?
those it's one of those things, bro. It's all theater. All that shit is political theater. We saw
Yeah,
what
And by
came
the
we
way,
saw what came after.
Predator.com, bro. The TV show.
Yeah.
and by the way, that's kind of what I like because at the end of the day,
The day's
that
gotta
when I
end.
saw that, you look at what happens after, like for instance, the rare earth deal, them buying a bunch of Taiwan semiconductor, like it starts to add up in your head, you know?
You gotta come around more often, bro. We completely broke this thing down for a week after that interview.
Yeah, I know, man. Like I said, man,
Dude, what haven't we busted down on this channel, bro?
That's what we do, bro. We're here to kill black swans.
That's what it is,
We're here to
man.
destroy myths and narratives.
Galactic, the YouTube chats going off. Make sure you guys hit that thumbs up for my man Dbloc.
Yeah, it
Hey,
really
D,
does it really does land on Powell, Meekers. You're right about that. Let's see if Trump could really like put the key in his back with all this shit he's doing.
Hey, Dbloc, can I show you something on XRP real quick?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, you've been waiting to do that. I'm excited about this one.
Sorry, just going back to a chat from earlier. But well, this is the structure on H bar that we had on the 3-minute. Basically a bullish bullish wedge flag with like a triple bottom, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I see on XRP on the daily. So I could be wrong, but I think this was a fake out wick, just the way we bought it up so quickly.
No, it's very similar. Even the way that it held the last support range. If you go back to H bar, like that triple bottom was off previous support. See before the dip. If you take the last drop before the dip, yeah, exactly. Now scroll over to your left. All the way to the left. More. Lowest peak right there. Yep. You were to drop a horizontal right there, that's where you triple bottomed off of. So like you lost the support, regained it, held it again, and then pushed away. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
And then XRP did something similar, except it only wicked under. You didn't have that big drop off, but you had support. You lost it with that wick. And then it held. Now you just got to push away. That's what we were talking about earlier. It looks like it really held where it's supposed to. It could be the beginning of something nice. At least a ride back up to the top of the range.
Definitely.
Your number one goal is to get away from some of these nasty supports. Even if it's gonna drop again, it can't drop from here. Right. So you have to you have to put some distance between you and some of these supports. I see it though.
And Bitcoin, like if they do some more of their tomfoolery, like the 83 73 800 zone. Let's take a look here. It's more on the stochastics where I can see that happening, because on the daily, like a lot of the times before you get a big move, stochastics resets to the stochastic RSI resets to 20, and we like take a look.
Yeah.
So we haven't had that dip back down to 20, which you usually get before a big move, and then on the 4-hour. Like if we even compare price to when it was over here, and you had the bullish divergence playing out, but then you got a minor pump, getting that RSI strong, and then you had the real bullish divergence over there.
Yeah.
So if we have that playing out here, we could get this temporary pump maybe up to this 20 SMA again, like we did there, and then form that strength on the stochastic RSI. Then we come down, make this final bottom. Probably big buy wicks coming in there, and then that could be.
Take a look at my screen. I'll show you that same area, the fractal that I've been looking at for that, which kind of ties in a little bit, right? Because we do need one more candle. So BTC lags behind global M2 by 11 weeks. Excuse me. Every move that global M2 makes, BTC makes 11 weeks later. That's why we're dropping now, because 11 weeks ago from this top is when global M2 had its drop. Global M2 is on the way up. And this line here is when we catch up. This is when we hit the 11th week to the pivot. Now, this is 2020. We were underneath Bitcoin ATH, right? We had put this we had put this wedge pattern, but more importantly, our 50, right? This is our first and secondary test of the 50, just like we had here. Now, and this is what came after. But I do think that we have one more week, right? Right now, we've only tested the 50, which is good, right? We touched down, same thing, but we did wick under twice here. And there's still 5 days left. So we're not out of hot waters yet, but this is sort of the last line in the sand before breaking our parabolic curve that we've been on since the beginning of this run. So it all kind of fits in. It'd be a beautiful move if it plays out like that. For macro guys, this is the type of shit that we live for, right? Weekly fractals.
Yeah, that chart looks amazing. I mean, and we still haven't had that work done into that gap that you have, that little box of support.
Yeah, which would also be some reclamation of this vector that's here. Just like here, right? We had a vector that was underneath support. Price broke support a little bit to clear some of it and then held above the 50. It have the same thing here, a wick down that comes down, clears a little bit, but still bodies above the 50. And then, we popped up here and came right back down. This is the type of sentiment shaking that they do before it's time to go. On these type of time frames, right? We're on the weekly time frame right now. So this would be like coming up to 90, 91, 92 maybe, and then flushing it back down to 79, 78. I don't even have to tell you what sentiment would be at that point, right? Lower high. There would be nobody left that wasn't convinced that the bear market is about to start. Am I wrong or am I wrong? Just think about the psychology of it for a second.
No, Kevin was saying this. You're wrong.
It's making a lot of
Mama's
sense.
right.
Yeah, Dbloc. Nobody wants to admit that, bro. That's the problem. But I feel you.
So all I'm saying is if we catch here and we pump up, I've been saying it for weeks. It's not a rocket ship, it's a rescue ship. It means you pull some funds out so that if we do get shaky, you have something to throw at these bottoms. This would be your confirmation. Right? So all I'm saying is when we get up here and we start coming down, I don't want to hear all the crazy talking here. You have to be prepared for this, which means you can be bearish, but you're not going to be calling 25K because you're expecting dip. Not saying it has to play out exactly. I'm just saying put yourself in the situation of being here 2020 and how that felt and how this must have felt and what would have happened if you gave into it and what you would have missed out when you could have easily just put a stop loss underneath. Right? We've got to stop being so spooky when it comes to taking trades when we've got macro setups like this. Throw a stop underneath. If I'm wrong, your stop will get hit. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, no, it looks like a really good chart. And the 50 EMA on that chart was kind of turning sideways as well, so
Yeah.
could indicate a bit of, like you said, tomfoolery before we move up.
And where's my other chart? Did I lose it on the restart? I think I did.
The one thing I can tell you is like BTC is not my concern. But hey, I gotta tell you, man, like you start looking at weeklies on some alts and it doesn't look good. Like it's literally like a downward trend. And like for me, I was like, damn, I can't believe I didn't notice this. You know, like I hope that I'm wrong for my own sake, you know.
So if you zoom out on a lot of the altcoins, you'll see a lot of them are actually in bull flags on macro timescales.
Give me an example of one. And like I said, because there's a million notes, right? And when I was talking, because I didn't wasn't specific, is like the OG ones, the links, the dots, the AVAXs, the file, like I'm talking about the old, like the dinosaur ones. Like you look at like what they've done on a high, like I said, like on a weekly. Like I was like, oh my god, like this doesn't look good. And a lot of people's mindsets are like I told you, a lot of people's mindsets are. And I'll be honest with you, like, hey, if you would have asked me a year ago, is ETH gonna? I would have told you 6K minimum on ETH. Now I'll tell you, nah, I don't know about that.
Check out Stellar XLM on Mez's got his green.
All that Wyckoff played out when we were down in that flag. I haven't looked at this chart for a while. Phase A, Phase B. Our push on Phase D. Phase E gave us 118. Alright. And this was our fib extensions for the move. And I still stand by it. I still think we hit 6618 on this.
If you look at Bitcoin's doing like an ascending, broadening wedge, just up and up.
Bitcoin is playing that head and shoulders out. We're about a quarter away through the measured move.
Where are you going to take that 20% at on Bitcoin? Or do you not know yet?
Oh, at the top of the vector.
All right.
And then I'll take the rest as CME closes.
I don't have a lot of money in it, but a couple grand on spot. Yeah, but it's stuck at 88K.
Yeah. By the way, this entire thing right here, just ignore that it says vector gap. This entire thing right here is a CME gap. That entire thing. As a matter of fact, I'll just take this from the last time that we were in the same situation. See what happened the last time we had a big CME gap like that? Let's compare the two. Own that.
Damn.
It was about the same. It was almost exactly the same because when we opened on Monday or Sunday, yeah, this one was actually bigger. This CME gap was bigger than the last one that we closed.
Up to the green line.
Only difference
86.
is that the other one was to the downside, so nobody was happy when that one. Only the bears were happy when we closed that one.
Damn. Okay. Well, hopefully they let us get it. You know, like you said, news could change anything, right?
Yeah, we're really, really news heavy, and we're really, really like, excuse me, global, like macroeconomic.
And that's what I was about to say. There's something going on here globally.
No, this shit is way bigger
With
than crypto, bro. This is it's all about the tariffs.
that's what I was
People
gonna
are
say.
scrambling.
And it's not that's a big part of it.
That's a
And
huge part of it. That's a huge part because not
That's-
only
that's
when
not
it was
all-
China, it was cool. When it was Mexico, it was cool. Right? When it was Canada, it was cool. But then he started talking about tariffs on our allies. And Europe freaked the fuck out. Pardon my French. It's uncertainty, right? It's not the tariffs don't matter. No, the stock market doesn't care what percentage the tariffs are going to be. What the stock market cares about is that it's written in stone and we can move past it. All of this uncertainty shit is not this. That's when you see all this panic.
So, well, hold on. That's what I wanted to ask you. Doesn't it seem like this is retaliation for that?
Yeah, it's a trade war. Right? We're basically in our trade war with our enemies and our allies.
There's some type of financial war going on, and the payback is to maybe, I'm not saying it's true, but to dump the stock market and crypto.
No. So the way it works is the payback is to tariff us back, and then the fear of those tariffs and the fear of insecurity make people sell their securities and sell their crypto because it's the uncertainty. I don't think they're actively dropping the price now. If you want to blame anybody about anybody for that in the last month, you can blame CZ and Binance.
CZ.
Yeah, they actively did that, didn't hide it, threw it in our faces.
You don't think there's an attempt being made to degrade the American economy because of what we're doing?
Nah, too many people make money off our economy. Excuse me.
Interesting.
If anything, it's all the money printing.
Anybody with big money is making money off our stock market. They're all riding it.
What about the cyber stuff that's going on with X right now?
Yeah, I mean that's Elon's apparently rubs
So
people the wrong way.
It
So
seems like it kind of all ties in together with that attack and the financial attack.
Bro, we're pulling out of like major world alliances and like shifting the whole like geopolitical situation
Well, there's a
in
reason for
Europe.
that.
Yeah, but like
It's
that's why
kind
the
of like
market's crashing.
it's
It's
kind of
because
like us against the world right now. There's a global agenda. It's called a globalist and the BRICS and all of that.
all right, well, we're not
Trying
gonna get into the politics of it. We're just talking about like exactly what affects the market specifically, right? Like,
But that has something to do with this, though.
yeah, but not. It doesn't really matter who the players are. What matters is, are they doing something directly to? No, Not for what we're doing. Not for like where do I set my stop loss because the globalists are involved. That doesn't.
Well,
That doesn't.
of course, but that's what's at play, though.
All I'm saying is we can go into mad like 3-hour
You can't
long
ignore it.
explanations about what's going on, but what's important is what effect is it going to have? Because none of us have the answers.
I mean, but it's right in front of our face. They don't want us to be the world currency.
Who's they?
Would you not agree? BRICS, the global elites.
I thought we're the global elites.
It's not. It's
BRICS already
it's
failed. Half the companies
complicated.
that are, half the countries that were like, half the countries that were involved in BRICS pulled out of it.
I mean, I'm just assuming that everywhere else on the planet, when someone says global elites, they're talking about Americans.
They haven't failed. No, it's more than just us, man. There's us, and then there's the others.
All right, well, we got to name the devil so we can shame the devil, right?
Oh man. Okay, give me a minute. Let me give you the names. 1 second.
Here we go.
It's us.
Let me throw on my tinfoil hat real quick.
Well, there's a digital monetary revolution about to happen that everyone's involved in.
All I'm saying is globalists are called globalists for a reason. There's no borders when it comes to globalists. There's no American globalists. There's no BRICS globalists. Globalists are globalists.
Well, of course, there's people in our government and corporations that are involved.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's all the same. It's all the same shit. It's the powers that they tell us are in control and then the powers that are really in control. But my point is, we know that already. It's been that way since the freaking 80s.
We'll put all that to the side and just stick to the United States being the world currency.
Yeah, I mean, we aren't going to be the world reserve currency forever. We're definitely not. But that downturn is something that happens over decades, which is arguably people could say has already started, right? If you look at, so if you look at Dixie, right? Let's pull up Dixie since we're talking about.
I'll just give you
really
this,
only
this
one
date.
reason. Well, there's two reasons. But okay, so the reason why USD is the world reserve currency is because that's what we decided to transact oil in
Because
oil
we
runs the
say
entire
so.
economy.
Because we say
And
so.
Yeah, and we say so because we have a military that will kick the shit out of anybody else. Like our military is what makes us the world reserve currency. Nobody else is going to have better tech that's going to be able to take us out.
Except of China.
Exactly. All right, so check this out. Let's take a look. Instead of
I don't think China could either.
we can just look. We don't have to. We can chart it, right? We don't have to get subjective. We can chart it. So let's look at the history of the Dixie here.
This China, bro, if they decide to...
This is a historical analysis of the Dixie from the beginning of time. Every major event that caused every pivot. We were in a downtrend, a severe downtrend, right? I guess you could say we broke out now when we eased tightening, held, pushed away. What are the chances you think we get back to 165? Take into consideration that to get to 165 the first time, we had to sell guns and drugs. Like, we literally had to sell guns to the Contras in exchange for drugs, and we went gangster right here, which is why we flew up the way we did. And then Reagan had to work with all the foreign countries to weaken the dollar because we couldn't trade with anybody. Finally weakened the dollar, had the export boom, went into a long-ass recession until we had our dot-com boom. And then now we're looking at Bitcoin being born, right? So this spike up, we sold guns and drugs. This spike up, we sold the internet to the world. And this spike up was when Bitcoin was born.
We selling Bitcoin.
But you can't argue that it is in a downtrend, right? And we've been in a downtrend since we took the gold off the dollar stand. I mean, since we took the dollar off the gold standard. I suggest everybody go watch Changing World Order on YouTube, and it'll do a way better job than I can in a much more entertaining, animated way. But yeah, we're at the point now that the US dollar is backed by the power of the military, period. And that can't last, right? That's usually when things come to an end. It was bad for the Brits, it was bad for the Ottomans. It's when things come to an end.
Don't forget the citizens are also corporate owned corporation of the United States. We're assets. We also back the dollar.
Yeah, but everything you just said had nothing to counter what I just said, that there is a financial war going on in the background.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that anymore, bro. Like I said, that's been happening since the 80s. Bro, we've been talking about that since, I mean, the old heads were talking to me about that shit when I was too young to give a hell in the park, trying to convince me of, and then I went into it, and then it's always been this way. It's literally always been this way.
Well, they'll use whatever dirty tactics they have to use. So I'm smelling a little cyber action right now.
Yeah, we're due for some nasty cyber attacks. Drew's been talking about that for a couple of years now. That's right. I mean, I think the next major black swan will have something to do with some sort of cyber attack.
I think that's what it is, and I'm smelling a little bit of it.
Psychological high and CME closed is looking kind of good.
I'll leave it at that. Do what they got to do. I'll leave it at that.
Well, the sad truth is they're going to do what they got to do regardless. Right? We've got our sphere of control.
I got all those names you wanted. You wanted names. I got all the names. You want the American names, the international names.
We have our sphere of control, which is this control right here. This is everything inside this bubble we can control. Then we have our sphere of influence. Everything in that bubble is things that we can influence, and the overlap are things that we can influence and control. Once you take care of all the things you control, you start working on the things that you can influence and control. Once you take care of those, you start working on all the things you can influence. This bubble out here is shit you could do nothing about. And all the time wasted on this bubble, if these bubbles aren't taken care of, is wasted time. And once you take care of your sphere of influence, your job as somebody who cares about these things, because not a lot of people care about the shit you're talking about. So the fact that you care about it puts you in a special position to maybe eventually do something about it. But for that, you got to take your sphere of influence and you've got to expand it until those issues that we're talking about are within your sphere of influence.
But here's the deal: nothing that I said was
that was some deep shit, bro.
If you don't understand it, it's not tin foil just because you don't get it.
It's not tinfoil. Like I said, we've been talking about this forever. I know where it comes from. I know what you're talking about. I don't think you're making it up or anything.
Bruh, you just steered lives with that one, bro.
Bro, I used to spend a ridiculous amount of time worried about shit that I couldn't control, bro, to the point where it was like, me personally speaking for myself, it was just really distracting me and making life difficult because I saw everything through that lens.
Right, dude. It's like, what are you gonna do about it? What are you gonna do about it? Like if something you can't control, then you kind of just got to accept it or go with the flow. Somebody told me if a problem is small, it will resolve itself.
the problem is big, then there's nothing you can do about it anyway.
I think all of this shit is worth discussing. Don't get me wrong. I think all of this shit has merit and is worth discussing. I just think when it gets to the level that it starts to like bother you in real time, you feel yourself getting upset about it. Like that type of people do it with everything, though. Politics, specific. You see it a lot. I don't even have to tell you. You guys know people that are like that.
But we
Bro,
can't
I used to
ignore
be
it.
a
Though.
Nah, you can't ignore it. It's not something you ignore.
It has everything to do with what we're doing right here on this chart.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can't. Yes, but it started off with you saying, "Do I think that they're selling off assets to bring down the dollar?" So I was talking about that specifically. I don't think that that has anything to do with it. That doesn't mean that it's not also going on, on the side. I was just addressing
Selling
your
off
original
assets
question.
strengthens the dollar. I mean, unless you're selling off into a different currency, most of the assets that are selling off are being sold into U.S. dollars, which would strengthen the dollar.
Well, maybe not that, but to weaken the American economy.
Yeah,
It's just a
I
bad look.
I definitely think I'll give you an example. DeepSeek dropping their DeepSeek AI reasoning model like 2 weeks before OpenAI was going to drop their O3 model and drop in NVIDIA. I think that was on purpose. Right? Those type of things you can sort of directly attribute to motivation. Right? Their stock went crazy after that. Like I'm still using DeepSeek after that. But I think the problem is that if we start to try to blame everything that happens on it, then it takes away from actually noticing when it is something real,
I'm not trying to blame.
Yeah.
I'm trying to be one step ahead of it instead of just sitting back and allowing things to play out and being like, "Oh, it happened."
I'm with you. Even if you can't control it, I want to know what's happening. At least so I know. So I'm not in the the dark about it. Somehow it feels better to know I'm getting screwed if I'm getting screwed.
People just sit around just like, whatever, oh, it's 10 foil. Nah, man, we gotta look.
If we get this higher high here, we're going to get through these liquidations and we'll be in that vector gap in no time.
What vector, bro?
I'm going for the one above us, the 827, but we should these liquidations should take us at least to the start at 811, and then we'll have to climb through that vector to get to the 800. But I think we're straight here. At some point here, we are going to run out of liquidations, and we'll come down and we'll build some sort of flag structure to build sell side liquidity. But I think we have enough to get through this.
Shit, I've been a damn long. I'm not in a short from 106K or 7 or whatever.
Just remember, brother, to catch that short. You heard him today say how many times he had to swing at that short before he caught it.
He came on here when you weren't here and said 3 times.
It was a lot more than that.
So either he lied or he's.
It's not that he lied. Is that they were looking for tops ever since we hit 100K. Even the first time, Bears have been shorting this thing every single time it hits 100K.
I had one in up there. I couldn't hold it though, because that wasn't where I was at with it. What did I do? I retreated like it something horrible, like 98K. Horrible.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to shit on him or anything. I'm just saying to catch that good trade, you have to keep in mind that you had to deal with 6 or 7 that didn't hit. You know what I mean? And still keep swinging.
You also had to deal with the fact that everything was going down and down and down, and you're not taking the profit, and it's still coming down, and now we're still here, and he's still not taking it.
Yeah. We see that though. I mean, we watch that every day with these liquidation levels, right? Like we see the price coming back towards the liquidation, and we watch them sort of just stand there. But he's far away. His liquidation is at this point. It's just him giving up profits. It's not like he's in danger of being liquidated or anything. I'll be right back. Hold on.
If I would have held it, that would have been the freaking. I already know. I ruined buying bottoms and buying the bear market and all of that. So that's why I'm so so I'm thinking about the inverse, about when this is going to end, about the global stage. Even you yourself are talking about when this is going to end, the end of this year, your exit strategy. We're closer than that. We're closer to that than we are from buying a dip. So we'll see. I want to see it 150K, 140, 120, whatever. Bull market not ended. I mean, I'm keeping the face. But that's why I sold my damn short at 98K. And it was a good one. Oh, well. We'll see. And another thing, something is not the same. Because the last cycle, altcoins were not at this point, in that spot cycle. This is a different animal. And that was another big mistake for me.
It's dominance, man. That's all a product of dominance.
Well, here's the deal. Even buying a lot of them alts at the bear market bottoms
Wouldn't have made a difference if you held it.
it wouldn't even have made a difference.
No, you can actually pick some of them up lower than my initial buys. Which is why I say, like, when I say it's a trader's market, that's what I mean. Like, I don't mean like day trading. I just mean to have made money in this market, you had to sell some of your stuff and buy it back lower, right? You had to trade at some point.
The biggest mistake.
Yeah, you couldn't just.
Like exactly what you told me to do, Dbloc, in freaking December when I was like, and you were like, bro.
Big guy there, copy. Sorry.
Yeah. I could hear it in your voice, and you were like, dude, I'm so glad I did that, bro. And I just needed that little extra reassurance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Everybody's scared of screwing it up, but nobody wants to screw it up. Nobody wants to actually get to the bag and then screw it up once it's there. So that hesitation is natural.
But it's hard at the top, man. Like not the top. Use that term lightly, but like it's hard when you. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's like, but in a way, I guess it is. It takes a little bit of stress out because, you can always get back in, but you may not have the opportunity to, get your money back if you lose it on the downside. If you lose it on the upside, at least you can, have the opportunity to go back in, whatever else. But that really helped. Now, if this plays out like in the next couple months here, 2 to 3 months, that would be like probably one of your best pieces of advice you ever gave me.
I appreciate it, bro. I talk a lot of shit on here, but you actually listened. So that's on you. You gotta give yourself all the credit for that one.
No, but I respect, I've been kicking it with you a long time, man. So I do, even though I screw around on here a lot, don't get me wrong. Like I like to make people laugh or have a little fun, but don't mistake the friendliness for weakness or that I'm not serious about what we're doing here.
No, of course.
I think you know when I'm serious about something, but it's appreciative, bro.
I appreciate that, bro. I don't. Okay, so at this point, we haven't invalidated that head and that. Well, we're right at the point where we can say that we're starting to invalidate that bearish structure that we had, but I don't like how we're trapped underneath this old flag still. And it's like very intentionally trapped underneath this flag. So like I want to pop up through these liquidations as soon as possible.
Dude, Crow is another big winner today so far, up 8% already. It's holding pretty strong.
You gotta watch Crow really close, man, because if they vote to unlock all those tokens, it's gonna be a problem. I'll be watching it, and I think it's in the next week. The vote was supposed to, if it didn't happen already, I gotta check. Galactic, you know when they're voting? I know you're watching Crow. Pretty close.
Reminds me of another coin. PAL.
I know that's
Oh,
one.
by the way,
I
guess
know
where
that's one of your regrets.
Guess where
right?
that's at? Guess where that's at?
Back to where it was on the drop.
It's below it.
Oh man, yeah. See, that's
And
another
I'm
thing.
thinking about buying.
Even sniping that amazing trade, if you wouldn't have taken profits on it, you see what happens.
Yep.
Isn't that Alex Becker's coin?
Yeah, it's one of the ones that he pushed. They were gonna merge
bites,
with
right?
They were gonna merge with Fetch and Singularity and Ocean, and everybody on PAL freaked out about it because it had a really tiny market cap. So it had the possibility of getting a couple hundred X's, you know, from where it was on market cap. But if they merged, it'd be merged with 3 giant market cap. It was just gonna screw up the tokenomics. So for about 2 days, they thought they were gonna merge, and the chart went to shit. And then they voted not to merge. So it was like, you know, those are those good plays, right? Something drops based off news, has nothing to do with the program itself, and then it gets reversed. So I had a really good sort of move up from there. But even Alex Becker sort of winces a little when he talks about PAL now. He's like, PAL, you know, it's risky, but I still believe in it.
But what was the coin that was actually his, like that he made?
I'm not sure if he's had one yet. I know he's shilled a bunch. And I know that because what happens is when you're a KOL like that, you get put on the team. Neo Tokyo.
Like this. It's him.
That's him and Elio Trades in them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, let's see where that's at.
It's like all the
It was
gaming community are in there.
Neo, no, it was Bytes. It was Bytes. He made
Yeah,
Bytes.
I think Bytes was the one that he actually created. Bytes is his.
Like NFT and his
I always get PAL and Bytes mixed up for some reason. But yeah, I think Bytes is the one.
Neo Tokyo was actually decent. If you have one of those Citizen NFTs, you got in on crazy pre-sales this year.
Yeah, you only need to buy the NFT for 17 ETH.
Yeah, well, yeah. Now I don't even know what they're at now, but when they first came out, I just honestly I faded it, bro. I didn't even. I'm like, it's another NFT.
Didn't they run to like 100 ETH back then? I think, or some ridiculous amount.
Yeah, they've had a crazy floor price on them.
This is why I'm not invested in NFTs at all, because I think they're garbage. This thing got slaughtered.
I don't know, man. I'm waiting, man, for something really sneaky.
Dude, Beam is at 0.5 cent again. Oh my god.
That's funny. That's exactly what I got on my screen. I'm looking right at it.
I just brought it up. The slower high M pattern formation, that doesn't look good.
I really didn't think it was going to come back below 2 cents, but sure enough, it did.
One of my higher convictions, but I'm not even loading up on it if that tells you anything. Still waiting.
It's bad.
Yeah, it looks like ass.
Sui looking strong.
Yeah, I still like
Yeah.
Sui.
Is it still at 2?
Yeah, I think it's above 2.
It's 2-2.
It broke below. It got to 196. Now it's at 220.
Yeah, that's a strong bounce for Sui. Sui's still looking like a champ.
NASDAQ futures up tonight.
Spies getting a little pump. S&P.
Yeah, the last couple hours have been good for US 500.
We can recover overnight. Pump tomorrow a little bit, maybe something. Something for a change.
Here's the problem with this: is that if there's too much of a price movement overnight on the US 500, it's going to leave a gap in the SPX chart, and then it will fill that gap tomorrow, and then probably pump off of that. That's what I usually see happen. If there's a gap left behind overnight, then it will come down and fill the gap early in the morning, like early in the session, and then it should pump for the rest of the day after that.
Did you guys see the Trump posted about Elon and how he's buying a Tesla tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what that's going to do for Elon, but
Maybe Tesla will get a bounce tomorrow. Maybe Tesla's been just knifing.
Well, put it this way: anything that Trump has really talked about recently hasn't been great. Even though like it's kind of I don't know. That's why I was thinking that earlier when I saw that come out. I was like, "Are you better off buying a Tesla or Tesla stock right now?"
It'd be bullish if you said I'm about to buy some Tesla stock instead of buying a goddamn Tesla.
Tesla will always lose the value as it ages. The stock won't. Oh, you were just joking.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm convinced on the. Oh, Elon just responded to him and said, "Thank you, Mr. President." Just now.
Go to sleep, Elon. 3 o'clock in the morning.
Come on, Elon, just give us a Doge tweet for old time's sake, eh?
Yeah, Trump's gonna buy a Tesla.
I mean, I don't.
Tell Trump he can pay for it in Doge. That'll change things really quickly.
Yeah, you know what? I should tweet him that right now, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be the Hey, was that freaking? Who was that?
It's Doge holding Joe Aspen.
Joe freaking Aspen. That's what I thought, dude. You were quiet tonight. Normally you're talking for 4 hours.
No, I was working and everything. I didn't get shit faced or anything, so I'm just chilling.
Dude, the other night, bro, you were on a different level, I think, the other night.
Well, let's just keep it on this level we're at right now. That's how it's going.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, if this low holds, it is Monday, and this would be our pivot.
And again, I apologize too, because you know what, guys, I'm super underwater. I'm probably underwater more than most people in the entire dynamic of it at this point. But I'm just trying to chill each day and watch and learn. And again, I'm paying for tuition at these points in life, but I'm learning in the process.
Don't worry, Joe. You haven't beat me yet.
I've never been liquidated. I'm down with that.
That wasn't my problem.
So I'm just working on the things we got sitting in front of us and learning how to properly play it. we were talking about earlier. Dbloc was warning us up at the higher 40s when I could have sold out of Doge. I did, but I was happy to rebuy back in like the lower 40s. But then I sat there and waited and patient with no stop loss, and it smashed down the 30s. But in the process of that, I learned tremendous amounts of learning how to set stop losses and limits. It's just tough, as we were talking about earlier, as we keep falling and tumbling and expecting to only rip and rise out of there. Again, learned a lot in the process.
Well, Joe, no taxes for you this year.
Wheat.
You and me.
We're not through it. In a couple months, that might change here.
Trump told you guys no capital gains tax. You guys just misunderstood what he meant by it.
I also did make a few positions where I properly purposely sold for losses and repositioned at like, $20,000, $30,000 losses. So those things, helped out for some of my gains that we had before the year flipped over to 2025. So, I don't know. So look at it. Many different directions, but
get rid of them.
Either way, we're all still in the same boat. Everybody across the market's still right in the same boat where we're at.
It's hard to imagine who isn't in that boat. Only people that bought Bitcoin.
I never did the panic sell and wound up buying higher than I sold or anything dumb and crazy like that, running off of feelings. I always sold high slowly in increments, and as it fell, I buy back in smaller increments as it falls through my expected region. So playing my same rhythm, my same rhyme. I've been accumulating stuff. I'm sure we're all down, but in the past month, I haven't even really looked at my few months. I haven't even looked at my monetary value of it. It's what I'm considering is always accumulating different coins. One rips that day, I'll sell 25% of it and shove it into my shittiest coin of the day. Sorry for saying it that way. You know what I mean? So I just been snowballing all my things I've been attempting to hold on to and hit it all at low points. I never bought on a green candle on any of them.
Did you buy Doge today at 14.9 cents?
Nope, I didn't. I actually I was basically patiently waiting. I didn't really have any other sort of funds to bring back into it. All my tokens be in there, but patiently waiting.
I mean, 14.3, even 14.5 was a great buy if you're that wrecked just to lower it a little bit.
Well, it's not even about that. I don't get greedy when we're down like that. Things rip out of control as soon as I were to do something crazy. So I sold it like 24.5 as we were ripping like that.
Joe,
But I bought back in at 18. So I sold at 24 and bought back in through 20, 19, and 18. And I'm happy because I accumulated a bunch, put more into other coins, but I was being patient. I didn't really want it to drop down to these reasonable levels we were expecting, but I didn't want to risk it. It's tough because anytime I usually sell huge bags, Coinbase likes to do crazy things. And, you know what I'm saying? So it's just chilling, but learning in the process.
I mean, the most beautiful thing that could happen though is if Trump would pay for a Tesla with Dogecoin. It would make the most obvious.
He has to pay. That's the only way he can pay for it.
That would be the answer. That would be the answer that would be really good.
They can do it. I want everybody to do it, and you can charge it with it too.
Yeah, that would be the way to say something without saying something. That would be something Elon would respond to.
Wait, does he accept Doge for payment? I don't know.
No, it's just an idea of if it were to properly happen in a funny / serious as could be way. Let it rip, Elon. Now's your opportunity, bud.
I think Elon's under too much of a microscope, dude. I don't think they'd ever do anything with Doge for a while. I mean, I'm just catching up, but I just saw that. Like, I didn't realize that people are like attacking Tesla dealerships and Tesla cars right now. That's crazy.
Oh, dude, it's wild. I mean, then the cyber attacks, DDoS attacks on X.
Yep.
Oh, that was
but
that too. I remember hearing that X was down. Damn.
yeah.
All like
Pay
coordinated protests.
I mean, fortunately,
Got 'em going.
it's a DDoS attack. They can mitigate that, but it's nothing like they're hacking into X or nothing. But denial of service, take the service down. That happens all the time, though.
It's
Probably a
annoyance.
million.
Yeah, it's annoyance behavior. It's just they're trying to just disrupt everything that he has anything to do with.
Dbloc, what do you think if Russia or China were to step in and start scooping up something? Where do you think they would really kind of start doing it? If we were to really start falling down into those 60s or 50s, you think something like that might be like, you know what I'm saying? How come they haven't given it any consideration, or do you guys think in this run at all that there's any going to be
How do you know
any sort of
Putin and
expectation?
China has plenty of Bitcoin? So does Putin. How do you know they haven't been loading up?
Well, I guess
If I'm not mistaken, China holds more Bitcoin than anybody still. CCP.
They control the hash power, so end of the day, yeah.
Well, if they do own it, do you think any of this could have been driven by them in the past few months,
You mean, do I think that a Chinese run exchange sold a bunch of Bitcoin and Solana and ETH to crash the market? Yeah, that's exactly what CZ did. Gotta remember, that's CCP. Binance is a
Yes.
Chinese exchange. Don't fall for that bullshit line that CZ gives everybody.
It's just kind of lighting up a light bulb that I've been paying attention to, but it's kind of just flicking on. It makes tons of sense.
Problem is that all of these people that are in the same games, whether they are enemies or not, all have the same motive, which is to make money. They much
true,
rather
yeah.
make a shit ton of money than screw with whatever. Who cares? If they can make more money than us, what do they care how much money we make? Right? If you're already in the lead for the Bitcoin run, then what do you care? Like, what do you benefit?
Yeah, you're already cruising. You're just chilling and watching the show as it's unfolding,
Yeah, but the greed, they want more. It's never enough.
Yeah, but they've been waiting for hundreds and hundreds of years. So
They'll do it. They'll do anything they can to tank things so they can have it all.
they do have patience.
I just don't understand how making things cheaper for everybody benefits you. Unless they think that that the other governments have no money or something.
Or they're just focusing on making things cheaper to people and taking the things that are real assets and things that are really going to be expensive in the future and focusing everybody else on other things and going after the real minerals and the real metals that they're after.
What?
And yeah,
You're
the
going
poorer
left.
the
You're
regular
going left.
guy
You're going
is,
left.
easier we are to control.
No, like what they're doing with like Africa. I mean, they understand how much raw materials and elements are there, and they go and they give a whole town $1 billion or hundreds of millions of dollars, and they write some small contracts. And if those people don't live up to those type contracts, guess what? It's their land type thing, almost. So we got to look at it in a much larger aspect. I don't know. I'm still learning every day. I'm still looking at things. I'm glad that I'm seeing things in a whole different spectrum because I think in our lifetimes, the rest of our lifetime, we're going to see a lot of differences and changes and expectations on so many different levels go in so many different ways. But if we zoom out, it's pretty clear where it's headed. We just got to be ready to go with it.
You gotta be ready to buy Doge at 14.5 cents, bro, so you can make some money.
He might be ready to buy it at 5 though.
Might never see 5.
Yeah.
But if you're in the 30s and 40s and 50s and stuff like that, 14, take a shot at least at these bottoms. Maybe not.
And literally, if you look at my portfolio, I'm down over like 80,000+. I'm just chilling. So each step of those way, I've been accumulating, throwing stuff in. And I didn't bring in all at one time. I was just throwing small portions in each smaller leg, and I had all these little buy limits. So
I just want to see you do. I just want to see you do well, Joe, because if you're taking that kind of a beating, man, that's not good for the spirit.
It isn't, and that's what I'm trying to do. Is I always have a great spirit. Today was my 103rd or 2nd day riding down the mountains. I ride every single day. I always have a good spirit. It's just the way we look at the world. That's what we're trying to pull in, but also just keep real. Keep it real, but learn in the process.
You're a big dog. It ain't affected you.
I'm not a big dog, guys. I'm a working person that's made money over the years and just has slowly accumulated, but I've also lost massive opportunities, you guys. So don't look at it in any sort of crazy aspect, but I kind of really screwed up this entire part of it, this entire bull run. But I'm sure I made gains here and there. I'm not trying to sit here and say, oh, I have a bunch of dollars. It's not like that. We all do. We've all lost money. We've all made money. But it's just learning in the process of it that's more important.
You'd be hard up to find someone who hasn't screwed up like a lot, or even an entire cycle or multiple cycles.
I'm just honest. I'm just straightforward with you. I'm not BSing with anything. I should have just held on to my 900,000 Doge a long time ago instead of trying to buy and accumulate, and the thing takes off the second I sell, and it's like, that's what we were talking about earlier. If we had bought early, let it sit, don't sit here and chase the market back around. Once we know we're at the bottom, buy low. Don't sell
at 5 cents.
We're actually at high, Of course, my last smallest buy was at 4,990 on Doge.
And I remember that day.
It's really hard to know when you're at the bottom, man. This market's been really tricky lately.
But being in Discord was so helpful. I wouldn't have been able to do it without Tame and Dbloc and everybody in there, and just what we were looking at and how
The
long.
thing is, though, is a lot of times you only hear, "Oh, I'm waiting for this and I'm waiting for this." And I remember in 2021 in the Discord, everybody was waiting for $10,000 Bitcoin and this and that. And probably half the people didn't buy when it only went down to 15, whatever. And a lot of people didn't have the opportunity to buy. So
the waiting
I'm just saying,
happened after we all had the realization it's going to drop lower. So people started selling out at 30, 35, thinking, "Oh man, this thing's really going." I sold out. I sold out a Doge at like 13. That was when thru was like sold out at like 17 or something. We were like, "Oh man, this thing's really if it's gonna do it, thing's gonna actually."
well, I'm just saying, Bitcoin in 2021 when it was dropping. That's all. I mean, everything else kind of went with it. But I'm I watch people just play the card like, "Oh, I'm waiting and I'm waiting and I'm waiting." And I'm sure people were sitting in the background buying and saying that they're waiting or whatever the case may be. But I also know a lot of people that never bought in and then missed it, and then it shot right back up, and it was like, well, not if you were already down, I mean, you're better to have smaller bags at the top. Like,
you remember me sitting there at the top of Doge when we were at like 48 cents, and I'm like, "You guys, I'm still somehow in a bear market mentality, but I have to somehow switch over to a bull market because I guess we're in a bull market." And you know what? Something about my entire everything was absolutely telling me at that point, "Guys, don't BS me here." But again, I kind of mentally switched over and transitioned into expected, but it was just, I should have known better. And it takes a couple of these cycles, and I haven't been through a couple. I've only really been through one full one, and this is my start to so it's it takes a few cycles to really get your feet wet, but not just get your feet wet. It's get in the water and learn
Something's
how to
not
swim.
this is not the same though. And I haven't been through those cycles, and I can see that.
Hey, but this is where we learn even more. This is where our intelligence becomes more complex
These
based upon
these
what's right in
alts
front
are
of us.
not doing what they were supposed to have done.
Exactly.
We are not supposed to be at these prices right now on alts.
You should have known that when they were ripping so hard and so much money was pouring into them before real retail was buying into it. So what did that tell us? They were getting ready to push everybody in the pond.
They changed it up, man. It's all
They
it's
got
just
them all
whatever
swimming.
narrative. They changed it to phases and narratives, and now you're
And
back
once
where
they
you
push them
started
into the
again.
pond, once everybody goes into the pond or the lake or the ocean, it all depends on which ones want to swim, which ones panic and get out quick.
Yeah, and then we're all in this
So
tiny
the other ones
boat, and
are
we're all just floating around in this tiny boat with nothing to do.
Yep, and it's just many ways to look at it. As long as we learn something, it's like going in the ocean. Every time you go in the ocean, if you go in big swell or big wave, I lived in Hawaii, it's you learn something each and every time. You don't turn your back to the ocean. You always are looking at it. You're always facing out. Don't you dare turn your back to the water.
Just be prepared for the end.
But also be prepared for the start of things too, and that's exactly what our mindsets are made of.
You're closer to the end than the start now, though. The end
That's
is later this
the
year.
most bullish thing I've ever heard.
No, you're right. We are. We're closer to the end. But again, look where we're sitting right now. This is the start of our last stride up into the atmosphere. So pay attention which way the currents are coming from and what we're looking at. But that's what I've learned over the years is paying attention to the stuff that really matters. All right, going against expectations, but I learned from
Is what it is.
I'm
not going to make it harder than what it is. When I see the damn 69, that's the pivot point. We got the 69K. I'm coming in. I'm putting my money back in there. If it fails, whatever. I'm at that point. That's it.
You don't DCA in and out though?
No, I'm not into this.
You're not holding any bags like
cash right now. That's what I've been doing in little BS trades and cash. $2,000 trades and stuff on leverage and $50 trades on leverage. Not like I started out 100K gorilla scalps.
What would your for Bitcoin be at right now? That'd be pretty hanging there.
Buying big time, which never recovered.
Oh, bro, where did big time fall today? Where'd that sucker bonk to?
Down like that. I looked.
Guess
like
before you look. Guess before you look or something.
I get 4. I would have never recovered.
I mean, I guess you're trading, so I mean, I guess it's a little bit different, but like instead of putting all your bag in and waiting for 69K, like I guess if you did it all and went long, I guess, and prayed for the best, but
when back then the idea was when alts got to this point around now is that there was going to be some type of altcoin season.
But couldn't you maybe buy a little bit at 75 and buy a little bit at 65 if it keeps dropping, and then this way you're not like
I was just gonna back then I was just gonna diamond hand on spot.
That's what I do. So if you're comfortable with it going all the way down to 69,
well, that's what I did, and it failed.
But
that's what I'm saying. If you fail though, you're like I DCA everything, man.
I picked the wrong. I picked the wrong shit, bro.
Well, if you're still waiting, E-Man, if you're still waiting,
XRP. I didn't pick that.
Well, we know that because XRP is the global world reserve currency.
I didn't pick
Man,
SUI.
There was only like 5 coins that really ran that hard. So
exactly. There was like slim to no chance to succeed in all. You could see it now.
Well, do you guys want some hopium?
No, actually, I like the negativity of the bear.
You
bear
picked
pants.
a
I was
good
actually
one.
getting ready to put my bear pants
You
on
want
and
the
sell my
real,
mags.
bro?
Well, just check out my chart. Check out my chart real quick.
It's all right. I'll sink that short in when we get to the top.
I'm
I
bullish.
just want to show
freaking
you some
ever.
stuff from last cycle.
What are you seeing? What
Is
do you
this
see?
All right, so
Mesa or is this Q?
Qui-Gon
Q.
Jinn, yeah.
Yeah. My guy. What's up, man? How are you?
What up? I'm good. How are you?
You're back again. You were on with Dbloc earlier. I was just watching, but
Yeah. So this was, the 2018 cycle, right? It peaked out like you had this slow growth. This one hard altcoins was hardly anything, right? This is like basically your altcoin market. They were only at $76 billion. You had this devastating bear market, right? You had this big push up, got everyone excited, rejected, came down, consolidated for months, had another big push up, got everyone excited, came crashing down pretty much almost to the lows of the bear market. So we're talking this whole span of time was 455 days. But look at
That's
what
when
happened
people were
after that.
buying Doge pizzas with Doge and stuff back then. Yep.
Look at what happened after that. You had this huge epic move. And this was 4,800% over the next 420 days after that big drop. And then it did come crashing down again, but it held a higher low. And look, it wasn't done yet. So you had this big nasty correction, right? And this was 70% drop. So I mean, it's probably gonna happen again before the cycle's over. Just saying. After that, you made a higher high. You pumped another 280% almost. So, and then obviously we went into the bear market again, and then now here we are. But if you look at this pattern, right? Everyone's saying, "Oh, this cycle it's not doing the same thing as it did last time." And I beg to differ because I think it is. I think it's just that it's taking a lot longer. Hang on, I'm trying to find. It's on a much larger scale, and it's taking a lot longer to play out because we have a different, macroeconomic thing going on. But if you take this pattern here,
Can you shrinking go to like a monthly so it kind of more consolidates so you can
yeah, I'm just trying to give you this picture of this right here is sort of what I'm trying to emphasize is. Hold on, where's my drawing? This right here, right? I want to emphasize this because I think that that's where we are right now. I think we're in this section. We had these two big pumps up. This is a reconsolidation or reaccumulation, sort of, right? Now, if you take this fractal and you bring it over to where we currently are, if you want to make this thing fit, you could say we're doing pretty much what we were doing in the last cycle, right? With these two big humps, you had this move up, down, move up, down, higher high, down, consolidation for several months, another move up. I might have to go on logarithmic for a second to make this actually fit.
So on that, those alts are below their bear market prices.
Yes.
Really?
In this fractal. Yeah, the same thing happened in this fractal. So, I mean, sort of look at how familiar this looks. This pattern. All right, maybe logarithmic didn't help. Hang on, just give me a second to try to make it fit. But I promise you I'm getting to something.
And BTC dominance was raging there.
Yeah, it lays right over it. See what you're saying?
I don't know. I want to believe what he's saying.
Do you kind of see how similar this looks?
Yeah, yeah.
To this fractal? This was the COVID drop right here. So that's why everything tanked right there. This time it's been a slow bleed. My theory is that it's doing the same thing as it did last cycle. It's just on a much bigger scale and it's taking a lot longer because there's a lot more money
Slow and
involved.
patient. Yeah, slow and patient. It couldn't be like the global COVID smackdown, you know?
But I mean, look at what we could potentially have to look forward to. I mean, this is a bit of an exaggeration. I don't think others is going to go to 5 trillion, but I think possibly 3 trillion. I think pretty sure like 1.5 trillion, 2 trillion. You know, so I mean, and this is just a fractal, so like they're kind of really more so just for fun, but just look at how similar the pattern is. Like it comes down, it strikes the lows twice, and then it takes off. So I think when everybody loses hope at this point and capitulates, that's right before it takes off.
Well,
Which is actually typically what happens. That's
before you deleted, where would that time frame come out? So remember how you just deleted it there. Go back and then where would that time frame kind of under that how you just zoomed out, where would that come in? 2026?
I mean, the
Yeah,
high
yeah,
of this
zoom
would be
out.
way out, January of 2026. So if it's an
Okay,
extended
January
bull market,
2026.
if it's an
Let me go
extended
look
bull
something up.
market, then we could go into Q1 of 2026.
And that's where I'm kind of poking at too. Stretched
So-
out on the way down could be stretched out on the way up too.
Yeah, here, let me delete these just so you can see a little better because there's a lot of fibs and stuff on here that really don't necessarily need to be there. But yeah, I mean,
What
if
was
you
the-
look at this
I just got
cycle,
one question. What was
Yeah.
the date to where that bottomed out on that where you're looking at there?
What was
back
the
then?
date?
Yeah. Was it COVID?
March 2020, yeah. But I mean, look at that.
Okay.
Look at this explosive move that came out of it. It completely dwarfed this cycle in comparison. This whole cycle, people were going crazy, and this was like a big move back then. That was 4,300%. This cycle completely dwarfed this one in comparison. So what do what do we have to look forward to here? Like another cycle that dwarfs the previous one in comparison, potentially. This is kind of what I'm hoping for, and I think it could get up there. Like I think others could, if BTC hits 6 trillion, I think others could eventually hit 3 trillion, and that was the previous total crypto market cap all-time high. This was BTC's previous all-time high market cap, and it's blown past that at this point. So I mean, I think it can get there. If we get another huge cycle like this and it's a big bubble and a big super cycle, it should dwarf this one in comparison, just like this one dwarfed the previous one in comparison. And that's like if things would get really crazy. But you can see with this cycle, this is on linear, so it'll probably look different on log, but you can see it blew past the 4.236. The 4.236 is up at 1.86 trillion. So I mean, there's a chance we go even further than that and go higher, like up towards 3 trillion. Now, if that's if BTC hits 6 trillion, or that's if total crypto market cap hits 6 trillion market cap, which BTC could be like 3 trillion. That gives us like $150,000 Bitcoin.
Now the other thing we got to take into action is how many more of those coins are out now.
Yeah,
So
there
back
is
then,
definitely a dilution aspect.
so we can't look at it. We
Yeah.
got to almost take 50% off of that expected region.
Yeah.
Just because
Well,
how
I
much
mean,
it's diluted.
It's going to be diminishing returns anyway, because look, this first cycle, that was 4,300%. Or no, this was almost 9.
Wow.
That was almost 9,000%. And then now this
And
one.
you know what's crazy? Back then, there was some in the top 10 that we don't even know now. So
Yeah.
the
That's
top
how
10
crazy it
compared
is.
to the top 10s now, we have to compare a lot of different variables to the equation, but I definitely see exactly the structure you're seeing.
I mean, that was
On
almost 8,000%. If we were to go 8,000% from here, then I mean, where does that really bring us? That would, I mean, I think that it's going to be
that's asking
probably
a
not
lot.
that dramatic, but I mean, even if we go up here, that's still 1,400%.
Oh,
You know, it's 1,200% to 3 trillion. So if you multiply that by 2, that's like a 20x on your altcoins, 20,
Yeah,
25x on
but
altcoins.
I feel
Yeah,
like
or
that
more.
amount of coins expanded by that much amount too, so it's so diluted. We got to figure out, or people are eventually just going to give up on stuff, or Trump's going to
Yeah.
pull on those, be like, they're done, can't use them. It's like you can't use your Chuck E. Cheese tokens at the store just because it says 5 cents on it or $5 on it. You know?
They just got people just gotta like, you know, they gotta sell the stuff that's junk and pick something that they have a higher conviction in, and
Yep.
there's going to be a smaller concentration of coins that get a big
In the
pump, but
market.
all of the money's going to go into it.
And the market will take care of all the shitty coins that nobody needs to pay attention to anymore.
Yeah, and they'll
Without any
just die
regulation.
and go away. Like, when's the last time you heard of Saitama or Safe Moon? Like, or something like that. Like, you know, there was a ton of meme coins. It all happened. There was this coin called R that, like, had, like, was going up, like, 100% a day, or like went up like multiple thousands of percent, and it was just like this crazy like coin that was on a DEX, and nobody even really knew what it was. It was like some pirate coin.
Yeah, one called
heard-
Hex too. I when it was.
I heard that. I heard that Saitama was going to buy Safe Moon, and they were going to create the world reserve currency.
I read
Dude,
something
that
like
Saitama.
that.
Did they all go to jail?
Cointelegraph.
Did they all go to jail? The Saitama people? I'm pretty sure they did.
I have no idea, but I mean, like, yeah, like Hex was a huge scam. I mean, Luna Classic, Luna was it was a top 10 coin, and then it crashed to zero. I mean, these coins, they appear and they disappear, and there's like, you know, the money, when the money leaves them, it usually goes somewhere else. So it's like, you know, I don't know. We just need the total crypto market cap to gain a lot of money, and I think once we're in a more risk on environment, and like we get, you know, they end quantitative tightening, they start quantitative easing, and especially if we get some sort of stimulus money, like, and you know, it could, if they start printing money, here's the problem: if they start printing money, it could make inflation bad again, which is going to make things more expensive. But at the same time, it makes the assets inflate in value because they're reflecting the devaluation and the debasement of the fiat currency. So you get these people will invest in stuff, and it's like, then when retail comes in and people, like, you know, a bunch of new people that don't know what they're doing, and they just start FOMOing in, and they're like, oh, I just got to buy it and sell it higher, and this is so easy. And you get into these crazy times, you get this wealth effect going, and everyone that is super rich for like 6 months. And, you know, you get in that big peak euphoria stage. That's when you want to sell everything. You know what I mean? Not when your coins are basically at the bear market lows. Like, so I don't think we're there quite yet, but I mean, I think we're getting close. And the time-based capitulation, like Dbloc always talks about, like, it is a real thing, and it just tries to shake people out. And when they're pushing these coins, when whales are pushing these coins down to these lows, they're trying to stop people out, because that's the only way they can buy the amount of quantity that they want, is to force people to sell. So they're forcing people to close their positions by getting stopped out, and they say, "Yep, you're gonna sell it there. We'll take that. You're gonna sell below the previous low. All right, I'll buy it." And they just sell enough coins to drop the price there and get more. That's all they do. But then eventually they can't, like, you know, the herd comes in, and the FOMO starts, and they can't fight the FOMO, and that's what this whole stage is, this whole big euphoric stage. And then you've got a few weeks or a few months where you're downtrending, oh, you think it's over, and then there's like this another big spurt. So I mean, I think it's far from over, guys. Like, I don't think you should be thrown in the towel, and I don't think you should let your hopes like just drip down the drain because we could just be here.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm also in the mindset that we're on around the same date as this time in 2020, like COVID crash, recovery, and the stochastic RSIs are in the same position on the weekly and on the monthly too.
This is what I think is still in store for Bitcoin. We're probably like, I would think that after this dip is over, we're gonna reach up to these higher points, and then we will eventually start the next bear market and bottom out somewhere around mid 40s or whatever. But that this could take years. Like now we're talking 2027 at least by the time this ends up happening. But I mean, by the end of 2025. I would expect Bitcoin to have made one last big run and have a last big hurrah. You get this distribution pattern. Money starts to fly out of Bitcoin and go into alts. And then this right here would probably coincide with like something like this that happens. And then altcoins take dominance completely. And then you see where...
Yeah, layer ones, layer twos, and into our AI seasons, all kinds of stuff. See it right there.
Yeah, we get all kinds of crazy stuff, and like they all not every narrative runs together.
Wow.
But just to look at Bitcoin dominance, real quick, to sort of illustrate like what the altcoin season actually looks like.
$2.
The
price of
this is
of
all
near.
Bitcoin season. This is
Check
this
this
is
out.
the first altcoin season. This is
Market cap
Bitcoin season. BTC trends up for like 3 years or so. This time it came down quite a bit. Like it dropped, from 72% down to 57%. And then it came all the way back up to 26%. So from its first top to its second top, that was 476 days apart. So this is altcoin season when dominance is just completely crashing.
Bro, that's what I'm
That's
waiting
where you-
for. It's what I'm waiting for.
That's where you get moves like this and then moves like this because people flood into one narrative, they sell everything off, and they sell off some more of their BTC. BTC makes a lower high, but then the altcoins start ripping again as BTC is going down. Money comes out of BTC into ETH, from ETH into top 10, from top 10 into the top 100, and it just trickles down. And eventually you get your bottom of the barrel coins popping off at like these last stages here. And then, they have higher multipliers because they're a smaller market cap and higher risk, but everyone's rich at this point. During this whole 6 months or whatever, everyone feels rich. Everyone feels
the
like
next
super rich. You get this
opportunities.
wealth effect.
Yep.
And
Money starts
everyone's
pouring from
euphoric.
one
Everyone's
avenue to
yelling
the
and screaming and like, oh my god, this is awesome. Everyone's yelling and screaming and laughing and drinking and like, to the moon and where it's never going down and we're all gonna be rich. That's when you want to sell. Because this comes after.
Have you looked up some of these alts and compared the prices that they are at now compared to the lows of March 2020?
Yeah, I just looked at a ton of alts. There's some alts that are making new all-time lows. I mean,
Like, so I'm looking at some of this stuff like near, it was like between $2 and $3, and it's like at that now, and that's just like one of many. So, like, how do you figure something like that into, like, does that support what you're saying right now?
Maybe we should be paying more attention to stuff like Jasmine that didn't fall to those lows and putting more attention into structures that didn't actually sink below where they shouldn't have got to. You know what I'm kind of saying?
That's a hell of a round trip. That is a hell of a round trip.
I mean, if there's altcoins that are making new all-time lows, yeah, chances are they might not be seeing
Get
their
out.
previous
Heads
all-time
up.
highs ever again.
Exactly. There's no money coming back into them,
But-
especially reaching these areas.
I mean, I think there will be money that comes into it, but like, Doge went up to 50 cents. It didn't go to its all-time high.
and then it came back down to 16 cents. I'm not saying that Doge is over. I'm just saying, you know, some of them might go up and make like a 0.5 retracement or 618 retracement,
Could you-
and then you get out of those ones when they pump. You still make a profit.
Could you name a few? Could you name a few the coins that are not in that category?
Well,
Of
I'm
a round
looking
trip
for
since then?
I'm looking for near on my list because you mentioned near, and I'll just try to like analyze that a little bit. I looked at it earlier.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Let me see if it's still here.
All right, so near is
Yeah.
has not actually made a lower low than
Yeah,
October
150 and
23.
$2.
So it was at
A
89 cents back in
$1.50.
October of 23. Now it's at $2.42.
Oh, I said
So
20.
I mean,
2020. I said
2020. Oh, 2020. Yeah, I mean, 2020 October.
I'm showing.
Or it's even like when
2020
most
it was
like
at 56 cents.
Really? Why is it saying? I said to Chat GBT, what was the price of near on March 2020, and it said between 150 and $2.
how about this, guys?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking at it November. This is as low as it went. November 20th or November 2nd, 2020. The low was 52.5 cents. Right now it's at
Oh wow,
$2.42. So
Yeah,
that's
like
almost a 5x from there.
Near went
come on, Chat
ripping. Near
GBT.
went ripping. What was Near's all-time high
Why?
up there?
Why is it lying to me?
All-time high was $20.59.
Yeah, just over $20 or something. But let's
Yeah.
check out something like, let's look at like STX. On this entire run, STX was something that was standing out above all of those other coins we're talking about. You know how Dbloc was always pointing out, STX was ripping up there, right? Let's see where
It's not that
something like
old.
STX that always kind of drove in front of everything on this altcoin first session.
Stacks
When
is
did
pretty new,
STX coin?
You remember what I'm saying? Remember how like Dbloc's kind of pointing that out? It actually was one of the ones that did like the best. I'm just wondering how solid it held its foundation at this point.
Where the hell is Stacks? I know I had it somewhere in here.
2017.
Because you know what I'm saying? It really did. It drove harder and didn't fall down, but picked up. But I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
and then it
Stacks
went
is
live.
probably not.
2021 it went live, and the
Stacks is
ICO
probably
was
not going so
Ooh,
far.
look at that sucker! Look at that sucker!
Yeah, Stacks isn't doing too well.
So we're
that's
super
still
close
almost
back down
there,
to
but
those
what was
like
the price of Stacks on March 2020?
close.
Yeah, check out 2020. See what's that.
Looks like the low was 4.3 cents.
What was its all?
It's at 60 cents now.
This last rhythm. What was its
20
high?
cents.
The high?
Where your white line coming from? Yeah, what was that guy? 3 something?
The high was $3.30. No, hold on, sorry, $3.84.
But the whole time going through so the first part of Bitcoin rising up, it steadily came up there now. What do you see from this structure of it? What do we see? We got
Well, I mean, you don't. It's never really a good idea to be falling into your bear market consolidation.
What was the price of Lender March 2020?
It really is. It's back into that consolidation region down there, in my eyes.
Yeah,
Holy
I mean,
shit!
it's not a great look, but if it doesn't make a lower low, like it's still probably okay. Like as long as it doesn't fall below this point. You also have like this sort of point of reference back here. Falling back below here, yeah, that's probably bad, but this is probably as cheap as you would want it to get before.
Exactly. I just feel like it was one of
What
those
was the
ones where
price
people
of
had a lot of
Injective Coin
confidence
March
this
2020?
past couple of years, and then now it's just they're like, tapping their fingies on it.
Well, look, it did make a higher high than it did in 2021. So it made a higher high from last cycle. So this is one that's already seen a new all-time high. It just unfortunately didn't.
It's when it happened that's what I'm concerned about. It happened too soon.
Yeah.
We need to get a new,
Unless it
a new
has
coin.
massive potential sitting in front of it. Like, what do you got up there
What was
for
the
your
price of
high
JTO
of
March
fib?
2020?
Five
I mean,
something.
the 1.618 is $5.18. So
Yeah.
that would be like almost a 10x.
Yeah, but that looks normal. If you actually to draw a line from all those top points, draw a line from all the top points up to that zone, it kind of looks reasonable, you know. Ding, ding, bong. See what I'm saying? At least up to there. Nothing crazy. All right.
Yeah, I mean, it's bringing it out to sort of
So that's
December.
way
When
out
was
there.
JTO coin created?
Yeah, that's
But I
way
mean,
out
if
there.
you really look at it, like Injective did sort of the same thing. Like, let me bring up Injective.
Oh, thank you. I was just thinking
Yeah,
about
it's a
that.
good one. Yeah, a lot of people been into that and seen potential in it for a long time.
So I remember
Injective
how
did
good that
really
was
good
going.
early on.
I'm still
I mean, that
holding
made
it.
it. But
One of the
during
ones that are
this,
actually still positive because I got it way back down there. Yep, way down there at 7.
What was
there's
JTO
$1.22.
coin price March
Like,
2020?
look at this. Like, this thing went from $1. This literally did a 50x within,
What was Objective coin price March 2020?
644 days. Well, I mean, we could even cut out that.
Look at
part
how
if you just
smooth
take
that 644 days up, and look at how jagged this last section's been.
What was the price back then?
434 days.
What was the price?
Its low was $1.22. But I mean, still, you really zoom in on this thing, right? Like, look what it sort of did first. It made a run up, came down, consolidated, run up, came down, took out the previous low, pretty much down to it, and then ripped completely.
And it was new.
Just tore faces off.
Yep.
When did Injective coin come out? When was it
There's
created?
other coins that are gonna do this. Like, maybe not all of them, but there will be coins that do that.
Yeah, it's because you just
It
need that
launched
line
in
up there.
2020. So it was brand new during that time when it was like at the perfect time for it to do that. It came out and it was released in 2020 into the market. Talk about perfect timing. It was released straight into the rip from the bottom.
I mean, you could say that this is kind of like,
okay, that kind of gives me a signal.
2,
okay,
3, 4, 5, and then here you've got A, B, C, and this isn't going below wave 1.
Yep.
I mean, so you could actually argue that this is wave 3, and that this could be wave 4 if it doesn't come below wave 1, and that wave 5 is still on the cards.
What's the price of Tezos March 2020?
This is kind of a lofty goal, but $100
I like that view.
objective
I
would
like
be
that
cool.
view.
That's a 10x from there, from where we're at now. You know, you just can't. Some of them we just can't give up these levels. Like, it's probably, but you've got this whole consolidation here. So
Yeah, but at this stage in the point of the game, it's like, how much further is it really going to go down from there without giving it an attempt? At least an attempt rebound from here.
yeah, I mean, we did have this sort of rebound. Like, you gave up the 618, so
At least at 618 or the 0.5, you know.
but you made a recovery here, back to the 0.5 here, couldn't close above it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. At least a retest or at least a rebound where that red one's kind of crossing up through there past your W. Yeah.
I mean, we could take this pivot. I mean, it should go up to $21. I mean, if you bought there, you
Yeah, at
probably
least
get
back into
out.
there. Yeah, yeah.
You hit sort of this. You could hit like this trend line either at the 618, or maybe it comes up. It takes a little bit longer. It comes up to there. If it wants to reject from here, you know, maybe it does like a double bottom and then it breaks out. You know, it could do that.
Pop out and then do a retest and then jump from there. Yep. Getting there.
Yeah.
Good things take time, right?
Yeah, and then I don't know who knows from there. If it was to do something like this, maybe it double
Give me
tops
a
and
list of
collapses,
all coins that are
or
listed on
maybe it does
Coinbase,
a whole nother
prorated in
5-wave
2025.
structure. It goes up to $80.
Holding INJ for a while, cruising.
You know, $80 or $100. I don't know. I mean, but $100 would be a 10x.
The whole thing is I got a lot of these
$80
coins
would
at a
be
cheaper price, and I'm just trying to figure out where the MSRP is almost. Like, I got them for cheap. I got to figure out how to sell where the retail price is
mean,
actually going to be
Give me a
comfortable
list
to
of
buy my product.
honestly,
So,
you'll be
prorated in
surprised.
2025.
You'd be
Sorry.
surprised, man, because there's like during like that parabolic mania phase, all of like the good news that comes out, like people will just start jumping on stuff and it'll be
like
ripping.
anything that
It'll
they
be up,
recognize.
will be like 100% a day in some things,
Like out of control,
just
stuff that they recognize. People just pouring money in, and then also like market maker matching it. So then it just jumps even higher, and then they get their friends into it, and then it's like a bull market ain't quite here yet, and I'm gonna be super stoked to be just sitting there patiently waiting with it.
I mean,
Telling all
at
these
that point
go
though,
buy these things, grab that as quicker as you can, type stuff. Go for it when they come up past me.
At that point, it's like market maker has lost control. The only thing that they can do really is like, so when you're in like
You put money in, you make it, and that's what retail can't wait for. That's what they're going to be
Let's look
super
at-
excited to jump back in that pool, even if they can't touch the bottom. They're just so stoked they in there swimming. Jump off the diving board if you want, please.
this is Cardano, right? And it was at back in March of 2020. It was at 2 cents. Hold on. What's the low of this candle?
20, I think.
1.7 cents.
Yeah, it
right?
was down 20 cents. Well, I was keeping 20 cents to
The
40 cents.
freaking thing rocketed to $3. That's over.
Oh, that's
100x.
before. Yep, no, that's before I was accumulating.
So when you get into something like this and it goes up this high and you think, oh, it's all over, and you try to short it and you're like, oh yeah, I caught the top. Nope, you got squeezed out. People try to short it again. Oh, all right, I caught the top that time. People get squeezed out and you have this huge massive short squeeze. Then people finally are like, okay, I'm
What
taking
coin?
profits. It's coming down. Then you get another
This is
big short
88.
squeeze. Because people
coin?
keep trying to short it.
This is 88. Check out his chart.
From last
88.
cycle.
Wow.
But I mean,
I wonder
people
what
will
the market.
try to short it here, and they get stopped here, and then they try to short it again here, and then they get liquidated here.
Yeah, nobody was expecting it to go any higher than those wicks there. And then when it just took off, and then look at the massive sell after the big green wick there in the middle. Boom.
Yeah, this is a crazy sell-off. Like, look at this. That's 60%.
That's where we're at.
Low. And then it pumped after that. Still pumped another 200
to find all-time new highs, and that's exactly right before the phase and stages we're sitting at.
What was the price it started that at?
At 2 cents, and it went up to $3.
All right, thank you.
So I mean, this is like, when you get into these big short squeeze type thing, when you get big bullish news that comes out when you're least expecting it, and people are trying to short stuff, that's when it really starts ripping into the sky. People think it can't go up any higher. It
Above
does.
and beyond expectation regions, everything. It's retail entering there. People were happy to buy that thing at $2, $3, and as soon as it came down, they thought they were stoked to buy that thing at $1.50, $1.25. They started losing their wife at $1. 75
Exactly.
cents, they started losing their own nuts. Like it was just like it. The people that are still in Cardano deserve it for it to re-rise back up to its true potential.
Yeah, it really should.
Okay.
And I mean, look, it's already
What's his name? Charles Hoskins, whatever his name is. That guy. What's his name?
Hasn't Charles Hoskinson?
Yeah, that I can't always forget how to pronunciate his name.
Listen,
it hasn't even
it was a
returned
little.
to the 382 yet.
Not even touched it. That's what I'm saying. And when this thing taps and whacks, this is gonna be like I don't even know how to say it. Almost bringing back marriages. People that
yeah, people's wives are gonna come back to them. But yeah,
exactly.
dude,
So
look,
it
higher highs, higher lows. This is the anchored VWAP from the bear market low. You're holding above that, wicking off of it on the weekly. Like Cardano doesn't look bad. Like there's a chance that, like, you know, look, I was saying earlier, Cardano $5, 482 is 1.618. If you want to get really ambitious,
575.
at 770. I
and
mean,
it was a
$10
billion
here.
dollar
This is my
market cap.
moon boy target.
It's
I don't
also
think it
a
will really get
ISO
up
coin.
here.
Yeah, not above 10 towards 11. No.
Yeah, I don't think it will actually get up here because it would need like
Yeah, we'll see in a decade.
$250 billion market cap to
We'll
get
see in
there.
a decade.
Maybe, but
At
yeah,
that-
I don't know.
at
I
that-
mean, there's
I'm
that, but
I'm
like
sorry,
these
can I say
short
something?
squeezes. Yeah, sure, go ahead.
At that 2 cent price, the 2-3 cent price, it was like a $1 billion market cap around there.
Not even.
I'm not sure. Yeah, it was probably less than that.
Because what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to compare some of the coins in the top 100 that are around that market cap that are down, and to maybe kind of assume that maybe some of them could get to that point of what
Big
that
buys
did.
coming in, guys.
I mean, that was
March.
back at the time when ETH was super cheap. That's when, like, oh man, that was a whole different story back then. That was before people even understood the entire aspect of it. The crypto market, I mean.
Right.
Don't forget, Cardano is also ISO 2022 coin, so that's a government coin basically.
Okay, so March 9th, 2020, the market cap of Cardano at its lowest was 442.2 million.
It's just under $500 million.
When it was at
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So the last thing I wanted to say, guys, is that so like we could be here or here or here. Like you don't really know. But when this type of stuff starts happening, you're gonna wish you got in down here because you'll be like, oh well, I'm down. So look at this. Hold on. Let's just measure these drops real quick. This one you're down 71%. At the very low, you're down 83%, right? Here you're
Just from that tiny peak right there down to
Yeah.
where you just measured it to. Stop. Like
Yeah.
that's out of control.
This
It's
is a
80.
50% drop. This one's a 51% drop. You know, I mean, even right here, I'm sure this is probably like a 30% drop right here. Yeah, 30%.
Yeah, but this is like people when they were pulling like gold out of like the ground back in like the 1800s and it was
Well-
selling for like pennies, and then now look at it. So it's like, oh man, when it was first coming
Here's-
out, people were working hard for that sucker.
Somebody was saying earlier when Wall Street gets their hands in this, the dude that was on earlier, it was like when Wall Street gets their hands in this, it's never going to be the same again. And yeah, he's right. But you know what the best part of that is? Wall Street is going to try to short it here and short it here and short it here, and it's going to rip because they're going to get squeezed out. And you know what? They've got big money to play with.
And that's all they were trying to dispose of as well.
So it's like, yeah, if they're trying to short it, if they're trying to short crypto like this and they don't understand how high it can go for how long and how crazy it can get, and they're basically newbies to the crypto game, right? And if they're coming in with big money and they're trying to take huge short positions and they get squeezed out and liquidated, things
Bro,
are
they're
going
they're
to
gonna
rip.
hire people to doing this that they know how it goes on crypto.
But you
They're
don't
gonna
you
hire.
realize that those stages and phases where they were ripping up is where they were properly releasing it out to the public. So in all those stages and phases of accumulation, we should be paying attention to who and what and where and what wallets are still holding from those regions back down there, those low ones.
Yeah,
Before it ripped
I
up.
mean, this is just an example. Cardano
It is,
was
but it's a very good
a
example
2 cent.
we should be paying much more specific attention to in times like these. What wallets are still down from that zone that are still holding at those regions, and or the ones that pressed it up through the next? How much of those are still holding, and have they been selling? Did they only accumulate? You know, I'm trying. It's There's a lot that we should look at. It's just really tough when we have so many fish on the table.
I got a friend that put like a few $100 in a Cardano at 10 cents, and he came out with like 20 grand. You know, and I mean, just that's the thing. Like, people are they're not gonna understand how it just keeps going up. Like, trying to short something that's going parabolic, you think it can't go up any higher, it can't go up any higher, and there's gonna be people getting so frustrated. Like the whole GME short squeeze thing. Yeah,
You know
they
how
were
much-
professionals. They were
You know how
hedge
much more
funds.
money? How much more money people had in their
They got
pockets then, though?
fucked up. Yeah,
Right
but
now,
dude,
people
these
are
guys,
out of dollars.
the
Things,
hedge
goods.
funds,
I mean, like cheese and meat used to be like $6.99 a pound. You know what I'm trying to say? Not like
but
twice as much. So we got to look at
but
so
dude,
many aspects of it.
but Citadel and Melvin Capital, like, dude, these were professional hedge fund managers like that, like
They
market
still
makers.
are.
They got so screwed by a bunch of college kids that were just buying on Robinhood. Like, they had to call Robinhood and was like, shut this shit down right now. Like they got so wrecked, like, in that short squeeze. Like, it was ridiculous. Like, that's the type of stuff that happens with crypto, and they will try to short these Wall Street guys. They will try to short this stuff, and it will just keep ripping. And like a Cardano, I'm not necessarily saying that Cardano is going to go parabolic this cycle, but something will. There's going to be something that goes from 2 cents to $3, and it's going to rip faces off. So I mean, just don't give up
It already
hope, is what I'm
happened. It was
saying.
Trump. They went from
XRP.
2 cents to $90.
All right, I got one. Tezos. It's American. It's around that
Oh, stop.
Cardano market cap. It was no.
I'm still holding. I got some of those suckers.
Well, I'm comparing it to where Cardano was back then. It's around the same market cap. It's
Dude, it used to
American.
be one of the top 10 people. That was one of the most familiar things I heard back then. I wasn't part of the market, but it was just one of those, like, always there. Everybody knew. Look at how that thing ripped. Look at that chart. That is out of control. And look where we're chilling at now, below stars.
It's only 677 million. It's American. We're at the bottom. It's 2025. Could it be the one? Could it be
I'm
something
holding.
that does that?
It's one of my
It is
coins.
kind of at all-time lows, but
I doubled my bag down here about 2 weeks ago.
I'm looking at that. I'm looking at
has made 2 higher highs so far. So
I'm looking at something American. Give me another one that's like that then. American.
Cosmos.
Is that American? I don't think so. That's like
Some of those old timers that you might just realize it might be like silver, not gold, but it's one of those ones that's like been around for a long time and everybody's gonna want it / need it, but forgot about it until it comes time to do it.
But here's what I'm talking about. Like
Cosmos is-
Atom, this looks different because it's making lower highs and lower lows. Like, so that's still
Optimism.
clearly in a downtrend.
Atom, Chili's, all that. I mean, there's
Atom
kinds of
I mean,
ridiculous.
market cap's not everything though. Like, there's also tokenomics, there's fundamentals, like whatever news they have, what are they gonna do with the project? What is it meant to do in the first place? What sort of problem is it supposed to solve? Or does it even have a use case, or is it just some sort of meme coin? Like, you know what I mean? These are all things. Was it a project that was good and then failed? You know, not everything is going to come back and rip, but like, you know, this might say Atom is done going down. You know, like, it might come back up and do something like this, or, you know, possibly that, and then, you know, come back down and like go into price discovery to the downside again. Like, it might put in a macro lower high. But there's going to be something else that just came out that doesn't have a bunch of resistance overhead. Like, see, all this resistance, people
More
holding
than
back and stuff
resistance.
here.
Yeah.
The other thing with those
It's like an
types of
iceberg
projects is there's a
resistance
lot
out
of
there.
long-term holders that'll suppress the price.
Yeah, I mean, if you go for something like, hold on, like ALU, let's take for example. Here, we'll use this chart. So this comes out, it doesn't have any resistance overhead. So I mean, if this goes back into making a new all-time high,
like you're in price discovery. There's no resistance to the left because you're already above everything. Like you don't have any price history holding you back. Like so, it could easily shoot up to 26 cents, maybe 40 cents. You know, like and the market cap like is low on this thing. The circulating supply is low. Like I mean, if you look at and this is stuff that I'm just bringing up off the top of my head. You know, like coin market cap. Where is it? Do I have it on here? Yeah. ALU. Let's look at the tokenomics of ALU. This is just some random shitcoin. It's ranked number 561. It's got all right. So it doesn't say a max supply, but the total supply is 990 million, which is under 1 billion. Right? It's got a market cap of 38.6 million right now. 38 million. That's super small. You know, I mean, it's really pretty risky to go into something that's under $500 million because it could get rug pulled. But I mean, some of these newer things that have just come out that have already been rug pulled, if their high wasn't too extravagant and they have a low supply that's released, like if the circulating supply is low and the market cap's low and there's no resistance overhead, you know, these type of things can rip. I'm not saying go buy ALU. I'm just saying like these are the type of things, the newer stuff that doesn't have price history and resistance holding it back. It'll be easier for them to go into price discovery and rip. Once you're in price discovery, there's literally nothing holding you back. Like it could just keep going up. As long as people buy it and they see it ripping and then they buy it and it rips more and then somebody else buys it. You know, so I don't know. There's newer stuff with no resistance. It has a better chance of doing multiple X's. You know, like this could, let's say this goes all the way up here, 1700%. You know, that's almost a 20x. Something with a lower supply, really low market cap, 38. So if this would need 380 million, it could do a 10x before it even reaches $500 million market cap. You know. But you're low on the totem pole. You're in number 561 here. You know, these in ranking. So, I mean, these are the riskier bottom of the barrel type alts, but like I would definitely heed Dbloc's warning when it comes to allocating to altcoins, like especially stuff like bottom of the barrel stuff like this. That's like below $500 million because. Like wait on that stuff because this is such the higher risk stuff that it's as when Bitcoin dominance starts to drop, after Bitcoin tops out and Bitcoin dominance starts to drop, like you can sort of try to take a whack at these lower market cap type things, high risk with profits that you're already taking off of other stuff. But I mean, some of these things, like the community sentiment, 93% bullish. Like people like this for some reason. And you know, it's not even really like that big of a deal. It's revolutionizing the gaming industry by making it easy to build, scale, and monetize Web3 and AI-powered games. By combining blockchain technology with cutting-edge artificial intelligence, Altera enables developers to create immersive gaming experiences with intelligent non-player characters and dynamic in-game assets. Like it's okay, it's a gaming token, and they use the buzzword AI. So I mean, people are gonna buy it. Altera is so much undervalued at this price, buying the dip here. You know, it's just people talking about it. You know, if you go on Twitter, you can see what coins people are talking about and stuff like that if something's pumping. But like, I prefer to try to get into stuff that, like before people start talking about it, like when it's dead on the floor. Then because I think like, oh hey, this has got decent tokenomics. It's a low market cap. I like the idea, and you know, it's pumpable and it's new coin.
Toughest thing about this type of stuff is I think that the only kids in the markets that are going to be driving this are like I said, is like the kids like in high school. Oh, you guys ever seen this? Or like it's like the table at lunch, like showing each other what to do and how. Look at this, but it's like, where's the true money going to come from to dive into things like this? I mean, it says it's a Web3 based AI, but it's like, you know, a bunch of those are out.
Dude, don't underestimate stupid kids in large numbers who have access to smartphones.
Exactly,
And
and that's what I'm worried about, is understanding which ones of these we got to be focusing on when those kids are sitting there at the table talking to each other. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. I mean, you could compare these type of things to like
it's just tough because there's as many tokens out there as there are kids sitting at their table talking.
Look at Axie Infinity when it first came out, and then look what it did.
Excess, yeah.
Like, this is like 1000x.
It's like, where did that thing start? Or was that kids playing on games? Was that like?
Yeah, they were like mining asteroids or some shit on their freaking phone. This started at 10 cents, and it went up to
$100 and something, $80 or something.
$166.
Yeah, I thought it was like 180 or something. Yep, I remember. So I'm still holding some. I've been gathering and scooping. I'm telling you, down here in these lower sections, excess is one of what I've been doing.
It didn't look like much down here, right? And if you look at these drops, so let's take this drop for example, 53% down. How about
I
this
grabbed it
high?
at $4.50.
When it was at 10 cents, it went up to $10. Like, it came down 84%. You know, look at those drops, but then look at what happens after with some of
I
this
bought
shit.
it before it ripped, like kind of my birthday in June, and then it just got out of control there. But I didn't buy that much. It was one of those ones I kind of like only threw in a little bit at it, kind of thing. But
I mean, it's almost impossible to pinpoint which one's going to do something like this. But I'm just saying it does happen. And it doesn't take that much money. Like, so Axie Infinity, okay, November 1st, 2021. Let's look up the market cap. Can I not look up the market cap?
doesn't show up. Axie Infinity. There it is. AXS. That's ratio of market cap.
I don't know if it, yeah. Well, we'll just look at it on CoinMarketCap then and get a rough idea. AXS. What was the date? November 1st, 20 something. November 1st, 2021.
21.
So let's go to all. The market cap was at, oops. Market cap was at 729 million. No, that was volume. Okay, so 9 point. Shit, it's hard to hit the top on these things. 9 billion basically. $9 billion market cap. And if you want to compare that to something, I think that Algo is around 9 billion right now. Why are these all like that? I thought Algo was up here. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's still down here somewhere. It did get up there for a while.
AXS was one of those ones I think I got on like Coinbase where I had to like answer a question or do something that gave me like $1 worth of it or something. And then once I got $1 worth of it, it went from like $1 down to like 80 cents. And that's when I put some dollars in. I was like, wait, if the thing's there and it's going to release, I bet, I don't know. And I just had like some more money and I threw it into there. So I'm still holding on to that thing from a long time ago.
Look at Hedera, 8.2 billion. Chainlink, 8.1 billion.
Look at how close it there is. Look at it, 13 on that list. Even though sinking down like this, it's still 13 on the market cap list. It's pretty big.
Yeah, I mean around there, like XLM is under 8 billion.
So around here, this is what Axie Infinity had to get to at the top of the bull market. We're talking like Bitcoin
Oh my
was
God! Did you
1.5.
just see that? Who's in number 11? Look at number 11. You kidding me? Pi has
Pi?
creeped it up there.
Yeah. Wow.
Are you
That is
serious?
nuts. Yeah, I
That's
haven't
out
been
of
tracking
control.
this thing at all, but
I
yeah.
was mining when I was young. This
I was
I
mining
have.
it too. Did the
Yeah,
thing. I still don't know where I put or placed all of them. It was on an old iPhone thing, and
I
then
make all these
mine.
KYC things and all these things, so I have to take like
But
270 PI. I have to take.
look at like Hedera with a completely trashed market cap at the moment. It's under 20 cents, right? And it's like, I mean, Axie Infinity only had to get up to this level to do 1000x. You know, it was up 160,000% or something crazy. Like, you know, and H bar has 50 billion. Like, I mean, that's way
H-bar's
more
got
supply.
potential. I don't think even people even see the potential in H-bar. I really feel like that sucker's going to cruise up in like top 10 and scoot itself up there for the next cycle.
Now, I mean, having said that, Axie Infinity did have a lower supply back then. Now they've got 270 million, but I think before there's 160 million circulating. But I think before, when it went up that high, there was not as much circulating supply going around. So that's kind of part of the reason why the price ripped.
I wonder when that
But
was, because I really did. I feel like I got those things at a really high price because it was like one of the free things on Coinbase. You had to answer a few questions. One of the, you know what I mean? It gave you like a buck worth. The thing sat there, and I watched it go from $1 all the way down to like nothing. And I was like, I got a couple extra bucks. I'm going to throw some at it. So that's the only reason I'm still holding the thing.
yeah, I mean, it's probably worth more now than it was when you got. It's still $2.90, so it's still higher than it was. I mean, I tried to buy the dip here. I remember, and then it didn't go so well.
Went up, you felt good, and then you just got smashed. That's one of those things. It's like I'd be happy to throw $100 at it now. Just throw $100 at this damn thing. It's like sitting at a poker table and you're like, yo, I see my odds from here to there. It's like sitting down with like a king queen. You don't have a king. You need a pair of kings. You don't have a queen, but you're like, I see potential in this hand. I might want to take a flop at it. You know.
Yeah, this is what crypto's like. If you're not one of the early people to invest in something before it takes off and you don't buy when it's dead on the ground, then you're competing with these people. And basically, people put money into a jar, like you put money into the cookie jar. People put more money into the cookie jar, more money into the cookie jar, more money into the cookie jar, and it's a game of chicken. Who's going to be the first to take them out? So somebody takes them out, then the next person takes them out. The next person.
Now, what's the difference though when you got a king and queen? And you get a king and queen that are on suit. So both of them are the same, you know, queen, king, heart. Now when you get king, queen, that's good potential, but you also have two hearts. So you really want to see the flop on some things. And it's just one of those things where it's just like everything across the entire market, you see potential. You got to, it can go for a flush. It can go for there's just so many potentials, but still you're still stuck with a king, queen. And all it takes is a 2, 3, 4, and the guy beats you, and he's holding a 5, 6.
Yeah, I mean,
So
by the time people start taking money out of the cookie jar, then people are like, "Oh, all right, it's going down. Do you want to sell here?" Nope. All right. Well, we'll sell, and then it drops again, and then like people buy, and you're like, "Okay, well, should I sell here?" No, it's going back up. Then it drops more.
well, the problem is everybody already ate out of the cookie jar, so we're just still sitting here with crumbs. Now, can
exactly.
we
So if you're
remake
the
more
last person
cookies with just the crumbs?
if
That's
you're
the
the
problem.
last person if you're the last person to put money in up here, right? And you decide that you don't want you're in the negative and you don't want to sell and you're the last person to get out here, you're gonna lose money. Like
Yeah, of course. Their $100 was at like $20, and they're like, "All right, I just want a piece of pizza today," and they sold it that day.
yeah. And I mean the Luna was crashing right here. This is when the Terra Luna crash happened. So people were just like, all right, screw this, I'm out of here. Like
Man,
exchanges were going down, 3 hours capital, Celsius,
And then
Voyager.
what came right after that? No, I was gonna say
look,
FTX. You know, it all came
look,
in.
Venus Protocol,
FTX
bro.
was like down
I
here.
I was on Venus Protocol with the cascading that happened. Look, yeah, look, Venus Protocol.
Venus Protocol?
Yeah. They happened something with them, like cascading or something.
XVS?
Yeah. XVS.
Or, yeah, were they part of Voyager?
I lose so freaking money here from the cascading. Yeah, from there.
Oh, man.
It in one day, like, happened.
Yeah, it went from 133 down to $15 real quick.
Yeah, bro.
Damn, that's brutal. Yeah, but you gotta start taking out of the cookie jar here, especially if you start to put money in down there. You definitely gotta take out of the cookie
Breaking new
jar.
highs.
Who
Take
thought,
cookies out the jar.
bro, gonna happen like cascading on the pools? Something with the pools happens. It was a good coin, bro, and very. Uh, yeah.
Look, these guys are still 91% bullish. It seems like every coin that people are super bullish on. Everyone has their own community. But like to answer your question, can you make new cookies out of the crumbs that are left? And like, yeah, sure. I mean, if it's a good project, then there should be people behind it. It's only a matter of time before you get a community and like news starts spreading on Twitter about new developments and
Exactly.
that
It's when retail comes in and starts providing the ingredients and incentive to bake it. Somebody's got to turn on the oven to give people incentive to start providing the ingredients for the solution. You want cookies? You want pancakes? What you need? You got to turn the oven on first. We need to go to the store to get the ingredients for it. We're here. We're at the store. We're getting the ingredients. We need milk. We need flour. We need this. The oven's preheating right now for a quick run into the store to grab all the stuff.
You want to knead your dough and whatever, like, right here. The best place, and then you preheat the oven here, and then you get to here, and you're like, oh, somebody better turn the oven on quick, and then
Exactly where we're at. Turn the oven on. We're going to run to the store. Or we have all the ingredients. We're just missing butter. All right, I'll run to the store and grab butter real quick.
we just gotta grab the butter. But yeah, then I mean, somebody
Oven's
says like,
on.
okay,
Everything's there. Missing the most important ingredient.
We're cutting interest rates, and then we're gonna stop reducing our balance sheet, and we're gonna start increasing our balance sheet. And start
We're missing
quantitative
big
easing,
money
start
coming
printing
in.
money.
That's the butter. We're missing big money coming in to butter up the entire recipe. Everything's there. Everybody's sitting there waiting for cookies.
They're here. They're just trying to steal these people's positions. The people that got in here and got positions here, they're trying to steal their positions. So
It's
like,
those people that say, "I don't want butter in my cookies." That's bullshit in the market right now.
Yeah. I mean, if they have to, all the people that gain position down here, if they have to stop them out just to buy coins, and then it rips, like it'll push. I think it's just and then retail comes flooding back in, and things go mania phase again. Like, I don't think it's a matter of if it's going to happen. I think it's when is it going to happen, how long is it going to take, and how patient do we have to be. But I think it's really just a matter of time.
It's like we got too much nachos left, and we don't have enough cheese to dip it in. And we're going back to get more cheese, but we got a bunch of nachos.
Yeah, all the whales are saying, this is not your entry. This is my entry.
This is not your entry. That was good. I like it. So go get your cheese. This is my chip entry.
Anyway, if you guys felt like giving up, I hope that helps. It's just my little bit of dose of hopium for you guys. I figured I'd
thank
give
you
you
so
guys
much.
a hit of hopium.
Really, thank you so much. There was a lot of just great ways of looking at it and provide a new incentive, but also looking at it in a different spectrum. So can't say thank you
I
enough.
appreciate it. You made me feel a little better.
Yeah, man, no problem. It's just when you live through it and you're actually like there at the top of the mania phase, you're like,
and then you see this type of stuff that's going on now, it's like, man, if I had only bought when it was down here, like when you're going through this, and you're like, man, if I had only bought when it was down here, and then you're like trying to buy dips, and you buy this dip, and it's not the dip you're looking for. You only come up here, you think it's gonna go up here, and it only comes up here, and then it crashes. Like,
Welcome to the
but
bear market.
if you but if you had bought here, you could sell here and still be up, like, how many percent? This is
That's when your
August,
mindset switches over to the reaccumulation phase. Like, how can I scoop up when it really makes the most sense here?
I
But
mean,
we're not there.
if we start seeing stuff like this, I'm out of the market completely. I'm not touching it for another year at least.
Bro, I'm gonna go
Like,
mow lawns for a couple of years.
Take your profits and then just like enjoy your life for a year. Take a year off. You deserve it. Like, when you're at that point, But it's like you're already so far up that you're like, oh, I wish I bought here. Like, if you're trying to get in here or here, like, you have to be a lot more, like, you have to know when to cut your losses, because like this is all just FOMO. But if you bought down here, you can sell anywhere up here and be laughing. And like, I mean, that's the thing, is like, we kind of have that opportunity. We had it here, but we're also kind of getting it here on a lot of altcoins. This is the market cap, which is technically still trending up. If you look at a lot of altcoins, then they're kind
Yeah,
of
look at that. The altcoin market cap, that thing didn't even poke a new high yet since last phase of it. So if you went back to the last screen, we're still lower on altcoin market cap in that last phase of high structure.
like
Surprising.
Axie's probably not the best example, but I mean, look how low it is. Like, I'm not saying go buy Axie, but like, there's stuff out there. Like, I mean, Algo is still a pretty bargain type.
But you also got to look at it's like a card. It was like a card that you think it's like a Ken Griffey Jr. But then again, there's a lot of them printed. So we got to figure out which coins or which cards people are really going to want in the future, or if somebody are going to break their records and nobody gives a shit about that guy anymore. So it's like, it's a tough one.
Look at Crow. It's at 8 cents.
What are people going to want in the future? What's got a good story behind it? What has good incentive? But also, what's still playing? What's still out there doing it? Like Tom Brady, how many Super Bowls and years did the guy play and beat records and keep breaking boundaries? But again, it's just another player in the game. As soon as he's gone, shooing.
RB1. Look at this thing. This was up at 37 cents. It's at 1 cent now.
EMAD, the graph is also good. Could be a decent coin. It's American developed and it's at 8 cents, and the all-time high was like $5.
Oh, thank you.
This, like, Jupe. Jupe's just kind of doing this right now. But what if it does this? Like Jupiter, it has no past that previous all-time high. It has no
Once that
resistance.
sucker goes into price discovery, I think Jupiter's going to surprise a lot of people this cycle, and also get him stepped in stage for next anticipated structure as well. So Jupiter's one of those ones I've super had eyeballs on for a while.
This type of thing, this type of look here, like, this is like when you're over here and you're like, I wish I bought right
it's properly
here.
setting up for its like next phase of the cycle. It's like our next bull run. That sucker is not going to be messing around.
Like look at this type of structure here, and then we'll go back to June.
That's where I see it. Yep, right there. Before it hasn't gone anywhere. It hasn't gone up. Hasn't gone. And the only where it has to truly go up is to the clouds. I'm just hesitant with it. Because it hasn't crossed any regions or boundaries yet. But again, it's one of those ones that's down towards its super lower region I've been watching. Got a couple, but here and there throughout the region. But
yeah, I mean, it could go down another 50%. Like, no one knows, but it's like you'd rather buy it here, even if you bought the top. You'd rather buy it here than here.
Dude, if it goes down 50% down from here, I'll be stoked by 4 times as much for a quarter of the price. But if it goes up, I'm chilling.
All right. Rose has kind of been having a rough go of it. But this thing used to be at 60 cents. Now it's at 2 cents.
What is Rose? Where is the thing? Where is it available? What platform?
Binance US.
Mwah, mwah.
Here's one that I mean, Vulcan Forge. Like I think this could do like a lot of good stuff, but and one that I know Dbloc likes a lot is BMax. And I mean, this thing you scrunch
What
this
is saying
chart
it's
down,
down like 0.5 or where we at on that?
and like you could be like, oh, I wish I bought back here when it's up here at 40 cents. Like, you know what I mean? Like this type of shit happens. Especially like you look at Beam. Well, Beam actually
And
kind of
it's
has
not
it
going to
for a
take
while.
much money to do it. Once market cap goes up and once Bitcoin starts driving out and they start focusing on little things that people are paying attention to and or storing dollars to start making more money. Bro, they put in $500,000 in that sucker because they got to start stashing in a couple places. It goes up 5, 10, 15, 50% on their 500,000 point. It's what happens in the stages and phases and layers of our bull market, and I can't wait for it to happen.
I mean, this has 50 billion, but XLM has 50 billion. And XLM
What do you mean it's got
has
50 billion?
50 billion circulating supply. And Beam does. But I mean, so does XLM. And XLM went to what, like 73 cents? And from 7 cents to 70 cents, that's a 10x. So it's like,
Look at it real quick.
the
Where
same
did it get to its
circulating
low?
supply.
Where was its low point? Well, we were scooping down there, man. That thing went all the way down to like nothing.
What? Beam or XLM?
XLM.
XLM
When-
went to 7 cents.
Yeah, man. When XRP was driving low because they're like a coefficient of each other, so they were like that poor little XLM was down there digging it.
Yeah, this low was
0.5.
Low of 0.0702. So 7 cents, and this thing went to almost 70 cents. It's almost a 10x, dude. This has a 50 billion
Bro,
circulating.
look at that
supply.
green. Look at that green candle on that sucker. Do you remember that week?
Why? Yeah, that was a crazy ass week. I do remember. My buddy made 50 grand right here. But yeah, dude. I mean, Beam 50 billion circulating supply. It's a $259 million market cap. XLM is now, even though it's come down a lot, where is XLM at in terms of?
I sold my XLM as it was just beginning to rip through those phases because I was starting to laugh at XRP, how it was just dragging behind. So it's like, oh, there we come. They're just scooting up there. It was like when it went from like 50 to like 56 cents on XRP. And then I sold XLM thinking, oh, it's only going to come back down to 50 again. Well, the thing took off. So when it scooted from 50 to 56 cents on XRP, I sold my XLM. I had been accumulating a lot down in those lower regions with it. Thinking, oh, I'll just accumulate more. Boink. It never came back.
Look, XLM 50 billion market cap, same as Beam, except XLM has a $7.6 billion market cap, when Beam has a 259 million. So it's almost a little more than a quarter of a billion. So I mean, just think about that. Like the idea of Beam getting to is half a cent right now. The idea of it getting to 50 cents.
Money has to fluctuate into it. Money has to be approval behind what momentum's driving with. So I think good news is really going to come out for a lot of these suckers that have been holding in there. People are convinced about them. There's going to be market incentive that really push and drive a lot of things coming up here.
What actually Beam do?
People talking words to their friends. Oh, you ever seen this zone? Look at how low it went. Let's go. That's when I love words to spread out to retail. Get their mom and their aunt and their uncle in it, like everything.
Yeah. Beam is a gaming infrastructure coin, and they have like all the software and tech that's needed to build new games and like crypto gaming and learn to play to earn games and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, you can stay away from the old cycle stuff like ICP, whatever. Like
ICP down like $3. I don't care. I'm like,
Near is like still a good one. You know, Sui's good. Like I'm kind of in fetch. Fetch render. Like I'm
Things
kind of
like
down on all those. But
things
like
that I'm
stuff like
nervous
Juke,
about are things like Shiba. Like things
yeah,
that people were so
screw Chip.
incentivized about, and then things that really have no drive, no demeanor, but they came out with stuff along the way and the process of it with the community that they had. But there really isn't any drive in it. There isn't
Dude,
any. You know what I'm saying?
we had Shib last cycle, right?
Of course, that was right there when Coinbase put it on their platform.
You know,
Spike
we
their
had
coin.
this cycle. We had Pepe. Pepe was the Shiba of this. Shiba last cycle is Pepe this cycle. So there's a good chance that Pepe is gonna do what Shib did, and
I'm
just
still
come down
holding
forever.
over 200 million Sheebs or Pepes. I'm just chilling.
Well, I mean this 0.5 recovery on Shib, that might be as good as it gets. Like it might not pump, it might not ever see its all-time high again. You know, it's got 500 trillion supply. Pepe has 420 trillion supply. Like you just get all this hype into this coin, and then like it just kind of drops and crashes.
But the difference is, it was just released to the public, just like Shiba was. That one's released to the public on like Coinbase. I'm saying Robinhood. But in this incentive, people are going to really drive into that thing, I think. I just don't think it's kind of hit its kind of highs or potential at least double test of where it entered the market, or at least give people a chance to get out. So I think that, if anything, it's going to come up. What do you got there for your pink line? What is that one?
That's Pepe.
Yeah.
But I think it's doing the same thing that Shib did last cycle. I don't know why it's still on my chart, but looking at other coins, I mean, Jupe and Beam are probably some pretty good ones that have a lot of potential. This one's kind of sketchy, but LimeWire is like, I think this could do some crazy stuff. This is at $1.81. It's at 8 cents now. I mean, Crow doesn't look too bad.
That poor thing. I just feel like there's so many people behind it that got a whole platform that incentivizes it. There's a lot of potential there, just freaking people out, scurrying them out of the market.
Yeah. I mean, PYR is pretty new. That hit a high of $10. It's at $1.29 now.
I got a couple BRs.
DCK went up to 20 cents. Is at under 1 cent now.
Oh, bro, look at it, scooping new lows almost.
Yeah. I mean,
That ain't no Head and Shoulders. I'm looking at.
I mean, Core, I don't know. Maybe stay away from Core because I don't know what they're gonna do.
Bro, it looks like next session cycle. I think look pretty rough.
XAI is down a lot. Like ARB is down a lot. I think they have token unlocks. I mean, ALU, not much resistance if it gets back to its all-time high. Pith, like look at Pith. Pith could probably.
Yeah, I was looking at Pith earlier.
This one, PRQ, like could just be in its infancy stage, just accumulating. Maybe someday like rip up and just do some madness. Minas from last cycle, this thing got hit
I've been
hard.
scooping Mina deep down here.
Quant, I love Quant for some
Quant, I
reason.
was scooping down the 70s.
Yeah, anytime Quant goes below 100, I'm usually buying something.
Yeah, I didn't touch it this time until it went below 80 areas, so I started scooping it at 77.5.
ARB's just been getting killed, so you might want to stay away from that for now. Arkham, dude, I had really high hopes for Arkham until it lost this trend line, and then
I didn't know what to do after I busted that either. I'm still holding, but I'm just like patiently waiting for if it's gonna Bitcoin, do your thing, alts, but nah, I'm still in Arkham.
It just wicked below this and then didn't fail to reclaim it completely. I was like buying these dips and stuff. I think I even bought some up
Yep.
here, so I'm in that same
I
boat
was
with
only
you.
buying on scoops. I had orders set, so I only bought from that lower region down there. Before we
I think Prime is pretty good.
Prime too. I've been scooping up in this $3 or $4 region. This last one.
I don't know why the hell XMR is at $200, but that could have jumped the creek there. Comes back to retest this area. It could see another move. This is another dinosaur coin, but it has a tendency to
watch out.
Make new highs each cycle.
Yeah, but when they shoot up, it looks like they're quick, fast spurts. So, what is that poor thing?
Let's render after they did.
Oh my God! This a lot of people were talking about
Merge
rendering.
with Soul.
Why does that thing look
Under
just
$3?
destroyed?
Yeah, the thing's getting creamed. Tau's back.
Yep,
at
I got some towels. I'm holding. Yeah, I was
45.
scooping down the lows down there.
That's just like, goddamn. It could. I mean, so here's another example where you could argue that
It is topping out. So see how it hit that where that arc is right where you just topped off that second one. We were really scooting on like where it bounced back down from that upper vector. Look where your dotted line is sitting at. Look where our current price. Yeah, exactly. We're just high at the low point before it took off. It's like what you want to do from it. I was looking at it earlier today.
I mean, this could be right here, just like a really
Thinking 525 area.
BTC.
Yeah, I was thinking like 525 area for it. What is your 1618 come to?
540.
Yeah, I literally I was about to start putting orders in to sell at 525 for that one. What I'm doing is I'm trying to come up with areas where I'm gonna get comfortable with selling some stuff. Like 25% for my first orders, and that's exactly what I was working at. Yeah,
It's definitely good to scale out for sure.
you're at that 5.5.
This is the thing, and it does make, if that was only wave 1, that was wave 3, and this is coming back from a really deep wave 4, then wave 5 could be up here somewhere.
I was also considering just starting my orders at like $4 on that one, and then trialing it all the way up to 5.25 or something. But anyways, I'm still working. I got a lot of coins. I've been accumulating the low regions, but my next focus is on when and where, how they could reach up to their potentials. Not getting greedy, but setting orders. So once they start flickering off, I'm ready to go with it.
Does this look familiar?
As soon as my first order sets off, that's where when and where I'll set my stop limit for all these orders. I'm not going to place any stop limits quite yet until they hit my first sells. Once my first sells go off, that's when my stop limits are going to be placed. So whatever reaches below where I was comfortable to sell the first position, you know what I mean?
Oh, why is that so big?
All right, what's the deal with KDA? What is this?
I don't know that much about it. Why is this so huge, dude?
I've heard a lot of people talk about it. I just know nothing about it. I haven't done any research or looked into it.
Voila.
Looks pretty close to it. Scoot it up a little bit. Really close. 30, $40.
Yeah. I mean, that'd be if it hit $40. That's a 10x.
Would that be? No, that would be. Yeah, 7,000%. So that's almost.
Yeah, it's pushing it, but I see the
It's almost
potential.
100x.
I mean, it's not crazy, but I mean that looks completely normal.
I mean, I'm just saying, look at this pattern, right? How similar it looks, and where I got that was from here.
Yeah, you snagged it right from there and dragged it over. It was perfect. It was.
Look at how crazy it gets.
Yep.
You know, so
After that line too, exactly.
Yeah, don't throw in the towel just yet. That's all I'm saying. I think we're not even in the home stretch yet. We're still getting up to freaking. We're still in the third inning.
Retail hasn't quite asked if they should buy in yet towards the tops. Trust me. They're all going right now. When I asked them, are you guys considering buying in right now? Because if I'm telling you this stuff, you might want to consider it. And they're like, no, I heard bad stuff about that. I wouldn't touch that thing with a 10-foot pole type stuff.
Yeah.
I'm like, yep, this is exactly where I'm accumulating. And then once we're up towards the tops, those people that I was informing down at these areas, you could maybe throw, if you got $100 or 1,000, throw it in there. Because if it's sitting in your account, it's doing nothing but going down. It might be scary, but you might want to enter these areas we're running into. These kids are like, no, I did it once before. I bought like 88 at $3, and I don't know. Everybody thought I was dumb. That's what they all say and stuff. So they just don't want to be like personified as dumb again.
You don't deserve
Like
the rips.
my bro. But that's why I recommend, guys, do it. If you're gonna do it now. If I'm mumbling at you, I don't do this. You haven't heard me mumble at you in a year. I don't do it 2 years. But when I mumble at you, you might want to pay attention.
If I'm mumbling, you better damn well better listen.
Well, because a lot of these kids ask me throughout the year, what's it doing? Could I? I said, don't you dare buy in up here. Wait till things get to the low point. And if I ever tell you that it's ready to maybe jump in, you might want to listen. Like, because I don't tell people that. Like, I might recommend if they ask of where we're at and where it could go and where it's been. But when I'm sitting there telling people, now's your time to accumulate. You got $100, throw it in there. Because I've done that to a bunch of people at work, and they threw in like $500, and then like they bought Doge at like 8, and it went all the way up to 40, and they sold that shit, and they're like, "Oh my, thanks for telling me that." I'm like, "But what are you gonna do next? All the money you just made, take your profits out, and wait for me to tell you next time. Poke in at it." And they're like, "Okay, how about I take half?" I said, "That's perfect. You take half out, but you leave half ready to go when I give you the incentive." This past week, people have been poking back in, putting that in there. Yeah, I got money sitting on the side. All right. Yeah, I've been looking at something else too. A lot of people have been asking about XRP. I said, careful, don't touch XRP till it goes under $2 in my eyes, but they start buying in at 260, 250, 240.
Yeah, I had a friend that bought at 250 and then it dropped to like 173 or something.
And then they call you an asshole or something. I said, I told you don't touch that sucker till it goes under $2. What'd you do? I don't know. I bought it like 235. I said, did you have funds available? So you got excited and bought in? I said, yeah. I said, what did I tell you about the RSI? Look at it on a larger time frame, daily or 6 hour. If that thing's not poking down below that blue line, don't touch it. I said, all right, I get it. But right now is when a lot of people are like scared to get in, even though we're telling them, even though that line's touching below, that RSI and the MACD, they still scared. They know what to do. Because whatever they put in right before I told them, don't you dare,
Look at
it's
all
low.
these factors on the weekly. Like, geez, look at that huge gap.
Massive gap.
We haven't felt scarcity, guys. Not yet.
But not be.
Dude, that gap goes all the way down to like 8.1, 8.2.
It's not a 5.4.
7.5. Oh my god.
Man, like what the hell? I would not touch this with that. I wouldn't buy XRP anyway. But even if I was an XRP fan,
Would you
I'm not
buy?
going to touch it till that thing goes below 50 cents again.
Would you buy XRP at 1.5?
No. The only thing that's holding it up right now is this previous high from last cycle. If it loses that, it's a goner. It's probably coming back down here.
I won't touch it till
Well, then everything
75
is going to
cents
fall.
below. I'm still holding. Go for it. Go find your new high. I'll be happy to sell the couple thousand I'm holding. No worries. But the whole thing is, it's like I don't see massive potential unless there's what are you gonna use it for? The court case isn't done. All kinds of stuff. I just feel like it's one of those ones that's like everybody's just gonna break Bitcoin, beat Ethereum. But I'm like, let me do something with it.
It did actually flip Ethereum one time, a long time ago, when Ethereum was still a baby. But yeah, there's got to be, hold on, because this is not the full chart for XRP. What's the oldest chart? I might have, my best luck might be with Coinbase. Nope. I know they had it on Coinbase a long time ago, but
I think it was on a Bitstamp exchange, or yeah, Bitstamp. Yeah, that one.
this isn't the full history either. Because it was above $3 over here.
Yeah, I know. Maybe on BitMEX or.
How about KuCoin? How long have they had it? No, well, not long enough. BitMEX, try that. No, they're not current enough either. Who has the full chart? Oh, it's because I'm doing USD. Let me just type in XRP and I bet it, yeah. Oh no, that's the market cap. Right here. This
Yeah,
there
it is.
Yeah, so it clipped its all-time high and then it's been collapsing ever since. So I'm not.
all the Oprah, all the people that bought it on TV that day, like, oh, Ashton Kutcher just sold it. I'm kidding.
Yeah. No, everyone that bought it up
How
here
much?
got it out of their bags and they said, "Screw this." People that were bought here and have been holding for
Yeah, don't even care about profit.
8
Like, I want
years.
my money back.
Yeah, I want my money back, man. I want my money.
If you consider how much the other altcoins have fallen, XRP is actually holding its own right now.
Yeah, but it's probably, let's see, 50. It's below the 50 daily.
HBAR is climbing up.
This thing got momentum to the downside. What is this? Let's say 800. So 800 on the daily.
Look at the weekly.
And the 800 on the 4 hours, the 200 daily. You know what? Screw this. I'm just going to put on my own setup. Alright, so yeah, you have, let's see, no death cross yet on the daily, but you're below the 21 week EMA and 20 week SMA. Kind of struggling to hang on here. Like it's hanging on by a thread basically. Get your 200 daily down here at $1.63. If it drops that, your 1450 days at 76 cents. Which would probably touch the top of this consolidation, so I don't know. My bet would be down there, but there's also maybe we can draw fib from like I don't know, maybe here. That would put your 0.5. I mean, you're kind of almost at the 0.5. 618 is at $1.50. Let's see, just
You know that 1.5 it's a point of confluence or a psychological level.
Yeah, I think XRP is going to end up below $2 at some point.
Yeah, in the next couple of days, I assume.
It just went below $2.
Did it? What was the low of the day? $190, yeah. I mean, it's gonna like I think it will at least eventually come down like that and consolidate, and then maybe try to give it another try, or it's done. Like if it's not that, then it's done running, and it'll probably come down here. Maybe give it another try for a lower high or something before the end of the cycle. But yeah, I don't know about XRP. It's like I never liked it. I still don't. There is a chance that you do get a bounce off of this 200 daily SMA, and it rips and puts in a new high. Maybe $5.
What is the
That's what I
price
would-
on 200x, 200 MA?
It's at $1.61.
Ooh, that's nasty.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
I'm looking at nasty ones. After this one, I got one I want us to look at.
All right.
But it's not
Man.
nasty. It's something I actually have like ideology and potential in since we've been looking at things in this nasty way. Let's check out Jasmine.
I love nasty.
If
Let's
a lot
check
of the
out
altcoins,
Because
yeah,
what we've
Jasmine
been
would be a
looking
good
at
one.
and comparing it to, check out this spectrum. Look at where that thing went all the way down from $5. Look, I mean, look at its high. Like, zoom back out of that sucker.
Yeah, but there was like
Look at where we're at on Jasmine. All right.
the supply was super
Compared to
diluted,
all
though.
those ones that have barely been starting below where we're at now. Look at Lil Jazz.
But the supply was super diluted, man.
But
there was
it
a
was
way.
properly put out there at the bottom of the market. Now, the difference between it all is I'm asking, what do you see?
Well, you haven't fallen back into your bear market consolidation. You're still above it.
Why was it one of the first
Sweep
ones
all
that
of
took
these.
off as strong as it did in this bull market? When and where it did, and why?
China. China.
Was it China? Me? Dbloc? I don't know. What were we all seeing in that coin that we all bought it at those times? That's what I'm asking.
Oops.
And if we look at it on the aspects and spectrums, we were just looking at all the others. It makes us kind of scratch our little noggin.
So this is the China.
Jasmine's just a different one.
This is the China large cap ETF. You can see as soon as this thing bottomed out and started ripping, that's the pink line behind it.
Following right with it.
Jasmine started ripping. So
What was that curve punch right in the middle there? That high peak on the pink and a low on the Jasmine. That was when big differences made changes. Again, drove to all-time new highs up that way in our structure this time. But what's the incentive? Now look at where that pink line is again. Now look at where that pink line is again, and look at where our actual point is now. See that? All right, look at our last pink high. So go back to our last pink high and look at where Jasmine was. Now look at where our current pink high is, and look where Jasmine is now. I see massive true potentials in that sucker.
you could
No ifs, ands, or buts. Oh, they don't do me like that. But you see what I'm saying, though? See how that would see? Yep. Jasmine's got true potential. Now, if you zoom out, where do those suckers go to? Oh, he didn't want to show me the pink one up top. Oh, there's those guys. Looking back up, 10 cents is my region where I'm happy to be like, start taking true profits, but also setting stop losses, stop limits. You know what I mean? Like, where if it goes below here,
yeah, once you're in the profit,
we'll see at the bottom of next year.
Stops.
So that's what I'm working with. But Jasmine's one of those ones I truly see huge potential in. All their coins are released. We're anticipating things like Sony to be behind stuff like that. So I just see massive potential in things like this.
Well,
and at the points and positions, right?
Yeah, but
Things are still
sometimes
looking pretty
people
good.
they don't trust coins that doing this.
But again, shit could hit the fan and Jasmine could just zap out of there with the yen right now. You never know. People are like, I'd rather have yen than Jasmine that didn't do shit. But I see potential in it. I don't know. Good things take time.
Potenzionale.
My only thing with XRP is like if a lot of the coins are looking for bottoms here,
I'm all
and
in on
Bitcoin
XRP,
too,
bro.
I just
All
can't
in.
see. I mean, I can't see how the number 3 ranked coin would just start rolling over and tank while everything's finding bottoms.
You see, he's sitting there looking at it. You see the potential in Jasmine. He's like, I gotta put colors on this baby. Does anybody else holding Jasmine? Is everyone scooting into it, at least accumulating it if they can?
Dbloc is holding Jasmine.
I'm gonna take this off of the background and instead I'm gonna put on HSI.
Throw a couple of things on there. Compare them all together.
This is the why won't it let me put it on there? Oh, HSI 1. Yeah, okay. This is probably more like it because this is Hang Seng, so this is more. So this is like their full stock market.
What is Hang Seng? I mean, is that like the Japanese S&P almost?
No, it's China. China
Right.
S&P, basically, kind of like.
Ooh,
it's
man,
like,
that's completely inverted to the regions and zones I was kind of looking at, but similar. Yep. Really close.
I
It's
mean,
actually closer, but
it's kind of just ahead.
all right, now it looks
Yeah, it's
different than
just
you
delayed in
assumed.
time frame.
Like it's kind of just ahead of the Jasmine thing, you know what I mean? But this is what I'm saying. China, it's because of China. Like it'll move with Chinese
Yeah,
coins,
but
so
that
it'll move with China.
that pink one is up there right now. Look at how far they've diverged between the two. I see potential right between our fingertips at this point with Jazz.
Well, I mean, look, when you were up here, the Hang Seng was on its way down already. When you were down here, the Hang Seng had just started ripping. Now you're down here, the Hang Seng is ripping. So what's this gonna do next?
JSP's gonna put out
Probably
its
come up to
word.
meet it. Well,
Yeah, we're gonna see a
this one
massive
comes
inflow.
down.
It's gonna come in from somewhere, I'm telling you. And Jaspy's one of those things that took off for a reason, and everybody started looking into Jaspy, but then forgot about it. It's one of those ones that were like, oh, I coulda, shoulda, woulda, but now's my time. Or retail says it, or look, and then they look at a chart and it's like this thing went up to $5. You know how much retail's gonna buy into this thing?
Dude, the best trade I had all year was I longed this thing. It was sort of like this symmetrical triangle.
But that's when retail doesn't know how many of their coins didn't come out at the time they did, but they just saw it made it up to that point way before. It's at least gonna hit something close, you know.
I longed this. Hold on. I had this measured move.
I should just go straight up and down with that one. What are you gonna do?
This is the measured move that I had laid out. So
All right,
I took a long here, and I closed my long here.
That was actually really good. That was actually a perfect call on that. I was wondering what you're doing that straight line, then you clipped it, then dragged it over, and I like the slope and the length on it. It's perfect.
So that was 130% on like 10x leverage.
Look at that potential.
No, the way you just arrived that
I made
straight,
like
instead of just doing a
5 grand on
straight up and down line, you actually just followed right to there, clipped it, dragged it over. It was perfect.
Yeah, it's a measured move.
No, it's a perfect angular measure move instead of doing straight up and down. Bam.
Almost equal in height.
Yeah. So that's where I took my profits. I didn't try to hold it until it got to the top. I just took my profit. That was my plan, was to take profit there.
Yep.
I held it till
That's
there.
where I would.
You know,
That's what I got to get used to. Start taking profits up there, but also getting used to putting my stop limits there.
I took profit here probably. I took profit here, and then I closed the full position probably here. Left like 25% as a runner, and then put stop losses here.
What I'm saying is that's where I got to start getting used to getting rid of 25%, not holding on to maybe 25, but just start getting used to 25%, but also putting a stop limit at those points. So if it goes up, keeps ripping, I have more to go. But if it comes down from those regions, I'll be happy to get rid of the rest of it and wait for pullback. So
I don't remember how much I put into the trade, but I remember pulling like $5,000 out of it. Like this trade made me like 5 Gs.
no, but at least you had incentive. At least you knew you were looking forward to what you had a reference of what you were aiming at. That's the biggest difference of what I didn't have any idea what I was doing last cycle, and this cycle I know what I'm aiming at. At least I have a target, or if it's north, south, east, west, well, I got to at least point that direction. And then from there, it's like, how many yards is it? Okay, you know what I'm trying to say. And then from there,
Yeah.
it's like, which way's wind coming in? Well,
Do you ever
after
trade
that,
on leverage?
I don't trade it all on leverage. I just
So you're just on spot. All right. Yeah, I mean that's good. Just stick to spot because, like, at least until you know like the movements, because
Bro,
you can get swept up in volatility real
if
quick.
I even attempted futures, I think I probably wouldn't be sitting here today.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I never tipped my fingy in the wrong hole, if you know what I'm saying. Well, it was because it was the right incentive from the people that I was learning from. And there was a reason that Dbloc didn't touch it. There's a reason Drew didn't touch it. And the people that I was also learning from that were touching it and doing it incorrectly were wrecking their lives, wrecking their channel, wrecking their incentive, wrecking their demeanor. But also, tolerance is one thing, but we got to stick to our rhythm. We got to stick to our rhyme. And if you can somehow always keep yourself above water, at least with like a life jacket. I mean, sure, the boat just sank, but as long as you're still floating in the water with a life jacket, you're good. You know what I'm trying to say? It's a different story when you go down with the ship. In anticipation, you were just crossing the Atlantic. And all it takes is a dinky iceberg in the middle of this massive system.
I can't believe how much this thing pumped. Yeah, China's got a huge short squeeze going on right now.
What's the yen doing right now? What are currencies action?
What currency? Oh, the
I
yen.
don't know. What are currencies doing? Is there anything that's flipping or flying or winging?
JPY is actually ripping.
What's a good way we can start looking at currencies across the globe, or like mean differentials of percentages that are trading at?
I mean, you can add them to your watch list. Like,
I never consider it. It was just one thing that just kind of clicked in my dome there for a second. I was like, wait, which currencies could be, you know?
like, look, if I put here, I'll go to.
I mean, which one? If the yen's going up, which one of it might be also traded for? It's not just straight up going into the dollar, but you know what I'm trying to say, or what other
Right.
currencies are trading into it to hopefully anticipate their.
Well, this is it against the dollar, but I don't know what it looks like against other currencies. But like, see how this is like USD, JPY. It's the dollar divided by Japanese yen. But if I was to, so this is kind of backwards, right?
How about
Like
a
this chart's
comparative one? Remember how we just had like the pink one and the other one? How can we compare the yen and the dollar that way?
I mean, well, it's like this. You do JPY USD.
There you go, and toss it on there.
Japanese yen versus the US dollar, right?
Mhm.
And you can see that versus the US dollar, Japanese yen is up 8.35% from its higher low there. And I think if I
Dbloc showed a great chart earlier where the yen has been going down for like the past decade or more. And as it's going down against the United States dollar, it looks like it's about to poke out of this ribbon. And it's about to kind of do its thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, since 2011, it's been losing dominance against the dollar. It's been
Yeah,
trending down
like
against
kind
the
of
dollar.
falling down pretty hard for the past decade or more. Decade
You
and
had
a
a
half.
bullish
You know,
divergence.
what did you say? Just 2011? You said?
Yeah.
I mean, look at that sucker. And right now, there's something down at the bottom that looks like it's. I mean, the yen has been around for a long time. I just feel like it's like a well that's gone down for like its really deep scoop, and then it's coming up for some air.
This
You know
is
what
a
I'm trying to say?
bullish
It's like,
divergence.
see the
See that
divergence action on that. Look at it.
that lower low in price, that higher lows in RSI.
RSI is for sure.
That's a bullish divergence. And then you had a higher low here.
Yep.
And now it's gaining.
So see those two comparatively. I don't know. That's why I'm bringing it up. And again, I wouldn't have known this if it wasn't for Dbloc that showed us earlier today. But they're all things that we should be considering along the way. There's a lot of things that are out there. Having all these different people on the same boat, looking in all directions, is really helpful.
yeah,
And the
it's
ways
cool.
we
It's like
look at
putting
all
a
these different things.
puzzle together, like having all the pieces to a puzzle.
Yeah, but
This
it's
thing
kind
could
of at
rip
least,
up.
yeah, you're kind of seeing
Not
that
trust
one.
line.
Can you watch
But if it's
Sui when
been
you
that
have
long,
time?
you on this high of a time frame, look at that sucker. It definitely has potential movement.
What about Sui?
Because
Yeah,
the
can you
dollar's
watch
going to fall
Sui?
off here in a few years, and it
He's
almost
trying
needs to.
to climb, but yeah, it's more hard than other coins.
I think Sui's in a good spot, right about the 50 weekly SMA.
And
Just resting on it.
in the 5 minutes, I think it crossed the. We had a cross in 5 minutes on 5. That's a good cross, yeah.
Yeah, we got golden cross there on the 5 minute.
Yeah,
I
I
mean, to
open
be fair,
long.
you also had one there, and it ended up going lower.
What
But
you think is the best price to take the profits from the long? Just asking. It's not financial advisor or I gonna say something.
on
If you
Sui,
open,
where
yeah,
was your entry?
like here.
80 cents.
Here?
Yeah.
I feel
I
like
don't know. I
people have
mean,
been
if you
so patient with Sui. Sui's been like it's something that everybody's been putting so much time and attention and all kinds of stuff. Like what's her name from the channel? It's like a lot of potential is sitting right in front of us with Sui, and we're just
Yeah.
not quite sure what it's going to do just because of its like market potential and cap and where we're sitting at and how much it's been ripping through these. I mean, come on, from $3 to $2 is quite a bit.
how much is what kind of leverage are you on, and what?
15x.
So
1.5.
you entered at what, 218? You said.
Yeah.
And I just feel like that $3 to $2 for some reason mentally. I don't think many other coins have played with that region. You know what I'm trying to say? Other coins go from like 50 cents to like $5. I just feel like mentally, Sui kind of hit this region of like a dollar denomination of a really important coin that people have been paying attention to and see so much aspect in. But have converted over to tremendously.
How much of a percentage loss are you willing to take?
Do you know what I really think
if
a
the
lot of
trade
people
doesn't
switch
work
from?
out?
It's like Shiba into Sui. I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize.
No problem.
Do you understand what I'm saying, though? I feel like a lot of people that gave up
Like
on
30
Shiba
for
switched to Sui.
40%.
40%.
Yeah.
Right. Well, so 40 divided by 15 is what, 2.5 or something? If you did a 3% stop, if your position's here, you did a 3% stop, you could put your stop loss below the 200 SMA. And then if you target a 1-to-2 ratio, then you could take some profit here. But
Or your
you
stop
can
loss
do
at that 382 would be perfect.
yeah. I mean, the only thing is it might wick down.
Yeah, or at least in between the 382 and at least wherever
Yeah.
the 8 is on that 800 is on that. At
Yeah,
that
you
lower
hold the
one.
50, you're probably good, but I'd say so you could do a take profit for like 50% there, right? So
Or
say you set up, huh?
Or should I be more safe and I put it down from the 50 EMA?
Well, look, it bounced up and above.
What
Look where we
below the
crossed.
50?
Yeah,
Has to do a
Just know
retest to
that.
scare
So
folks out.
like, if you're like on here, if you're risking 1%, then you're really risking 15% because you're on 15x. So
like here.
if
Yeah.
you put it like 216, right, you'd be risking 15%. Then you can bring your take profit a lot closer. So like if you're targeting a 1-to-2 risk reward ratio for your first take profit, if you set your trade up like this, the thing is this is still above the 150 and the 200, but I mean it's below the 50 EMA. So yeah, below the 50 EMA, I mean I guess you could call it quits there because you're making a lower low below this. So yeah, probably 216 would be the stop loss. If you target a 1-to-2, then you're taking out these highs running into this resistance. That would be a 222. That's a 1-to-2 ratio. So if you set it up like this, put your stop loss there. This is your first take profit, right? If you sell half here, you sell 1/2 of your position. Sorry, that's shitty writing. 1/2 of your position here, and you leave your stop loss here, then even if you get stopped out, you're not
I'm
losing
gonna
any
be
money
in winning.
because
Yeah.
like whatever you get stopped out for, you've already gained up here.
Such a good
So
strategy.
now you have, if you've hit your first, what I do is multiple targets. So if you have another take profit, you could target a 1-to-3.5 ratio, which is a little bit more ambitious. Okay, right there's good enough. That would be at like 225, and you're still under the 618 from this previous move. You're still under a 618 retracement, so that would probably be a logical second take profit. So you could sell like another 25% of the original position there. So if here you sell, if you want to be safe about it, like I don't know how much of a risk taker you are, but if you sell 50% here, and then you sell another 25% here.
No, it should have been 25 and then 50. It should be the other way around.
I mean, well, you want the trade to be free.
Well,
right?
relatively, that's the way I base it too. That's why I'm mumbling it.
I put like 600 bucks, 600 something bucks from with 15%, 15x.
But the toughest thing too is as we come up there, is I got to work. What I want to work on is see where your 50 is. As I sold at that first one, and I expect us to start coming up to where your 25. I got to start figuring out where I want to put a stop loss where I can get comfortable.
All right. Well, I'm
But
gonna
not
go through
bump.
that too.
All right. So 50, 25, 15. What's the
All right.
next?
So you have three targets or 4 targets, right? Now your first target. Hold on, I gotta move this up a little bit more.
Yeah, I was going to say on each of those red zones, all of those look like you have a consistent red lower floor. But
That's
do those
because
ever
where the stop
fluctuate
loss
or
is.
differentiate in your red zones as we come up? So you all keep
I
having
don't
those
know
at the
why.
floor, but each of those red zones should also come up each one of
We,
those phases as
Alright,
well.
hold on.
we
So
have yeah.
Based off the fibs.
this, I'll go through it. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This
Hey, dude,
here,
you're doing great.
this
You
is
really are. You really are. You're doing great because you're actually building this whole thing. It's actually really clear as day. Exactly what you're going for. I'm sorry. I actually talk too much. I get excited.
here. I'll make this one green too. All right. So these green ones are your take profits.
Attempts. So this is just a display.
This is a plan. Okay.
Yep,
This is
the plan,
like
the
when.
display of what we're attempting here.
So
What's the
you
last
put
one?
that's 10%
7.5.
of
10.
your original position. All right. So you have 4 different ratios here. You have a 1 to 2. This one right here is a 1 to 3.5. This is a 1 to 5, and this is a 1 to 10 risk to reward ratio.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if you get out with half your position here, you still have
Mhm.
50% left that you can sell higher up.
Yeah.
So if you hit your first take so you've got your stop loss here in case it doesn't work out. You're risking 1% to make 2%. You hit your first take profit, you can move your stop loss up to break even. Now you've made money on half your position, and you're not losing any money because your stop loss is at break even.
Yep. And I see why you
If
scoop
it
it down
goes,
to the red zone. Yep.
so if it goes up to here, that's where you move your stop loss up to your entry. Okay. Now if you don't get stopped out and it keeps going up to your second target,
This is when we should properly be making the adjustment. Yep.
you then move your stop loss up to your first take profit
Yeah,
target.
yeah. Once it crosses there, and then it's like, all right, I already seen it happen once. Yep.
So you're out of your at this point you're 75% out of the position. Now if it continues to go up and it goes up to your 1 to 5 ratio,
Same rhythm, same rhyme.
you move your stop loss up to the second take profit.
Yep.
Now if you
And then
this is
after that,
basically just your
yep.
moon bag. Like if you don't get stopped out, because like it might come down to stop you out at this point. But if you don't get stopped out and it does like another bull flag, you can have a moon bag. It's only 10% of your original position.
Yep. Say 5% up from there up to the
Like
0.
I can go.
And
I can keep it like maybe.
you can get 10% there and sell the rest of your bag, and then if it hits that position, even if it doesn't hit that one, you can move your stop loss up here. So at least
That's
you're getting a
exactly
1
what I
to
was gonna
5
say
ratio.
next. We gotta be dragging the stop loss up with the mama as she's cruising. And once we get up to the end, we don't have that much still in the market, but you're super happy probably at that point because you already made profits. You still have a little bit in the market going, yup, I know it still has potential to rise. Goes up. But once you reach at the top, that's when we're all going to have the mental capacitance and the ability. That's when other people are going to be super excited that they think that this crypto is going to take over the world type thing. You know what I'm trying to say? It's like more than euphoria. Like,
Well, the idea of this is for 10% of your position, you want to leave it as a moon bag in case
Yep.
it hits your 1 to 10 target.
Exactly.
But if it doesn't, and it like let's say it only makes it up about that high,
no
and then
problem.
it starts come crashing down, you still
Hits
made
our
your 1
stop
to 5
loss.
ratio because
Hits
your
our
1 to
stop.
5 ratio is your stop loss is already moved up there.
And that whole time as we were scooting up towards the top, I'd be dragging that stop loss too with it. Like, you know what? If it ever goes down below this, I'm like, you know what?
Yeah, I mean, you can move it up as it's moving, and then
Yes,
you
sir.
hit, see that low,
Right
you can
there.
move it up to this low.
Exactly.
If it takes
Done
it out
deal.
there, then
Cool. Y'all can chase it. I'm good. I'll see you in 4 years.
I make this thing with XRP. I took from the bottom 25x with $700. I make some good profits like this.
Thank you for explaining it the way you did. That really was. It was an
Thank you,
easy,
bro.
wonderful, easy, great 50, 25, 15 back up. Be
That
ready
was
for it,
the
folks.
thing. I took like 50% on the beginning, but after I took again 50%, I don't 25. That was better what you told here. If I was keep it like this, I got more profit.
If you want, you could even, if you want to be like a bit more risky, you could even put 25.
I love to be risky.
Oops, what did I do? That's not what I wanted to do.
All depends on what money comes from what places around the world into what avenues at what time. There's a lot of things we got to focus on. We're all a bunch of sailors in this boat together. Now, it's a lot of different things that we all are good at looking at. We got to just pay attention as we're floating through this ocean with these big ships and these big vessels. We got to pay attention to the current. We got to pay attention to the wind. We have to pay attention to the like the way that they both interact, the way the tide's going. Whether they're going into harbor or back out, like out to sea. Whether they're full of people on the boat or they're like cheap vessels that, you know what I'm trying to say? So we got to pay attention to a lot of aspects, but we see what's right in front of us.
So if you want, you could even put your take profit. Oops. You could even put your take profit, set them up like that, where it's 25% of your position.
Or like I
Oh
usually
my
do 10, 10, 10, 10, 10 as we step up instead of increasing, instead of I don't know how to anticipate the upper regions. So as we're climbing up through those zones, I just go like 10%, 10%. Well, it's in smaller denominations. It's actually like 2%. But then I just start, as we climbing up to those, it sells at the highest points. And as we climb down, I have close little accumulation zones.
Okay, so this
But I
is
want to
the
learn how to scooch up my stop limit. Like, so if it ever really falls below this point.
All right. Well, let's say that the criteria for his trade there is he's risking 1%, or if it falls below this 150 EMA, right, on the 5-minute. So right now that's about where the stop loss is.
Well, evenly, usually what I do is I set like 10,000 Doge, 10,000 Doge, 10,000 Doge. That's what I mean is I spread it like that. But what I got to start getting used to is at like what you're doing is maybe at the lower regions only like 5,000 Doge, 5,000 Doge. And as we start climbing up, then I skip it up to like 10,000. And then after that, 25,000. And then once I get up towards the top up there, 50,000 portions at those higher limits when I'm happy, I should be happy to sell. Don't be greedy, but also scooching that stop limit behind those zones. So I'm not selling too much lower, but also every time I usually sell, if I can buy more, I usually do, especially when we're climbing, ripping hard. When I sold and I don't want to miss out, you know, it's hard in a bull market structure. I'm a bear
So well,
market.
this is all about having a plan, right? A plan to take profits. So if you have a plan to take profits at each one of these spots, you have a plan, you have a stop loss, you have your take profits, you're good. So the trade is basically automated, right?
It's the
If you want to be
portions.
a little bit more risky, instead of doing 50 and 25,
Not 50. I do it in
15
small
and
portions since I have such. That's what I'm trying to say. But I
Yeah.
don't know exactly where those peaks are. So what I've got more comfortable doing is as we get up to those peaks, as soon as I think I'd be happy to sell my first one or like a bunch or the whole bag, I do it in the tiniest portion and then I slowly go up from there. And as it breaks through, or like literally, I sit there and patiently wait until it's like wasn't expecting it to even get up there. RSI's bouncing above like 90 on a 15-minute. That's when I start placing my littler portions. So as it climbs up through unexpected regions, I'm always like happy as could be to sell. I'm like,
here's the
you
thing
know,
about scalping, though. If you're scalping, you have to take the small profits that come quicker, because if you don't, I mean, you also have to keep an eye on the oscillators and stuff.
but I
But
don't
if you
scalp
wanted
until
to
we
be,
hit major regions of news release, of anticipated like real strides in the market. I don't
then
pick
you're
around
not
day to day unless
you're
it's
not
I'm
scalping.
just a smart
You're
person.
investing. You're not scalping. You're investing, but you have to have a price target for where you want to sell. You got to have a plan.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Okay, we have like a cross. Okay, we have like something like W. Okay, and why it's it's not doing like higher high and XRP, H bar, all these other tokens making like higher high, but this with
Well,
cross
sometimes
and
it's
all
just
these
where
things.
the liquidity's flowing. You know, like if you look at, let's look at Sui. Sui.d. So Sui market cap dominance. It's only 0.27% right now. So this.
Who has the biggest flow of Sui? Who's moving the most Sui around on the market these days? I mean, what platforms?
Probably
Where's the
Raoul Pal.
largest trades happening?
Oh, I don't know.
I
Probably
wouldn't be surprised if it's like Coinbase now because it's on there. It's been there for a while.
Is it? Oh, I didn't even know that. But yeah, I mean, Sui dominance, you're still kind of like in this downtrend here. So, I mean, I would expect it to break that first before Sui, the price of Sui actually really goes somewhere ahead, like before it starts outperforming like XRP or whatever the other ones are. But I mean, just technically speaking,
Dude, I bought that thing at 80 cents, and it just like kept ripping up. So I've just been so patiently waiting for.
I was thinking about to open the long XRP or H bar or Sui, and I say, okay, I'm going. Sui has
well, just
more
have a
low
plan.
market cap.
What's just because something's moving doesn't mean that you have a logical setup for where you like. Do you have a plan for like where you're gonna enter or like why? Like
I
what's
saw
your reason for entering?
the cross on 5 minutes. I saw things and I say, okay, I'm gonna open here, and it's not moving like other tokens, but yeah, when you show the dominance, yeah.
Well, I mean, anyway, it's good to just have a plan like this. So if you want to be a little bit more risky, you can do 25, 25, 25, and 25. And so you have like a quarter of your position out at 10%. So
But
if
with
you do this,
25,
now you're risking.
with
And that's an easy
25,
way to
we're
like
gonna
show other
put my
people.
stop losses.
I'm sorry.
For this one,
You're right.
For this one, you're trying to make. For this one, you're trying to make 10%. This one, you're
Yeah,
trying to make 5%. This one, you're trying to make 3.5%. This one, you're trying
It's
to make
hard
2%.
to do it that way. You're right. The 25, 25, 25 is a
Yeah.
great way to do it. Instead, like consecutive steps and stages that people would be
Well,
comfortable doing and understanding what they're doing.
But with 25%,
I'm getting to like this averaging it out, right? So like if you take 2% plus 3.5% plus 5% plus 10%, and you divide it by 4 because you have 4 take profits, that's 5.12%. So you're making, if you hit all 4 targets, you'll make an average of 5%. So really, it's almost like you took profit on the whole trade at this one.
But it's
okay.
being
If you
steady
hit all
along
4
the way.
targets,
Yeah.
it's like you're taking the profit on the whole trade on this
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
You
yeah.
have to hit all 4 for
But
it.
that's what I got to work on. I have to work on being able to comfortably set these stages in anticipation before we truly ever get there. I mean, I always have hopes because I've been stuck in bear markets for that's 3 years. But when they get there, it's almost like one of those feeling type. You know, I mean, when Doge is sitting there in mid and high 40s, and it's like, all right, come on, this thing's like at least needs to crack 50 cents here, guys. You know, and I'm just like, I was playing with it, pushing, making it just. But then after the entire structure fell out, the thing is, the structure is going to be heading the other direction. I have to really get into a safe bull ideology, but a bear mentality in the end, and it's a tough thing to do, and not a lot of people understand it because all they see and feel and think and smell and hear is the market going up and it's never going to come back, you know.
Yeah, it's
And that's where I got to learn this year.
Everybody goes through. You just gotta. It's just
I'm
experience.
still
like
in bear
dealing with
mode as weird as
emotions.
I'm still in bear mode, and I really am because I was a bear the entire time I was back on. And it kept going, it kept ripping. So
Well, it's down now, so
well, again,
be a bull.
I
now.
didn't expect it to have taken this long, but these are the areas and zones that I was expecting way back when it never came back down. So I was expecting this type of fluctuation, sort of rebounds and craziness before things took off. So I was just sitting there patiently with all my orders spread and my like I was explaining earlier. But in the end,
This is it's all right, dude. You'll recover. Don't worry about it.
it's not about that. I could care less about what I did or didn't make. It's what I've learned in the process of it that means and matters more than anything.
Yeah, well, that's
I
good.
cannot
The
go
more
to
you
school
learn,
for
the more
this.
money you'll make later.
Brother, we can't go to school for this. You think you could go to school to be anything in the world, but having your hands on the things that you're actually part of. You can go to school to be a plumber. You can learn it in textbooks, but as soon as you get a kid that's been in school for 4 years to be a plumber, out with his hands in the field, he sucks. But a guy that's been in the field with his hands on pipes and they built 15 different buildings over the past 4 years, he knows how to do copper better than the guy that designed it on paper. You know what I'm trying to say? Having your hands in the market, having experience and understanding when it hits the fan, excuse my language, it's understanding what to do with it.
Yeah,
And what
it's
that's the
invaluable
biggest.
knowledge. It's good stuff to know. But yeah, so just to finish up this example real quick is the cool thing about moving up your stop loss is you lock in these gains at every level. So even if you don't quite hit your next target, you get stopped out at your first one. If you don't hit
And
the third
exactly
one,
what
you
I
get
said, it's
stopped at
my
your
goal.
second. If you get
Same thing
stopped
with
out at
50%.
I will work
so
on these little
if you get
strategies you're showing me.
say you get up to here, but it doesn't quite hit your fourth target. As long as your
Yeah.
stop loss is here, you're
Moving.
still selling the last quarter of your position at 5% at a 5% gain.
And
So
just scooching I got to work on scooching that stop loss up as price moves with it, or price moves up, and I got to learn how to move my stop loss with it and into a comfortable zone.
now you take
I've never done
if
it.
you only make it to the third target and you don't quite make it to the fourth, and you come down and you get stopped out, then you take 5 because you're selling half your position at 50%. So you take 5% plus 5% plus 3.5% plus 2% divided by 4 is 3.8%.
Okay.
So that's more than a 1 to 3.5 risk to reward ratio. In a 1 to 3.5 risk to reward ratio, you only need to be right 20% of the time. So you only need to be right on 1 out of 5 trades to be profitable. So that's what's so powerful about this, having multiple take profits and scooching your stop loss up and stuff like that. Because if you can at least get a 1 to 3.5, like if you can risk 1% to make 3.5% and do that consistently, you will be profitable. You only have to do it 1 out of 5 trades.
Great strategy, bro. I can't say thank you enough. But it's just opening my eyes how to. Dude, I'm really good in the bear market. I'm terrible in the bull market. I accumulated so much just because it's just so much more comfortable. But I really do. I'm a newbie at this. Last cycle, I literally bought it at 5.5 cents on Doge and sat there and did nothing. And I didn't pay attention to what was happening. And this structure, this is my learning process of actually getting to know what we're seeing and striving through and understanding the differences between the two.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's really easy in a bear market.
Notice how this is still a lower high. So even if you made it to your fourth target, you still don't even need it to get back to where it was previously.
But you're still all good.
Hit all 4 of your targets.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
And you still made it. If you hit all 4 of your targets, you still made, what was it, like
Safe,
7%
comfortable.
or something?
Whether it retraces
5%.
or goes up, you'll be happy to like reposition when it's time.
Yeah, I mean 5% is 5%. So and he's on 15x. So you really gotta multiply that by 15. So 5% times 15 is 75%. Who doesn't want to make 75% on a trade?
Yep.
It doesn't matter what the dollar amount is really.
And also being comfortable to exit along the way.
Yeah. I mean that's why you have a limit, you have a stop loss, You have a limit take profit, limit take profit, limit take profit, limit take profit, and you can always drag your stop loss up as it goes up.
Smiling along the way, understanding what you're doing, and comfortable in the entire process of it. I mean, it's tough to take profits for a lot of people, but if you structurally get used to it and understand this is the whole point of doing it,
Well, what I'm saying
that's
is
when
you
it
don't
becomes
you
next
don't
stage.
have to you don't have to do it manually. You can just literally set a limit sub
Well, that's what I
order
mean.
there.
Like, that
If it
means
hits it, it hits it. You're
I
out.
manually
And if
have
it
to
doesn't,
place those orders, but I mentally have to do it. So I manually have to place my orders to do that. I'm not just like sit here and market sell when they whack it. No, I have to mentally get used to placing that stuff and being comfortable doing it. So if they hit those zones, so once my orders are placed, all I got to work on is moving my stop limit up. So my orders are already there. So as my things come up, I'll just scooch my stop limit up behind it. You know what I'm saying? Because like the two things you pointed out: sell here, sell there, but also scooch your stop limit up. And that's two disciplines I got to work on in the schedule. Yeah, bounce up and out of there. Look at the retest. Sell at the high point. Bounce off down off that line for retest after our last sellings up there. Ba-boing.
I mean, what's cool about this particular trade is that the first take profit is before you even hit resistance. The second one is at the first resistance.
The thing is, this crowd the time I was buying back in.
And then the next one, the third take profit, you haven't hit the next resistance. So if it does break that resistance, then
You're comfortable either way. Yep, you're comfortable either way on it.
And then this one is still below the previous high. So
chilling.
You don't
What
have
we
to
gonna
take
do
out that
next?
high in order to. So this could still end up being a downtrend, but you've already taken profit 4 times.
And comfortable as could be, sitting on the sidelines waiting for anticipated markets
Yeah.
to prove what they're going to really do.
Then if it does this, you don't have to be sitting there holding a losing trade.
And you're
because
chilling. You're sitting here
taken
laughing,
profit
going,
and
"Yep,
stopped out.
yep," and you're referring back to everything you anticipated along the way, and you're sitting there waiting for true markets to prove when and where they're going to do it from there. Thank you so much for the ideology. Like, honestly, this is just basic, keeping it real. Not
Yeah, it's
panicking,
risk
but
management. That's the power of
management.
having a plan. Like that's the power of having a plan. It's just like you can make smaller, consistent profits if you're just scalping. Like expect the duration of the trade to be shorter and take modest profits. If you're in for like a big swing trade, then
this would be so much
you could
easier if I had
probably
a smaller amount of coins.
you
I
could
gotta start
probably
selling.
have your. So say you decided to enter here, but your invalidation, you're willing to risk.
But switch it over to
10,
coins that I truly
10%.
matter with. At
If
these
you were
zones.
to try to long all the way up here, your 1 to 3 ratio
Bro, you already missed it.
becomes a lot further away.
That's risk. That's more than risking it up there.
But you're risking 10% to make 30%.
Is it worth it in the end? Or do you put it into more stable things that you're chilling with? So I'll take profits in zones and areas once we really break up and out.
I'm just saying
I'm not
that's the
going to get
difference
greedy with
between
anything.
a swing trade. Like if you're expecting to be in it longer, you can take bigger profits like 30%, but you're also risking 10% instead of just 1. You know what I mean? So
I'd already be disciplined enough where I'd have set schedules to sell along those limits. Like I said, I do smaller portions and stuff. So instead of doing, or 25, 25, 25 all across that green zone. And next anticipated structure after we bounce off our next catch. So it's
I mean,
things take time.
This would be if it went down like it stopped you and you'd lose 10%. But as long as it doesn't make a lower low, if it makes a higher low, and it goes up to your target, you make 30%.
Bounce off,
Maybe it
retest.
rejects it from there.
I would expect it to bounce up above your green line, reject, retest, and then shoot from there. Your downtrend line. It would go up,
I
do a
mean,
little retest. Yep.
if this is your target though, I mean, like, so you've got two things. You've got the 1.618 and you've got this trend line. So you probably want to put your target a little bit closer. So you're really going for like a 2.5.
Yeah, I see how
or
you tighten it up
2.5.
there. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then, but that's because you have a reason here. Like, there's a reason here to sell because
Yeah.
this trend line in the 1.618. So like that should be part of your plan.
At least having that anticipated region is so important. Just an ideology of where it could and should and would be if I'm expecting to get there. Yeah. Very helpful in tools and ideas. Thank you so much. I can't say thank you enough.
Yeah, no problem, man. That's why I'm here. I just want to try to help people as much as I can. You know, sort of learn the stuff that I wish somebody taught me.
You're being
Before I
clear.
lost a ton
Like
of
you're
money.
like, I've already been there. I've already done this. Check this out. But you like, but it's just what we should be looking at and not be freaking out and panicking. It's like this is the time to actually be focusing on anticipated regions and what we do when we get there.
This type of stuff cost me a lot of money to earn. I didn't go to learn. I didn't go to school for it, but it cost me a lot of money to learn because I
still in
learned the
school.
wrong way first, and then I had to correct it.
I still got to go to class like 4 days a week, bro. 7 days a week. I'm joking, but at
Yeah,
least
you
there's
gotta
a,
just learn at your own pace, man, and just start slow. You know, you'll eventually get the hang of it. And
good things take
get
time,
better
like I
over
always
time.
say. Good
Yeah,
things take
yeah.
time.
Rome wasn't built
Patience.
in a day.
Patience is a virtue too.
Yeah, live your life, enjoy your life, and make this a hobby, and hopefully someday it'll make you a good amount of money.
One of the most important things these charts have truly been teaching me is the word patience. Man, oh man.
Patience is key.
It is. I mean, you can't go to school for it. A billionaire can't fly in and go to Walmart and buy, yo, give me the whole aisle of patience. I'll take the whole thing. And nope. Like, literally, it takes an entire life to build patience. And the levels in which you do it are how you control your own levels of patience as well. Kind of fun. The more ways you look at it, good things take time. If you don't have patience, you give up on time. You got to realize that we only have so many days left on this planet. Each and every one of us have a different number of days. We have to appreciate each and every one we're here too. Everybody always looks at charts and expects this and expects that and wants this and does that for nothing. Like, appreciate every day you're here. Go help your neighbor. Go outside and watch the birds chirp for an hour. When your charts aren't rolling, I'm serious. If you go outside and watch like birds chirp, it's like natural endorphin and like dopamine release. You don't have to go smoke a bowl and get pissed. And if you actually just start appreciating again the world right next to you and right around you, things like billions of years old and we're floating around with it.
Speaking of which, I gotta go smoke a butt, and then I'm probably gonna go to bed myself. 'Cause it's 5 in the morning. It's 5:15. Jesus.
Well, either way, we're still itching out the groove. Like you always keep saying, good things take time.
Yeah, I kind of wish there was more people around to see that explanation because
There was probably a lot of people watching and even need to say anything. The way I was mumbling at you and the way you were explaining things was probably tough on people on YouTube because they're like, what the heck are they talking about? But it might give you guys more
yeah,
incentive
they
to
can't see me.
hit the thumbs up on YouTube if you're on YouTube and subscribe to Dbloc's channel. And it's an awesome community that's been built over the years.
Crap, my freaking mouse is doing this weird thing again.
Even your damn clicks and mouse scrolls. Can I send you a gift card or a new mouse?
Free mouse, one free mouse.
No, and a keyboard too. You sound like you're your typewriter / like
Yeah, I got fucking ancient technology over here, man. Like, for real. This Sui is kind of struggling with this 0.5 zone.
Yeah,
And
bro, it's pissing me off.
I hope it can bust through for your sake, but you know, if not, I mean, you always have your stop loss there. You might want to put it a little bit lower than 216, like maybe 215 or something, just because if it wicks this 150 EMA, I'd hate to see it stop you out and then keep going, but that kind of messes up the whole risk to reward ratio. I was just going off of this example if you're risking 1%, which really for you it would be 15%. But I mean, hey, if you're willing to risk up to 30%, you could bring your stop loss down to like 213, but you'd be risking 30% of what you put in. So I don't know, that part's up to you, but this is just I'm just showing you how like the risk reward ratio works.
What price you say? 215. Oh, 214.
Like I mean, well, the original stop loss was at 216.
Yep.
And then your first take profit would be if it was a 1 to 2 risk reward ratio, your first take profit would be 227. Or sorry, 222. I mean, Sui's a pretty strong coin, so hopefully it can bust up. The problem is like the
I'm watching
sentiment.
all the others. I say okay, H bar or XRP or Sui, and I pick the F wrong. Yeah, that don't make the work.
Yeah, it's
That's
okay.
correct,
Maybe
right?
it'll catch up. If not, then you can try to catch a position. Maybe you get a better position on one of those other coins. Like, but you
Yeah.
have the whole risk reward ratio thing, so you know how much you're risking. Just if you're gonna use, I like to use, like I like to try to not go above 10x. So like if I'm on 10x and I'm risking 1% on this tool here, this risk reward ratio tool, which you can find up here in projection long positions. You can also do it for a short, but this is a long position. You put it
Can
on
I
your
do
chart.
this with on Bybit?
You should be able to.
Where I find this?
If they have a trading view chart, you gotta go over into your tools, and it's in projection.
Projection.
And then long position.
Long position. Okay. And when I put this, the stop loss, like it's gonna close, or I need to go to put it myself.
No, you have to actually you have to put the stop loss order in yourself.
Okay, I got you.
This is just a tool to show you like what your risk reward would be, like what you could make if you were to hit these targets. But I mean, realistically, like your entry, so like when you're entering a trade, you need to have three things. You need to have an entry trigger, like something that makes you think, okay, like at this point I want to buy. Then the second thing you need is an invalidation. So where if you're wrong about it, where does your entry become invalidated?
Well, that's
And that's where
exactly
you put
why.
your stop loss.
See how you got those going up at 25.25? I do the same thing just exactly backwards when I'm buying. So as soon as I get to a zone like we kind of have hit in the past few days, before I think I would want to let most people go all in. It's kind of like when I had this feeling I'm happy to buy here. Most of the time I'm always wrong. So I always put I start my orders right where I think I'd always want to go all in, and then I'd start doing like he has 25, so he has them going up for sales, but the same anticipated idea and structure going down in the accumulation stages. So if you were to invert that and go, as we come down, you know what I mean? It's the same ideology. So if you think you want to go in at this point, especially when it's tearing down like we've done for the past few days or weeks or honestly months. It's when and where you can accumulate, but it's also when you can sell too. I'm really good at accumulating. I just don't emotionally know how to handle selling yet. I'm just like, wait, aren't we supposed to be in the? I'm like, bro, I just want to accumulate more. I'm done with this.
Whenever
bullshit
everyone's
market.
super happy, like that's when you sell.
Yeah.
It's brutal, but it's honest.
And that's what I have
Exactly
no
what I
idea how
did.
to do yet.
Exactly this I did with XRP when I
I'm
logged
always
it
happy to
with
buy when people are scared.
25x.
It's different when you don't have dollars in your pocket. And it's already in there because the big guys are selling behind the curtains, scaring out these guys with
Remember being
long-term
broke when you're
structures.
remember being broke when you're up 25%, 50%, 100%. Like remember what it's like to be broke and then just to sell it.
Don't you dare! But that's it really is, and then so many people, and then you literally it's literally what is being pressed to is like the edge of people's emotions, their patience, their time, their what they put in there. They owe next month's rent. They got to buy groceries. You know what I'm trying to say? There's people get through so much
You're not
stuff.
supposed to.
They also the biggest thing is once they realize they were wrong. Most people are like, I'm making a good trade right now. I'm going in. But then once it comes down, like even 10%, they're like, $100 only 90. I thought the thing was going to be like $100 into like 900. You know what I mean? Like mentally. So when they just have no idea what they're touching, no idea like anticipation of what's in front of them.
With how volatile this shit is, man, you got to keep your expectations low. Be happy with.
But these new young bucks, they're bighorn young bucks, dude. They're like, it's like, you know how like a deer the first year really doesn't grow antlers, and the next year it grows like these like only one little shoot things out of its ears, but they all feel like they're finally bucks now, so they all start like kind of bucking around and feeling comfortable and like poking into a tree and I don't know, sniffing at stuff. You know what I'm trying to say? Not even close to like a buck that's been out there that's got like a 4
Yeah.
or an 8
I'm watching.
thing, but they're still on the. They also got to eat the same grass, but they've been out there for a lot longer. And he's out there laughing, this little young buck trying to poke the tree with his like one horn. And he already busted the other one off. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Like,
Gene.
You've lost me, man. I don't know. I don't even know what the hell you're
Hey,
talking
Gene,
about.
did you watching 7 Deadly Sins?
all I'm trying to say is deer has been doing
I
it
love
for a
that
long
show.
time.
I
saw the
love that.
picture.
Yeah, bro, I love that.
Yeah, man, Meliodas is the shit.
I'm watching in Solo Leveling, this new.
Dude, that
bro,
show's so awesome.
It's
The thing
crazy,
is,
bro.
I guess the
I
bottom
love
line
it.
of what I was
Best
trying to say.
animes I ever seen.
Really, I'm waiting like crazy for the next episode.
I guess what I'm really trying to say
season?
Of course, bro.
is we gotta wait for some more new young bucks to come in into the field. Right now, I just feel like there's a lot of that we've already knocked all the little antler guys off this year, and it's all the big bucks still standing in the field right now. But the whole thing is we're coming into the next season where there's like all these big bucks are sitting in this field, but you know what? There's a zillion other fields where all these new little guys are gonna come check out that thing. But the problem is they don't know how to get into that field because there's nothing out there that's giving them incentive right now. And I feel like in the next few months, incentive is going to drive them into the field. We have to have new retail, new people entering the market. But they're just right now, there's just not that much at all incentive. And that's an important reason. Big money's coming into it. They're reaccumulating at these regions, scaring out the old folks, not releasing any news to give any of the new folks reason to jump in. So, this is when smart folks that are accumulating, checking zones out. Don't you dare sell for a loss, people.
Did you
Chilling.
drink in Red Bull, bro?
Yeah, I heard it gives you wings.
No,
I wish I
because
had
you
a
had so
Guinness.
much energy, bro.
No, I always have.
Yeah,
I
this dude's
apologize. I
talking
talk so
about
much.
deer and antlers and
Yeah,
everyone
bro.
eating grass. What the fuck?
Those deer and antlers have been here a lot longer than we have. I was just giving it an analogy. I apologize.
I'm gonna short them.
You know me and my analogies. I'm always rambling at the world and the
25x.
universe out there. But I mean well. I don't mean to mumble too much, you guys. It's like 3:30 in the morning. I'm going to bed.
You watching?
It's 5:30 here.
You watching only these animes, bro, or you watch?
I'm just on Discord.
Only what?
You watch only these two animes, or you watching?
I still don't know what he said.
Earnings?
Anime.
Oh, anime? Yeah.
Anime.
No, I watch a ton of anime, dude.
No,
Yeah,
I watch
me too, bro.
nonfiction.
I'm watching ton of them.
I just watched the new season of Demon Slayer.
Sheesh, that was fire, bro.
Is there a
Yeah.
good one, you guys? What do you guys recommend? Because they do look good. Like a lot of kids like that are sitting in like the.
Of course, bro. Yeah, so
like Monster
starts
Dinner. They're always playing
Demon
like these cool
Slayer,
ass things.
solo leveling.
Yeah, my buddy turned me on to this one called Mushiko Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation.
That's what those kids said, like Mushoku Tensei or something like that. Is that how do you pronounce it?
Mushiko Tensei.
Yeah, that's what those kids were watching today. Like, because they were like sitting there, they were talking about. They were younger, so I was like, I had no idea. I was like, oh, what is this? Like, yo, it's really good. And then the mouse was like, what?
Yeah, the animes, dude, like the storylines and.
But the way they explained the storyline was
character
intense. It was
development
awesome.
is like the character development and storylines is like just it's so much better than anything like that's out here that's Western. Like
How
the
do
way
you
that they tell
pronounce it?
stories is awesome.
How do you pronounce it, bro? Mushike?
Mushoku Tensei, Jobless Reincarnation. Here, I'll look it up. I'll put it on my screen.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Mushoko. Okay, Mushoko Tensei.
Oh, let me say again. Mushuko.
Mushoko Tensei. Jobless
Jobless.
Reincarnation.
I was
Yeah,
gonna
it's
say it
about
wasn't like jobless something they said. They were trying to explain it to me too, and I was like, all right, I'm just checking this thing out. I was like, holy shit, this thing's dope.
What happens is this dude is like in his 30s and he dies and he gets reincarnated like into like an alternate reality.
Oh,
And
yes, bro. I have seen all the. Yeah, I just saw now.
it's
I
like
have seen all.
it's like a medieval like.
But
I
it's the
love it.
story. It's the
They have like
story they said
magic and
is so
stuff.
good
It's
and how well
crazy,
it's written.
bro.
It's awesome.
Yeah. I see all of the episodes.
I mean, some of my old like favorite classics is like Death Note and Full Metal Alchemist. And,
Oh, yes.
like Inuyasha is more of a fantasy one, but that's like a classic. I don't know. I watched a bunch.
Put a link to this in like chat so like everybody could reference it or something. Put it in like the chat thing. So then
the bubble.
Because it really is like it's one of those things. Like, yo, you're all bored, got nothing to do.
My love
explore.
Bleach,
I mean,
bro.
I actually have websites where you can watch anime for free, but I don't really want to put that. Oh, dude, I forgot Bleach. Bleach is
My favorite.
Just put that
My
name like
favorite.
in there. So
I have Kurosaki Ichigo.
You have what?
I have tattoo.
Oh, you have Ichigo?
Yeah, tattoo. Yeah.
Is it like his hollow mask?
Of course, but yeah,
Oh,
I'm gonna show you. Let me find it a picture.
It sounds like it's the baller mask, bro. What you got?
Dude, this mask is sick. He's like
No,
sort
like
of
they
a
come
half
in
a
a bunch of
demon,
different styles
kind of.
and renditions of it.
What did I do? Oh, I don't speak any of these languages.
How long have you had it for? Have you been holding it for a while?
What?
Or is this something you accumulated? The mask.
No, he's talking about he has a tattoo of a mask from the anime series.
Bro, I thought you had the mask.
No.
See, at this point, if you chose to, you could technically move your stop loss to break even, and then try to find another trade, or you could try to let it play out to your
Yeah,
take profits.
maybe. Yeah. Maybe I
But
close
Also,
it and
zoom in, zoom out, because you're only on your 15-minute. Check out on larger time frames. Like Dbloc was clicking through earlier. Flick through those time frames. What's this minute doing? What's this hour doing? What's this 2 hour do? You know what I mean? Check
yeah,
out
I
your
mean, this
13s.
15
Check out your
minutes.
5s. Are they coming close to the 50? What's the angulars doing on them? But if you start getting used to that, you really will. You kind of like get where it's at, where it's coming from, where it's going to. Should I get in here? Should I not? It's
I mean, it's this type of trade. Like, if we're on the 15-minute, we go by Dbloc strategy. He likes to see the 5 cross the 13, but then I know he also likes to see the 15 cross the 50, and then one
course, that
candle
right
body
there,
close
that
above
right
it.
there is the biggest thing. We always wait for a second one to cross past that. And look
Where
what
he
it's done
entered is
since then.
kind of
Of course.
around.
All
Where
right,
he
so what are
entered
we
is
looking
kind
at
of
right
around the
now?
confirmation for where
Look where
Dbloc
we're at
is.
right now. We got our 5 and 15 battling. We got 2 vectors. We got 2. Look where we're at right now. Zoom in where we're actually at right now in our time frame. On this 15, it's great. Just on this 15, expand it. See these 2 vectors on our current point. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Yeah, see those 2? See how our 5 and 13 are starting to bounce and rip off there? Want to do a retest? Either way, it's above it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm not watching
try to
price. I'm not watching vectors. The entire thing that I'm watching is that 5 and 13 are above the 50. Once we crossed a little while ago, that's when it was really important. No big deal. You're on the 15. Go to a larger time scale. Go to an hour. Look at it in the same comparison.
I doubt they cross at the hour, but like your
Now,
take
see,
profits are
now look at
near
an
the 50.
hourly. We're not quite there yet. Go to a bigger thing. Go to a 4 hour. Quick. Like that's what Dbloc was
Yeah,
anticipating.
see
Instead
how
of sitting here looking in, don't zoom in, don't zoom out.
Man.
Go to a 4 hour.
See how the
No,
take
really.
profit
Like
though
no,
is right at the 50.
that
The
was the
50
whole point of
EMA.
what Dbloc was
Yeah.
trying to say earlier. Is just literally go quicker as you can. Don't zoom in, don't zoom out.
Yeah,
Look
but
at it on.
this is a part. Well, like you have to analyze it. So like this is a part of the chart where
Go to a 2 hour.
right, like you could
Go to a
this,
2 hour, 1
this
hour.
is a vector
Yeah.
that
Go
could
to
be
a 2 hour.
recovered. This is
Go
the
to a
50.
2 hour.
I don't look at the 2 hour. This is the 50.
I'm asking you. That's what I'm telling you. Please, just in and out quicker than you can, and then re-anticipate it on a higher time frame.
Well,
Go to a
if you
2 hour.
let me
Quick.
finish, I'm just
Go to a-
I'm trying to say that on the 1 hour where the 50 is, that's where his second
It's
take profit
bouncing.
would be.
It's
So if
bouncing.
it rejects from there, he would still be able to take profit twice. And it would fill this vector zone.
Of course. Go to higher.
I mean, what is it
Like,
about the 2 hour that's so
watch.
special?
Now watch the difference in the way you anticipate what you just saw before on the last time frame. Now, how do you re-anticipate this? Do
You
that
got
quick.
these 2 vectors.
Boom, boom. Go to a higher time frame.
Now
Boom.
you're
Do
hitting
it quicker.
your third
Already
take
gave up.
profit.
Go to a higher time frame. Boom. How do you anticipate this? See
Yeah, I mean,
that?
this is a whole vector
Whole
zone. You
different
could end up
structure.
hitting all 4 of your. You could end up hitting
But
all 4 of your. If it takes this whole vector, you could end up hitting all 4 of your take profits.
go to a higher. You know what I'm saying? So that was such a structural thing that he was trying to like show and anticipate. Don't get too excited, but check out all time frames. And once you kind of start getting comfortable with that and understanding what you're really looking at, that's when the markets get a little more comfortable. That's all I was trying to do there. I wasn't trying to point out anything or be an asshole or say you were wrong or that I was right. Nothing like that. What I was trying to do is just that quick structural anticipation between those time frames, the way your mind sees it, and also your anticipation. So
Am I trying
it's
to
a
make a
great way to
push past
condition
this
yourself.
point
It's
back here?
getting used to like playing offense and defense, like expecting rain to come, expecting a nice sunny day. But also, you never know, snow could fall tomorrow. So it's just having your fingies out there and understand what you're looking at, and also what you can do with it with your hands on it too.
So if you put your stop loss at break even, it would still be below the 13 EMA, but it would be above the 50. So if this 50 comes back above your break even, then let's say, so like see where this blue
Yeah, but this
50
is
line
where I
is.
get nervous. This is on your 5-minute time frame.
If
So
that
what do I
travels back
do?
up there, you can move your stop loss to break even.
Yep, scoot it
and
up.
trail it underneath it. You know
Yep,
what I mean?
right behind it. Yep.
Thank you, brother.
But market makers know right where you're scooting your line toss too. So that's why you're sitting there like with your hula hoop, expected it to like, and they just come down and wipe you out and they just rip you out of there and like.
Yeah, but I mean, it's better to break even than to lose.
No, it's just better to trade
That-
spot
not that-
than put your dick in future, your dinky in futures. I apologize.
Not that that would really invalidate the trade necessarily. I'm just saying that's like a defense mechanism. That's like a safety switch that you
It
set
is,
that
but you
can
can't even comfortably do it. It's like, yo, you go to, it's like a stripper. You know better, but
It's
you
an
could, but you
option.
shouldn't, but you want to, but you're like, ooh.
It's just an option. It's all about how much risk you're willing to take, and it's risk management. You know, like if you want to be tighter with your risk, then you would scooch up your stop. If this 50 goes above his entry, and it gets like up here, then you would like to minimize his risk completely. He could put his stop loss at break even.
Yep. Learn how to scooch that stop loss off. But the toughest thing is, all right.
But I mean, it's not. This one's not invalidated yet.
I'm telling you, dude, I'm not
You
good at
still
this.
got-
I'm good at riding a snowboard, but I can't stand on a skateboard. My feet are attached to it, so I'm like. So this right
I've
here is
traded
like
all
the difference
different-
between a bear market and a bull market. I am terrible in a bull market. I am wonderful in a bear market.
I've traded all different kinds of time frames, so it's like like this is sort of this is like a smaller time frame target, but this is like a larger time frame target. You know what I mean? So this would be like your 4-hour target, whereas this could be like your 5-minute target.
Maybe I should just learn how to just like literally just turn my charts upside down. All I gotta do is just like click invert chart and then like bam, like this of course I right, bam, I buy in right here, so I'd sell right here. Yeah, that's what I should do. I'm kidding because a lot of times
Just having a plan is good, man. Just having a plan.
having a plan is the most important thing. It really is. Just having the basics of a plan. It's not the overall, but having the foundations and the ideology of where you would like to go with it. When and if this happens. If the other type of thing happens, you also have this type of plan.
Just have a
If
plan.
neither
stick
of
to
them
the
happen,
rules
go out and
every
do
time.
something.
Have
If
a plan,
neither
stick
of
to the
those
rules
happen, go
every
out and
time.
do something. I'm kidding.
Have a plan. Have a plan. Stick to the rules every time. Do it 20 times in a row. If you get stopped out 20 times in a row, then the plan sucks and you need a new plan.
How about this? Instead of throwing in $100, throw in $10. If they get an idea, because everybody thinks they're like, oh, I got $100, bro. What do I do with it? I'm like, put $25 in to your favorite coin at the point you think you're comfortable with. Save $25 on the side for if it goes lower than where you ever thought it was, and then put your other 25 and 25 into 2 coins that you've been looking at as well. It's the most basic I mean, that is like merry-go-round, like jump on, like you have to like jump off the dock into the water to go into the lake, you know what I mean? Or the pond, or and
I'm about
that's
to jump out to go take a piss, and then I'm gonna smoke a butt, and I'm probably gonna go to bed after that.
Yes, sir.
all right, bro. Let it rip.
But I'll be back in a few minutes. But
Bottom line, and what I'm really trying to say is, I don't know what to truly tell people these days that are trying to enter the market.
don't tell them anything, man. Screw them. Let them figure it out themselves. Seriously, that's the best way, because if you tell them
No,
something
you're
and
right.
it
The more
wrong,
that
and
I
it goes
keep
wrong,
sitting
they're just
here,
gonna blame you.
you're right. The more that I keep sitting here thinking about this, of what you just said, I was like, that's exactly where the liquidity is going to come from into the market. He's going to tell him and his friend and his neighbor and his everything, and they all have no idea what to do. That's where the liquidity is going to come from into the market. I almost need to like get it out there and do it. I dare you to buy this coin. You won't do that. This thing's
Dude,
going to go to $1 million, bro.
it sounds really mean, but
I'm
it
going to
sounds
be
really
out
mean.
there
But honestly,
advertising.
we need dumb people that don't know what they're doing to come into the market. That's what.
Man, I wish I had like knockers. I'd be out there shaking them. Buy this coin. I'm kidding.
That's what's gonna push the market up. We're gonna take their money. People that come in that
That's
have
when
no
and
idea
where
what they're doing.
retail.
We need those stupid people to come in so that we can take their money. As mean as it is, that's the way the market works.
I'm surprised there isn't like a monster coin or like a Red Bull coin. You know, like those people that like, this thing's going nowhere. I need it every day. I can buy a Red Bull with my coin. You know what I'm saying? Like monster. How's there not a monster coin yet? Probably is, but anyways. You get the idea. Well, like with the way people, what do we call that when like a monster, how do we, like a brand recognition, what do you call that? That's another word for it. Surprised there isn't a Coca-Cola coin yet. You know what I'm trying to say? Like what's that, a friend recognition type, like a brand recognition, you know what I'm saying? Like Mobile has their coin. You bought it years ago. You can go buy gallons of gas now for $3 when you bought it for like 50 cents years ago. I'm just surprised that why doesn't like Mobil or Exxon. My other biggest question that I've never really tapped on is why isn't Visa and or MasterCard and American Express tapped into the sequence of events on a public display? And the biggest focus I was kind of thinking about is, could they be the ones in the background pressing and pushing and scaring these people in the markets out? They know exactly how many dollars they have in their accounts. They know exactly where everything's coming from, where it's going to. And they've been working on this for decades of where they really want it to be. So let's just take all things into consideration, is all I'm saying. Because what's sitting in front of us has been sitting here the whole darn time. We just haven't paid full attention to it. I don't know. What you gonna do, 800? It all depends if it wants to bounce, rebound, or tug through it, or rip past it, but I think this just one's waiting for the crazy Tuesday morning. I'm just thankful things have stayed consistent across this lower poke at the boundary, but things are kind of looking stable. We don't see too many massive vector gaps along the way. Most of it all been refound. The only one I still see is at that 80,400 area. Most part, everything's been pretty stable as it's been rising up. People have put all kinds of targets up there at his bull close and the CMA close too. Bull target, but let's just see what the morning brings. My guess, it's going to squiggle sideways, waiting for news to get released and anticipated people's fear and bullshit running out. Bottom line is, as long as you're holding in there, we're all in the same boat. If you sell, you jump out of the boat in the middle of the ocean. Don't do that. Stay in the boat with the crew. I think we're a couple 1,000 miles away from the coast. Don't jump out of the boat. Stay in there. We're all in it together.
Yeah, so what was your name? Paquito?
My name is Alvaro, bro.
Hi, my name's Joe Dirt.
Alvaro.
Alvardo.
No, Alvaro.
Alvaro, your volume's a little bit low. We can barely hear you.
Yes.
Alvaro. Okay.
Yeah.
Alvaro.
Well, if you prefer, I can call you that instead of Paquito.
Yeah, of course.
Alvaro. All right. Well, yeah, you're pretty close to your break even here, so it's kind of up to you, like whether or not you want to move your stuff to break even or not. But you got like this high volume node here, where if you get past it, you could probably hit your targets. So, or you could leave your stop where it's at, which is below the 800 on the 5 minute.
Man, I hate this time. I hate this Sui now. He's playing with me. I pick from 3 coins I want to long it, I pick the worst.
I mean, if you're willing to take the hit for the 15% potentially, and to make, 30%, then I mean, you could let it ride. But if
I'm thinking
if you want to just try something else, you are still kind of gonna break even. So
maybe I close it to keep with something else, bro. This thing is not moving. But when I close the trade, it's gonna go up. I'm sure.
yeah, I was gonna say, just don't be upset if it does go up after. If you decide to close it, just don't be upset if it does go up. But at least if it goes down, then at least you didn't lose any money, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just kind of gotta make judgment calls like that. But I mean, if you were to stick to your plan, though, your plan would say, let yourself get stopped out down here, Like if you were to stick to your plan, like with consistency.
What's
then
your
you would-
name, bro?
I mean, you can just call me Kwai. I don't really.
What? How?
Kwai.
Kwai.
Kwai. Yeah, Kwai Gon Jinn is like my screen
Okay.
name, but it's
Yeah, yeah.
spelled really weird. So.
I'm
But
gonna
most
call you Jean. I like more that.
Jin. All right.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Star Wars?
Star Wars, the new season that starts.
No, like the original, like so, like the prequel trilogy, like the episode 1, the Phantom Menace.
No,
Like
the
you never.
the old things. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
That I don't love it so much, bro. I don't know. I hate these things. Too fake, you know. But the last season, like the newest, I saw it. I like it. But the old things, nah.
Well, yeah, just he was a Qui-Gon Jinn was a Jedi.
Ah.
In that movie, so it's like the way that I have it spelled is different. It was kind of like supposed to be like a play on words a little bit, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, most people just call me Kwai. If you want, you can call me Jin. I'm just used to be calling Kwai, so it's like
Okay.
if I don't answer you the first time, then it's
Yeah. Okay, Kwai.
I'm not. It's not that I'm ignoring you, but yeah.
No. No
Either
problem.
one works. People used to call me Jin back in the day when I first got on Discord.
One friend on Lineage, we played Lineage. He was the name Jin, you know.
I was
So
just gonna say, what do you want us to call you now?
what?
Well, you saying what do you used to be called and what everybody referred to? What would you like to be called now?
It doesn't matter.
Well, then why would you have brought it up in the first place? What could we refer to it? What would you like to be called now?
Well, because he asked me. I mean, I'm just saying most people call me Qui or Qui-Gon, so that's what I'm used to like answering to. You know what I mean?
What up, Qui?
If I say Jin, maybe he ignored it, you know, because he calling them quite more than Jin.
Yeah. Like more often people call me Qui, so I just wouldn't want you to think that I was ignoring you if I didn't respond. Because I might think you're talking to someone else or something, but if Jin is easier, you can try that too. But anyway, what were you what are you gonna do with your trade, do you think? Are you gonna try to hold it and see if your stop loss doesn't get hit, or are you gonna
I'm gonna put stop loss here. If this not keep here, the price in 1 minute, I will close it. I'm gonna put stop loss here. If the god decide to close me, it's okay.
all right, but well, good luck. I hope it just rips from here and it hits all your take profits.
Thank you, brother.
But if not, then I hope you find a better trade on something else.
I'm sure, bro. I'm waiting like a wolf.
Well, don't try to force it either. Like
No.
try to have like a well thought out entry. You know, patience is key.
I learned that with the way.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna hit the sack. I'm gonna go to bed. But I hope you
Okay,
guys have a
brother.
good night.
Thank you. I
Good luck with
appreciate
your
it.
trades.
Thank you.
Night, guys.
Have a good night.
Good night.
God, look at that candle on Arkham. Like a 40% candle a couple hours ago. I guess they launched some kind of wallet for X.
A what?
A wallet? I don't know. I can't get on Twitter.
What do
My
you mean X wallet? To
I
what
can't
platform?
get on
What?
Twitter.
So
My
it
X
got 40%?
look at a few hours ago, it had a 40% candle. I was trying to go on their Twitter page, but I can't get on X. It keeps shutting down. I guess they had a hack.
Either way, let's go. I think it's going to come up to a more an accumulation or intimidation region. Let's go.
Morning, guys. And ladies.
What the hell is going on with Twitter, man? Can't search anything. It's ridiculous.
It got hacked yesterday, so I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
they're like beefing up security. Like,
It was working though after that, and now it's down again. You can't search anything.
yeah, I mean, it's like intermittent style stuff. They have to fix, one layer of whatever language and, another layer and check security.
Twitter's an important tool for trading crypto, man.
I bet. Hey, you see a symmetrical triangle it's about to break out of, or
I'm not looking at any charts right now. I'm actually out getting a coffee.
nice. What time is it where you're at?
20 past 6 almost.
Not bad. I was checking Twitter, man. It seems good, or is it just maybe it's just the mobile version?
Maybe. I'm gonna check as soon as I get home because seems like there's stuff going on. I know Arkham they launched some kind of you can track X users wallets now. I think got a 40% candle off that freaking news or something.
I'm gonna call a breakdown on symmetrical triangle from 81.5 to 79.5.
Yeah.
Waiting for that green dot on MCB.
Took that short at what was it? 81,500 on that breakdown of the symmetrical triangle.
We still shorting down from 81.50, 850.
I did it at 81,500.
Is it gonna go down to 75 like yesterday for double bottom?
I think you'll hit 75.5. I guess just to test it, and then back up possibly. I don't know. We have to see like when the market's actually open.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I saw that symmetrical triangle, and the thing is, I thought it was gonna dip, more, but it ain't. But it just came up and touched 82,000 really fast. So I'm assuming they're gonna like short it and trap the longs possibly. Or I'm completely wrong and I'll just skyrocket up. I have it in an ascending channel, but I'm in the short. I just want it to break out of that thing. It's so close. It broke out of my original ascending channel, so it might be going down. She's breaking down, boys.
Liquidate those eager longs. So
I knew it when I woke up and I woke up at 3 and I saw how far it went up. I'm like, oh, that's going down at 6. Well, 6 my time.
where you guys at?
I'm in Texas, El Paso.
Okay, I'm in Louisiana.
Nice, right next to us.
Yep.
I've been to Beaumont.
Yeah, Beaumont's probably 4 hours. 4 it's on this side of Texas.
Yeah, I used to tour with a band, and we played at some place called Outlaw Drinking Club. They don't mess around, man.
Don't sound like it.
Bikers, they're crazy.
Gee.
Just seems like it's eating everything with a stop loss or a trigger order.
That's what it does. And if you don't put one there, it sits there and just it eats at your bank account until you run out of liquidation. I mean, it hammered me yesterday. I'm sitting there at the entry with a short and a long. It would go up just high enough to make me think it was going up. I closed the short and it would go down. It just
they tickle your balls like that, man.
Yep. It's not fair they can sit there and look in there and see exactly what our order is. That's
Yeah, and I was thinking, oh, they must be doing this individually, but honestly, like I think that the visual of the candle, I think it's screwy in a bit. You know what I mean? Like I think it's different for every individual person. Like everybody sees it different. You know what I mean?
I mean, look, I was up $300 a second ago.
Have you tried inverting the charts?
No, I haven't.
If you click on your chart, you should be able to hit Alt I, and then it flips it. So instead of it looking like it's bullish, you'll go to bearish. It's basically like I'm used to shorting, so when things are in an uptrend, it's a little bit harder for me. But if I flip it, it gets a little bit easier.
Yeah, I found that they got those inverted candles, the indicators. I tried it one time, but I'm so used to this one, and I know
what's my lines are the way I put my lines for some reason. You ever watch any crypto YouTubers?
I used to.
There's this guy Alex O Crypto. He's usually like as far as ones that I've found right that I've like kind of copy traded, and I don't really do that, but yeah, that guy I've actually like copied some of his trades that he had on, or not trades necessarily, but his TA, and guy seems spot on most of the time.
The TA is fairly. I've been doing. I was in it for the last bull run, and then I got out for a couple years, and I got back in, and I mean, I can tell you where it's going. It's just sometimes it delays a day, and that delay and that day going a day early, like Dbloc said, you're a day if you're early, it's just as bad as being wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I can tell where it's going as well, but the my crux is where it's going to break. You know what I mean? Is it going to break to the and symmetrical triangles will mostly break to the downside. That's why I looked at this one. I was like, oh, that shit's going to break down. But for all intents and purposes, that shit looked like it was going to continue back up. The only difference was the time. I was like, oh, okay, well, the market's going to open, so that's going down.
Yeah, man. I thought it was going back up after you said that, and I had a short open at a terrible position, which I guess it's not so bad now. And then a long was open at 81.9, so I was no way. I was underwater on both. I couldn't average up or down because I was up to almost to the max of the account. So it's, oh man, it was.
What are you doing for margin?
Leverage 90x. I don't really have a liquidation, so I got enough money in there.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep. But you still, when you think you got it figured out, you still want to try to max it out. And if you max it out, you can get into liquidation problems, and shoot, man, they'll empty your account.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I was down like 1,700, 1,800. And then the trend reversed, and I was just like, Jesus Christ, thank God.
When that was today?
No, that was last week.
Oh.
I think it was yesterday or the day before. No, it was the day before yesterday. I was down like 1,002. And then, let me see, I was trapped. I think I was trapped in a long as well. And then it went down. This is like a repeat of what happened yesterday.
I heard that guy talking yesterday. I don't know who he was, but he was saying that they pay you more if you get in and out of shorts. But in a long, they pay you if you stay in the longer you stay in.
Yeah, I think I was in that conversation. Like, they pay you. It was a Kwai, I think. Qui-Gon Jinn?
Yeah, I didn't hear the prelim to who it was. Sounded like he was a market maker.
Yeah, it's because I was getting like just beat the hell over on fees. Like I would get like $32. I just like sniping, and then the fee would be with like 15.
Yeah, oh God. Yeah, you did say something about that.
So I stopped. I got off trigger and went back to limit, and then I'm setting my stop losses and my take profit like after the order's placed, not while I'm placing it. And now my fee is like $2.
Are you adding to your position when you take profit as well? Or you...
Well, if I take the thing is, I take profit as like a stop. Like I take 100% profit, and then if I need to, I'll go back and do another trade. Because I was doing the 50%, and I would end up with less because it would reverse right when it hit my take profit. But anything that I make for profit stays in my wallet, so it lowers my liquidation rate essentially.
Right. You think it's going back down to 75 or 76?
Well, right now I'm going to set a take profit at 79.5.
You think it's going to retrace? Pop back up a little bit and then go down, or it may not go all the way back down to 76.
I wasn't even fucking holding the thing down to talk. I was gonna say it probably I was having a whole conversation. I was gonna say it probably, yeah, that's what I'm seeing right here, because there's an uptrend and then it retests on the other one. You know, the other one right here, it goes down, retests at 7730 or 77,366. But you know, adjusting for the angle, it looks like that's where that one would go. Plus, there's another one at 79,282, and you know, if you take the average of all that, you're getting about 79.5. So I think it's going to hit that and then come back up.
Wouldn't look it open today, huh? It looks like it.
Yeah, it might even turn it right around here. 81. Shit. Hard to know. But
It's like a little mini tweezer bottom. On the 5.
yeah. Got a fork in it here.
I think it's going to reverse. Think I should head out of that?
Might be getting close. 81.2. Mm, 81.
81.6. And they are just playing with everybody. It's like going fishing.
Yep. I mean, even 81.2 and then 81 almost even if it shoots back up to 82, in normal circumstances, you just leave it, you know?
Yeah, it's so volatile right now. But This could, I don't know, maybe it's a fake out being like, oh, it's going to go up, and then it'll just go right back down.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Because they did that at around 81,686. At around, let's see what time, like about an hour ago.
Yeah, dude, that's when I freaked out. When you said that, I was watching. I heard him say 82,750. It was, I think it was last night. And it made it to 82.
Well, yeah, it was a wick that came up, and it licked 82, just barely licked it, and I was like, oh, they're gonna liquidate them. Like they're gonna get everybody who put in an order to a trigger at 82, and then they're just gonna drop it.
Looking at his chart, what's the bottom on his 75? I can't see the numbers on this chart.
Shit, I was talking again without even pressing the button.
Look at this chart.
What were you looking at the bottom of what?
He's got something downtrend written on his, and it's got the
Oh yeah, you're asking where it goes to?
Yeah, it's at 75. I just can't read the numbers.
Well, it looks like it's downtrending. I can see it go as far as 78,000.
78. Okay, that would make sense because the right side of the shoulder usually is higher than the middle. Might even wait this out, even if it goes back up to 82.
Like they're updating weeks, like with new I don't know, format or whatever they do. And it's just slow as hell. Every time I click off it and click back on, it takes about 10 seconds or like 15 seconds for the entire screen to come back.
I dumped them the other day. $815. Come down to 81.
Yeah, it's this little trend they're doing. They'll drop it down. They'll put a couple green candles going up, and then back down for like but it's different now because now it's actually going down. Like
What they do, man, they come up and eat almost all or even all of your profit to make you stay in to get the better entry. And if you don't, if you close, they turn it around so quick that you can't get the same entry you had. You have to trust your TA to get.
Yeah, you have to.
I mean, it's genius, dude, but it's fucking.
Well, they know. See, the thing is, I guess they do precise TA as well, or whatever bots they use, or whatever. They're doing the TA, so they have the TA that you have, so they understand the market psychology. I guess they take the sentiment into consideration, and they're the ones making the candles.
Yeah, they tell us to learn this shit, and then they use it against us.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how it works. It's like you have to follow all these rules. Follow the rules. Well, are you going to follow the rules too? Well, I mean, we don't have to.
Yeah, they don't follow the rule. I lower my leverage, and he still fucking comes after me.
they're hitting my entry point. Like there's a wick right up to my entry point, and it's come up. So I'm just thinking they're like, oh, it's gonna go up. It's gonna go up. I was like, dude, shut up. Like I just finally just was like, shut up with it. If it goes up, it goes up. Oh, there it goes, way past my line. Awesome. And I bet you it's gonna wick back down. Let's see if it takes a dip in 10 more minutes. Yeah, usually when I do my when I was doing trigger orders, I would or any order for that matter, I would set it above like 100, or I'd set it 100 over or like 75 over, just because I know they're gonna like just lick the tip.
Yeah.
I gotta have my morning blaze, but I'll be back.
All right, brother.
Dump it, dump it, dump it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey there, guys.
What's going on, bro?
From this position, it's a likely scenario that Bitcoin is going to stay in a bull run until 87 to 88,000 area. Stay there over the weekend, and next week we're going to drop again. This is the most probable scenario. You can fib it currently. Yesterday closed and today opened. It's on a daily candlesticks. It's above 250 moving average.
Cool. What do you have for the immediate?
For the immediate, you're referring to 1 hour, 4 hour, or 1 day?
Let's say, I guess, 6 hours.
For 6 hours time frame?
Yeah, or 4 hours, whatever's better for you, depending on where you're at.
4 hour. I'm in a 4 hour scenario currently.
Oh, cool.
And we are going to see a jump around 85,000, a retest of 82,000, and after that a re-jump again. So in the next 3 days will coincide with the full moon cycle, and in parallel with some financial announcements events, and we are going to see 3 bullish candlestick days.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. I have the exact sentiment when it comes to the
okay, so we are on the same page.
Moon charts.
Yeah.
Where do you see it dropping to right now? Because I'm seeing 79.5.
No.
You don't see that?
No. It's a possible on a short term, let's say.
Short term.
Maybe 1 hour time frame, 2 hour time frame.
Yeah, that's it.
A short retest maybe to 79.5 possible.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's a likely scenario that we go in a straight sharp bull run
candle
towards, towards 85,500. Maybe there are some vector gaps in there and some liquidity to grab. As I see on the heat map liquidity, there's liquidity above 84,000.
Right.
On a 3-day time frame. On CoinHank.
All right. Sweet.
After we grab that liquidity, I think there are going to be some resale traders in there, that are playing the bearish sentiment. We're going to see some selling pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Until, I don't know, 82,000, maybe 81,500, and after that, the trend is going to continue towards 88,000, and we are going to stay. My let's say my short-term scenario would be we're going to stay in the weekend, over the weekend, between 80,500 and 90,500, and that's a, let's say, 2% range. You can consider that a bull trap or a bear trap. I don't know. It depends on the sentiment.
Yeah, I'm thinking they wanted to keep it as like just capitulating as much as possible, while wiping out longs and shorts like as quick as they can. But they really don't want anybody making any money right now. They're just sideways action.
Yeah, it's because they've induced the fear regarding the fear and greed index. They've induced the fear in the market, and the sentiment is around 15.
Shit.
If you look on CoinMarketCap, and
the market it was at 20. I think it was at 25 last time I saw.
Yeah, and the market needs a little bit of fresh air, let's say, and improve a bit the sentiment. But it's not gonna go above, let's say, 35, maybe 40
in the next couple of days. I don't see above that anything.
Yeah, the whole way I think about it is, to be personally honest, I think all this is to usher in the New World Order, but whatever, man. If I can make money on it, get that New World Order over here.
No.
Dump it, dump it, dump it.
I have 2 buying signals at 4-hour time frame, so it's less likely to actually see a steep drop.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm looking at just short term. I'm trying to trade on the 5 right now. Well, the 5 and 15. So I see it going. Either to first at the 1618 at 80,789.
Yeah.
And if it gets past, I'll take profit on that.
Yeah. Okay, you're playing on a short term scalping.
Scalping in a way, but scalping from 79 to 83. I mean, not 81,300 to 81,700.
Be more of a snipe, wouldn't it?
My 4-hour shows go 76, but this thing's kooky.
Are you using a fib retracement?
This is some future thing that I just picked up the other day, and it's pretty good on the short term, but you get out 4-hour and above, man, it starts saying some crazy stuff. Not saying we won't hit that, but it may not be at 11 o'clock today when it says.
Oh yeah.
Which it might. Might do a little bounce out to 83 or something and shoot down. They don't want you to get good entry, man.
But that's why I like crypto. It's I guess at least futures, because it's fast. Like it's ADHD, like wet dream. Like it's so many things to focus on at one time that like you can't think of anything else. Never thought I'd be into it.
Yeah, shit, I need to walk the dog and the stock market's going to open. I got to check my trade.
You have Bluetooth headphones?
I do.
Yeah, that's what I usually do if I have to go do something, because I'm on my computer right now. I'll put Discord on my phone and just put my phone in my pocket and then just listen to the Discord and people talking. And then if something happens, I could pull out the phone and, make the trade, like put the numbers in it already. And it's like preparation, because even 10 seconds, man, 10 seconds is like a huge amount of time.
Oh, that's why Weeks, dude. I couldn't do that. Now, Weeks, so I'll tell you, I used my phone with Weeks, and it worked a lot better than the computer. So I'm sure you've tried that.
Yeah, I actually started on my phone, and it was way better. I thought it was way better, but now at home, like since I've been screwing with the computer, my phone, when it was going down about like about a week and a half ago, like down hardcore, I threw my phone on the floor and I broke it. So I didn't have any. I was pissed, and I couldn't. My phone was already cracked a little bit, so I was trying to do TA on it, and I couldn't make my lines because the phone screen was screwed up, so I threw it and I completely broke it. I had to learn how to use it on my computer because I still had a trade open. And then I just got used to using it on the computer. It was an old phone anyways.
Yeah, they were. They cost me a lot of money, and then they wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me take my shit out when I found another place to go. They said that I'd logged in with a different ID or some bullshit. Like I'd logged in from my phone and my computer. They said you got a new ID, so we got to suspend all deposits and withdrawals for 24 hours. So I went and tried to deposit, and there wasn't no suspension. So, man, they're such full of shit.
Yeah. When I barely started all this, I used to use crypto.com a lot, and I had a Kraken account, Gemini, all that. But when I got back in, it was like 4 years ago. You know what I mean? Like the last bull run, and like I noticed on like the Coinbase, not the Coinbase, the crypto.com price is like more than $1,000 difference over like. If you sell it, they'll give you like $1,000 lower worth of a price, and if you buy it, it's $1,000 over valued. And like I was like, screw it, I just need to make a quick transfer of or convert some tether or buy some tether from there by converting some Ethereum that I had, and I'm sending it over to Weeks, and they were like no, that's that website has been flagged for fraud. I'm like, what? So yeah, it's been flagged for fraud, sir. I'm like, I'm pretty sure, people were just like, oh, it's fraud, and just reporting it. So like I spent the whole day trying to transfer funds, no dice. So I just said, screw it. Never again with that place. Crypto.com sucks.
All right, here the dog comes. So he wants me to take him out. So what y'all think? Is this thing gonna go down to 80 for the next 20 minutes, or is he gonna hit? Should we flip it at 85, 81.5?
I think it's gonna go down to 81,272 first, and that's the first because that's what I have. I don't know if you heard any of that because I didn't have my push.
It's not a single word.
Damn. It's I have push to talk because I can't talk regularly on the on Discord on my computer. But 81,272 first, and then 80,789 second at the 1618. But I think it's definitely going to hit that 81,272 within the next maybe 10 minutes, 9 minutes.
Yep, I got 81,278. You think we should go? You gonna go long there?
No, I'm gonna get out. Let me see. I don't even know where I'm at. Jesus Christ, I keep on forgetting. I'm going through this whole diatribe telling you where it's going to be, and I keep on forgetting to press talk to talk. Okay. So first, 80,789. And that's within the next 10 minutes. Oh, shit. It already hit my 81,272. Huh.
Yes, I think it's going to. I don't know if it's
Within
going
the
to
next,
80 yet. It might go ahead and pop
yeah,
back up.
80,789. And then, I don't know, man, because I had it 79.5, but it looks like 79,225 goes under, I guess, a line of support that I have around right there. So I don't know if it actually hits 79,225. Maybe what's 79,250?
No, it didn't hit.
79.5. Actually, that 79,500. That's right above where the 3618 fib retracement is. So it may actually hit that, but I would be safe and just like if you're doing short term, 80,789. And if you've got the minerals, 80,007. It's going down, Peter.
When you're referring to minerals, are you actually referring to titanium?
No, sir. I'm referring to testicles.
Oh, okay.
It's like a British way of saying it. Have you seen Snatch? Or maybe it's Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. It's like, if you got the minerals.
Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Yeah, I know that movie. Long time ago.
Yeah, they use all that lingo and stuff like that. I like it. It's a good movie. Snatch, great movie too.
Oh, yeah. What was the main character in Snatch? Because I can't remember.
The main characters in Snatch was Turkish and Tommy. Jason Statham and the guy who played Al Capone in Boardwalk Empire.
No.
It's doing that thing again where it does that like local double bottom and then goes up for a little bit and then back down. So let me see. Usually takes about 45 minutes. So I think you got about 45 minutes till it comes back down. If we're judging by the previous pattern where it goes, I'd say 30 minutes just to be safe. Where it's like double bottom and then up. And this is on the 5 minute. So a double bottom, then it goes up and then it goes back down. So a little fake out. But I would say about 30 minutes. It's probably go like sideways and a little bit up. Probably wouldn't pass. I don't think it'll pass 1,000. I'm sorry, 81,570. I don't think it'll pass that.
Never say never.
Never ever say never ever.
Well, I'll take my phone with the Discord so I can hear y'all. I won't talk, but I'll listen.
Okay.
Right on. Good luck on your walk.
Does any one of you have access to Excel charts and watches them?
No way, man. Like, I barely jumped into this like a couple months ago. I've like been into crypto and like TA for years, but I never understood these exchanges. So I barely I'm barely getting all this right now.
Or as
I
long as
just
you stay
really
on the right side? Yeah.
say again.
As long as you stay on the safe side.
Oh yeah, totally. Luckily, like with I have like the prior to the bull run in what 20 was it 2020 2019?
Yeah.
Like when Bitcoin was at $10,000.
Oh yeah, I
That's
remember
when I
that.
bought. That's when I started getting into it, and I was like, look, I just looked at them like, look, there has to be patterns in this damn thing. There has to be. And so I just watched it for about a year, and
Market
well, not
cycles.
about a year, but yeah, and I saw the patterns, and I was like, I think I can do this. So I bought a whole Bitcoin at $10,000, and then I bought another one, I think at 30, and I put them into Celsius, and we all know what happened to Celsius.
Yeah.
So needless to say, oh, and Celsius took all my XRP as well, of which I had at the time about about $2,000 worth of. And altogether, I guess with everything at Celsius, they just converted everything to Bitcoin and Ethereum, and they gave me about $3,000 for my troubles.
Oh boy. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, that's what I'm working with right now. I'm using my Ethereum money. Well, my Ethereum, I converted it because it was just dropping. You know what I mean? So I converted it to Tether so it wouldn't lose any more value.
Yeah.
And then I was
Same.
like, I'll just come over. I'll just try it on the exchange. What do I have got to lose? I was going to lose the money anyways.
Yeah. On which exchange do you trade?
Oh, what do you mean? On Weeks?
That's the exchange. Weeks.
Yeah, I'm Weeks. I'm on Weeks right now, but I was on Celsius.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it wasn't really an exchange, but well, I don't even know if it was. I don't know if I didn't trade on it. I just like was hodling my stuff there to be able to get the crazy APR or APY.
Okay.
And like to use the loans and stuff like that, so I didn't have to take any of the crypto out for short-term capital gains. To be perfectly honest, I should have just taken it out. I should just spent the short. I should have gotten the the short-term capital gains taxes on it. At least I'd still have my Bitcoin, you know.
Yeah.
And everything else, like I had XRP in I had XRP in was it crypto.com, and I took it out of crypto.com and I put it in Celsius. I mean, Celsius, everyone was talking about how good it was, and it was awesome, and all this, you know, it's great. Celsius is one of the best, almost better than BlockFi. And they both went down. But personally, you know, I think it was all just planned. Like they crashed the market so that those places wouldn't survive because they would have been bigger than the banks.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's all good. You can listen to my conspiracy theories. I can listen to you clear your throat. We're all good.
Trying to survive in a bullish, bearish momentum market.
It's fun though, isn't it?
Yeah, interesting.
It's way better than betting on football.
Yep. And it has a higher volatility than anything else.
What is your outlook now, Dorin?
Sorry.
What is your outlook now for the coming days? Let's say lower or?
Oh, the outlook?
No. I'm bullish. Currently, I'm bullish for the next 3 days. I've entered in my long position at 77,650 top 0.0.
Oh, so
And
you're up a good amount.
Yeah, $300.
Nice. Are you the dude who went to that short when it was going long? Like you were underwater?
No, I don't think it's me.
I wonder who that dude was. Yeah, because I think I forgot where it was, but it was like at 70 something or something like that. But I was like, Jesus Christ, that's further down than where I was.
Currently in a long on ETH from 1890. No, 1860, sorry.
So they're what I'm watching, they're talking about 77,000 being the area where it's supposed to bounce at.
Yeah, but it bounced from 76,560 on Binance futures.
Yeah, we hit.
Oh no, they're saying it's supposed to do it again.
Oh,
not in the next 3 days. Look
Never
at the
ever say never ever.
Yeah, but look at the volumes at 4-hour time frame.
Yeah, I know. I'm just messing with you, man.
And candlesticks formation. Yeah, I know. But let's be a bit optimistic.
Lol. Oh, I'm always optimistic. If it goes down, I make money. If it goes up, I make money. I guess.
You're in a hedge position?
Oh no. I'm just saying I'm next to my computer the whole time. Like, so I have everything typed in, ready to go. All I have to do is execute like the trade.
Yeah, that's good. That's good, man. Stick to the plan.
So like I was like, I don't know if I guess for like the first month I was fumbling around, bro. You know, like, oh shit, oh man, it went past that. I got to pick a number that's higher than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For me, it was difficult to understand that there is no, how to say it, normal price for a coin. You see, if now, for example, with Ethereum, 2000 was for a long time a bit like the anchor point. In the past, I would have thought, okay, now it needs to go as soon as possible back to 2000 because that is the normal price, but there is no normal price with those coins.
Ethereum at 2000 has a strong resistance of sellings.
Yeah, it was a strong support, so I guess it's now a strong resistance.
Yeah, it flipped in a strong resistance.
Maybe people are switching to like what, like, because I was on the, I was like when I first started selling, like doing all this, I was transferring my Ethereum, and I guess Tether using Ethereum tokens, or like the Ethereum network ERC.
Yeah.
And wait, is it that? Yeah, I believe it was that. But then I did it with Sol, like on the Sol network. That's right?
I think so.
And when I did it on the Sol network, it was faster and way cheaper. So it's like, I don't know. I guess people are just like tired of being charged the gas fees from Ethereum. They're just like, eh.
Yeah.
Tron network's cool too. I like that.
I use Tron network to actually transfer Tether USDT, and it's actually quite fast. Between 2 to 5
and
between 2 to 5
less
minutes.
confirmations and cheaper.
Yeah, I had a confirmation in between. Last confirmation I had was between 5 to 10 minutes from one wallet address to another. So it's quite fine for me.
Yeah, I think that's what is it. Is Solana layer 2? Dump
Solana's a
it,
layer 1.
dump it, dump it.
Solana is a layer 1.
Ah. Oh, Solexy and Code are layer 2.
Yeah, so actually the first Solana layer 2.
Solexy.
Mm-hmm. Whatever that is. It didn't come out that long ago, huh? That only come out.
Dump it, dump it. Damn, I took off my fib retracement. Shit. Hold on.
Think there will be an attempt today to close the CME at some point, or is that a bit too bullish between quotation marks?
They're just playing with everybody right now, man. So they could do it like they're gonna attempt to, and then it could go either way. Like right now, it's just at a crux. Like they're just buying time till the full moon, you know.
I'm actually not sure if at this moment it's actually the market maker playing and in control. Isn't it more sentiment based at the moment? Let the chaos reign type of market.
Well, I think it's see, because you have the shorts going crazy. I can see like with them fighting. You know what I mean? Like you can tell when something wants to go down and they're fighting to keep it back up, or when something goes up and they're fighting to keep it back down. Just like with the velocity that the candles are trying to do it at. And they're fighting, man. Like it's not just like we'll stay. I mean, yeah, they'll stay there for a little while, but you can tell they're fighting, especially with those small baby candles.
In a world full of sharks, we learn to swim.
In a world full of sharks,
we learn to swim.
In a world full of sharks, we learn to swim. If you invert the chart, I guess the candlesticks or whatever, it looks like a little mini flag.
Oh yeah. But why should
And
we?
if that's the case, we may be going down, Peter.
Why should we invert the chart? Can you reverse the world? Nope.
Yeah, but as above, so below. Dump it, dump it, dump it.
Don't swim against the motion of the ocean.
Yeah, baby! Come on, dump it. Let me get out of this trade with $50 at the very
good.
least. Yeah, I'm almost there. I'm at 42 right now. If I can get out of this.
$40 are better than nothing.
I knew it. Dump it.
Might drop to 79.5 at that fair value gap that we have there. But I do expect a rebound on the long term.
Damn it, it's bouncing now. It didn't let me.
In a world full of whales, we learn to splash.
I'm thinking of doing like some YouTube stuff. I have a really good mic, but
Something similar to Comedy Central, or?
Oh no, not Comedy Central. Just like YouTubing, like just screwing around. I play guitar and
Oh,
stuff
that's nice.
too, and yeah, and like just doing some crypto stuff. In case this bull run isn't over, just because if
Yeah.
it starts going up, people are gonna jump on the tubes like crazy to find out how to get in. You know what I mean, like FOMO style.
Yeah, they're researching.
In a world full of dumps, we learn to wipe.
In a world full of pumps, we also learn to wipe.
In a world full of pumps, there are dumps.
Dumps in the pumps. Bumps in the pump. No, bumps in the pumps. Bumps in the pumps. Dumps in the pumps. Dumps in the pumps. We like them charts with the dumps in the pumps.
You should write those rhymes on a sheet of paper, you know?
Oh, I've got rhymes.
Paper? Who uses paper? It's 2025, man.
Well, technically, if you're writing, a paper is actually easier to look at if you're reading it in front of a microphone, because you don't have to scroll. But, technically, you should be remembering all the lyrics.
Yeah.
Usually do remember after you write them and repeat them a few times.
It rhymes with the crypto tribes.
Strange situation across the nation. Mind sick and bombs keep on ticking. Misconduction, head for self-destruction. Man's ill will got infantile dressed to kill. Blood spills. Soldiers die. Mothers cry. Blood owners tell landowners fighting for a lie. Armor like they pay while your leaders play.
Oh yeah, that's good, man. 10 points for you today. 10 points.
Oh, I thank you very much.
Oh man, I put my push to talk as at the 0 button on the numeric pad, and I didn't realize I had it in the price section. So there's just a ton of zeros that.
I'll be right back.
Gert, let's hope that your intention is not to go from hero to 0.
Go from hero to Nero, the Emperor.
Yeah, or Robert De Niro in The Godfather.
I can actually do a really good Robert De Niro impression with my face.
Nice.
Yeah, if you look at my picture, you take that sweet mustache off my picture. I got a pretty good Robert De Niro face.
A little bit of aging on your face profile, yeah. That might come in handy.
Well, I can move my my face like Jim Carrey. You know how Jim Carrey moves his face all weird?
Oh yeah.
I can basically do that with my face, and I can make it look like different. Like I can do a Robert De Niro impression. Like I can literally contort my face so it looks like Robert De Niro, and do his voice kind of too. But yeah, I do like. I used to like to do impressions too.
Nice.
different stuff. But characters, it's fun.
What's your favorite actor, Gert?
Favorite actor? I don't really have any favorite actors anymore because I don't really watch movies anymore because they all suck. But when I was younger, I really liked Johnny Depp in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah.
Let's not forget Denzel Washington, right?
Denzel's all right. Well, actually, he's better than all right, but he plays the same character in every movie. I guess kind of like Johnny Depp.
Like Jason Statham.
Yeah.
Turkish.
Yeah, and Liam Neeson. Every damn movie is the same character.
Yep.
And Sylvester Stallone, yeah. I like The King of Tulsa.
Oh, that's a good show. I actually love that show.
Yeah.
What's the one with Dolly Parton?
Oh, what was that? Rhinestone Cowboy?
Yeah, that's hilarious. I'm a singer now, a country singer. Bierenstein.
And you sound like Rodney Dangerfield and Sylvester Stallone in one.
Oh, I get no respect.
No respect.
You know that now I'm gonna switch back to trading styles and rules. If you have some inputs, guys, in a mass production, let's say automotive industry, I've seen the concept of PDAC, plan, do, act, control. This might apply perfectly into trading and having a good trading style. You plan your entries, you do your research, you act on your entries, exits, stop losses, take profits, and you control your let's say profit and net loss.
Be so much easier because every candle is meant to trick you. They're strategically trying to get you to sell your position before it goes up, or vice versa.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've like after the first 3 weeks of doing this, I was like, look, just set your stuff and walk away for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Stop looking at the candles because it's like looking at a clock.
And counting the seconds. Yeah, you're perfectly right here. I have to 100% agree with that.
Yeah, and you don't know if the numbers are going to go backwards or forward. That's the horrible part. It's like watching a clock get stuck at random numbers and then start to go backwards when it's supposed to go forwards.
Yeah.
All right, boys, I'm going to blaze up my morning J, but I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay. Have a good one.
See ya.
Peace.
Anyone else thought that how is he called? Is he still here? Gert? That he sounds like a character from The Simpsons. Troy McClure or something? You may remember me from such movies as.
Might be. I only watched a couple of episodes from Simpsons.
Yeah, it's been a while. Bart and Lisa.
Love and Mary, trading is scary.
That was a good one. Oh, Al Bundy.
Yeah. Man, what a character! Man, what a character! I do admire. Sometimes I actually do admire his patience with his wife. I'm impressed.
Oh, pig. I like both of them.
Yeah, he's like he's like us, like retail traders. Small. Yeah, he's surrounded by whales and sharks. His wife, his kids, asking for money each and every time when he got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
Wasn't he a shoes seller or something?
Yep. Shoe sale.
It was actually quite surprising to me to see that the actor itself is actually quite a smart guy.
Small or
I
smart?
picture him as Al Bundy, but
Small or
he's
smart?
actually
He's small or he's smart?
smart.
Yeah.
Very intellectual dude, actually. Are we going up, Dorin, then? 3 days of up.
What's the bottom though? 80,200.
Yeah, what happened? Because I was asleep. There was a big dump in the middle of the night. Like Ethereum even to 1750 or something. It was Asia dumping then, I guess.
More than another 1,000.
It is in fact the highest Bitcoin dominance has ever been, except for when there were no altcoins yet. But because this is quite high, no? 62 over 62.
I wonder with it being so late in the year if they don't let that stay high until it bounces and then it kick in and we have Bitcoin runs quick, then Ethereum, and then the alt, and we'll be stuck without having a whole bunch of alts lined up.
Not too many alts.
I've got some spread out, but I just got back into this. Tried to just stay in the
Anyway.
stock market thinking it was more legit. Man, it's just as bad.
Anyway, I'm not going to bother myself anymore with alts in the bear market. It's no use anyway. You have a lot of alts, Dorin, or are you mainly Bitcoin based?
I'm Bitcoin USDT mainly. And I'm not interested in any coins. I'm interested only in accumulating stable coins like USDT and USDC. That's it. I don't care where the price goes as long as I'm making money.
Yeah, they're not going to fool me again anymore in that.
Sorry?
No, I'm also going to take that approach. I'm not going to bother myself anymore with altcoins when this is all over. Because Doran, the previous dump you kind of predicted due to that Wyckoff theory that you're following, right?
Yep.
And what is then the next? Because you said the B drop or something in phase B, or I don't know how it's called.
Currently, we are building the phase B.
Phase D, and what is the phase D?
Phase B.
Ah,
Phase B.
B.
B. Yeah.
And what is B? What is it stands? What's the consequence of phase B going up again? Testing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. We tested the sign of weakness, and we are going back to test the tops between 88,000 and 90,000. This is my range, as I'm currently in a long position with a stop loss, and I'm gonna take profits between 88,000 and 90,000.
What
I'm
happened?
gonna stick to the plan.
My Ethereum trade is suddenly a lot in the profit. Oh, jeez.
Big buys, huh? It looks like they're trying to sweep though, so I don't know if I trust this pump.
No, I think they were just going up for that CME gap. They went
Holy
almost to the
butt!
top of it. Some alts still had some big wicks, man.
I don't trust it. I'll be right back.
I don't trust it either. I think they were just going to get the CME gap, trying to get it right before market open.
Yep.
Dumpy coming up next.
It might be a double sweep liquidity from both sides.
Dirty dogs, dirty dogs.
Yeah, I took 50% out. Long.
It opens in 1 more minute.
After that, we're probably going down. Yeah, if I would have set that entry position at 82.75 or 82.100, it still would have gotten hit. Didn't even have a chance to roll up all the way. Wait for that invalidation.
It's open. Dumpity dump.
Ah, yeah, it's open. Oh, that if the EU and the US could align on summertime.
There goes that big candle. All gone. They almost closed almost the whole CME gap.
Damn, I'm starting to love this ChatGPT when it generates funny pictures. Look what I've generated here.
Wait, no.
I'm gonna post it here in the voice chat.
Oh, that the CME gap goes all the way to what? 90, 80, 85, almost 86. Oh, 86.4. Jeez. I was looking at the vector gap. I think that's what Makamiko was trying to get, that vector gap before market opens.
Good one, Dorin.
Back to the dumpage. Jeez. Dirty, dirty dogs. Don't we have some numbers coming out today? Or...
There's something jobs related, or is that not today?
I think we got something today. I'm not sure. You know, the dumping is getting old.
When dumps are becoming predictable.
once before for the firm with another client in Washington, D.C., and it was very successful. So I'm not a forensic collections expert. I just have like we just kind of figured it out. So this is kind of like we're kind of like working on the edges a little bit, but it's defensible. I mean, if we wanted to really do this in a straightforward, we would have worked with a vendor, but we didn't do that. So it's just a matter of now, do we want to collect his sent mail or all of his mail? We can collect all of it if you want to just be sure that we have absolutely everything. Before, when we applied the date filter, that's what I did in the prior instance, and it worked perfectly. In this instance, because of whatever updates they made to Google and their searching, it didn't export perfectly, and why we had to go back and take the inbox. I should have grabbed sent mail as well. Yeah. With Alan Garber, we got on the phone with them and they pulled his text. It would have been the same thing for Ethan. So but because for different reasons, it was more convenient or better or cheaper or whatever for Oren to do this. I was going to look around while we scroll down, but if we've collected his inbox and his sent mail, I think that should be everything. I don't think unless he deleted something, or if there's something in he moved something. Does he segregate mail to other folders? That's why we could just collect everything. We could just collect it all. It just would take a little longer. I'm constrained, and yeah, we just collect it all.
Need some bullish news for Bitcoin. Come on, Trump.
He may have deleted, so I have no idea. Yeah, I mean, would it remain there? I don't know. I'm not sure about Google and their policies for.
What's up, man? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I've been having so much troubles with my microphone, like being disabled when I get into the chat now. I don't know why it's doing that.
Don't know.
It's the timeline for this. Like, if we just pull
pull
everything, like maybe it takes a few days, but like it's a few big deal.
Oh boy. Tired.
Well, how's BTC looking, guys?
Same trick, same game.
Oh yeah, the old dumpage.
They try to get you to close out a position, and as soon as you do, it goes the other way.
Well, they haven't completely dumped it yet. It's still holding strong by the looks of it. Oversold on the 15-minute. Interesting. Potential long today. Looks like the S&P 500's holding up. Yeah, it's still fighting, ain't it?
I jumped in that short, and I think I'm having regrets.
Yeah, I thought about it too, man. It looks pretty enticing, man. The way it's rolling over at the top, at least on the 15-minute, and it got denied by the 200 MA on the 15-minute too. Looks like it got rejected there multiple times.
Man, the network on weeks, it just seems so unstable. Like I keep on trying to move stuff, and it's just lagging like crazy.
Yeah, dude. I don't know. I use weeks too. I'm on weeks now. I'm not having that issue, but
Yeah, I'm on that 15 right now. It looks like it's gonna go down, man.
it does. I figured we go down in 75.
I'm gonna hold my original position of 79,500 that I stated, and let's see what's up.
I missed the long last night, so I didn't chase it.
Yeah, I fell asleep. I fell asleep
Yeah.
and I woke up and I was like, shit.
Yeah, I woke up at like 9 p.m. last night, and I was like, well, I missed that one, like usual.
No, don't wick. Don't wick. Dump it. Dump it. Dump it.
Yeah, I didn't go short today because I kind of felt like it's gonna. I don't know. It's been dumping so much that I don't know if we're gonna dump anymore.
Do we have a level of support at around 79.5?
I'm not sure, man. That's a trend line. I think. I gotta go on a larger scale here. Support there? I don't think so. I still think we need to come down to 73.7 to feel like vector gap. My God, that wick, dude, on the 15. I'd like to see it come down to the 786 and bounce. Down to 77.7 and bounce. That's what I want.
If this comes up, I don't think it should go higher than maybe 81,300 or 81. Yeah, it shouldn't go higher than 81,400. I don't think.
Well, looks like at 82,110 actually filled the fair value gap.
82,110. What with the wick?
Yeah, with that wick.
Yeah.
It finished it off. So that's the reason why I kind of want to go short there, but I didn't.
See, my logic is usually if they wick it like that, they're trying to, activate everybody so they can throw them into the shorts. But they just did that with the shorts. If that's the wick.
Yep.
Man, if that goes any higher, I'm losing all my profits that I made this morning.
Yeah, break even yet for that short?
Well, I took I stopped it at what $62, I think. So I got out at when I got $62 profit on it.
Yeah.
I got out, so like right now I'm like that profit's just getting eaten up by that stupid wick. But here's the thing, I think they're messing around. See, because if it was gonna go up, it would go up. You know what I mean? Like they can make it go up if they want to, but I think they're just like teasing. It's gonna go. You better cut your short and get in that long. Come on, get in, and it's gonna go up.
I don't know.
But
that wick seems like a liquidity grab to me.
Everything that I see is telling me it's going to go down, except for the wick.
It's that marker maker, dude, playing head games, dude. I don't like them.
I usually just set it and forget it and put a stop loss, but Jesus, like that's the other thing too. They're going up and they're hitting stop losses.
That's all they're doing right now is just hitting stop losses. I mean, look at the fluctuation. 80 got down to 80,000, and then it also hit at 82. So you're looking at a $2,000 swing just in this little area here, and that can trigger any 100Xs.
Yeah.
Or you probably could even trigger 50 to 75Xs.
Well, all the take profits, all the stop losses, just to make sure the people that are setting it and forgetting it, that, you know, if they go to sleep, it hits their take profit, so then it can go down lower, and they don't make, you know, they don't get any of the money.
Yep.
Or profit, I guess, in this case.
This one looks pretty ballsy right now.
Yeah. It's wanting to get up there.
I mean, there is, I don't know, there's a bearish order block up here between 83 and 80, 83.2 and 83.6.
Yeah,
I don't know.
81,460, I think, as high as this candle's gonna get.
This
hasn't
is
reached
playing
it yet,
games,
but
man. Just playing games, man. Head games.
foreigner style.
Yeah, for real. I mean, the 5-minute looks kind of bullish, though.
I want to light my joint, but I don't want to get up.
I don't blame you.
And I don't know where my lighter is.
I'll tell you what, man. If this price comes down and bounces off that 200 MA on the 5-minute, I might go long from there. I already did it once. I wonder if it'll do it again.
I think they're just tickling balls, man. I think after on the 15-minute, in about 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I think it'll start going down a little more. I'm seeing it want to go down, but they're just trying to lift it up. Like, it's going down faster than it's going up, if that makes any sense. Like, for the if you look at the wicking or the actual candle. Dump, you bastard. See, but I think that green wick, that real long one, I think it was just a fake out, and this is the continuation.
Possible. But I don't know. There's a bullish dib on the 5-minute.
Looks like a little mini tweezer bottom.
Yep.
But see, they've been doing that. They did it before. This is just like a bigger version of what they were doing before. It's those two stupid candles at the bottom with green. You know, it's like, oh, it's green. But here's the thing is that candle doesn't go past the wick on the one to its left on the 5-minute. So it invalidates. You know what I mean? I guess this one would be the validation for the invalidation of that candle on the 5. We'll see in about 10 seconds.
Yep. I just want one more dip. That way I can DCA. So I feel like the next dip, if it hits 73,000, I think that's the bottom. I think it's going to be the bottom at 73.
Come on, baby. Daddy needs to get out of credit card debt.
I just need to get some consistent wins so I can start building a bankroll.
Yeah, I'm just looking. I'm looking to get out of my credit card debt. I had someone come over to my residence and or my property, and I was served.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, so I've got to pay like $2,000. I'm pretty sure they can put a lien on my place.
Oh no.
Yeah. I traversed back from El Paso to New Mexico, but I heard in Texas they can't do it or something like that, but in New Mexico they totally can.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
But it's only $2,000, so I could probably knock them down to like 1,000. What do you think?
Yeah. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, I got my margin up about a quarter more than I usually have it. So if I
Yeah.
get dumped to 79,
Yeah.
I should be good for the rest of the day. I have a chick. Well, I have, I guess, I don't know. It's this chick I'm seeing. I have been seeing her for the past 6 months, I guess. She's coming over. So I told her, oh, yeah, I'm not doing any trades today. So we can just hang out. So I
Oh
just want
yeah.
to get out of this. Yeah, I just want to, because every time she comes or every time we get we're hanging out, I'm always like, oh, I'm in this trade. I'm in this trade. I'm in this long. I just got to get out of it. I'm going to wait for the time.
Yeah, I've
But
been sitting there waiting
if
for
I
8 hours later.
Yeah, exactly. And I'd just be checking my phone. She's like, "Oh, how's it going?" So I'm like, "Yeah, no, we're good. We can hang out and stuff. We'll chill." But
Is she
it was
hot?
just too enticing. Is she hot?
Yeah.
I think she's extremely cute. My stepdad says she's gorgeous.
You gotta watch your stepdad, man.
Oh no, he ain't gonna do shit. Barely can walk. Yeah, this chick. I went to high school with her. I dated her when I was 21, as well, but like for 3 months maybe. She got like a good family, good dad, good head on her shoulders, but she's not. She's not dumb. You know what I mean? But she's very. It's not. The word's not gullible, but it's like a type of gullible where you're innocent and you just don't really know.
Like, I don't get it. Just a little dumb?
Well, it's not dumb because she's actually. I've heard her say some shit. I'm like, oh shit, that's a pretty nuanced position, like on whatever she says, and she surprises me. So she's not dumb. I know she's not gullible, but like a
Naive.
chick version of. Yes, that's what it is. Like she'll fall for shit, like scams where she has to fucking get a whole new phone. I shouldn't cuss. Where she has to get a whole new phone and stuff.
Like pull my finger.
Hey guys.
Like
out
send me your information and a copy of your ID type stuff.
You guys might want to take this to a different channel. Get a room or something.
Trump just declared a national emergency. Be careful out there, guys.
Oh shoot. Are you gonna pay for that room?
You can probably talk her into it.
What did Trump say?
He declared
National emergency
on electricity and
Electricity?
raised tariffs in Canada. So he's just trying to show Canada what he's doing.
That's bearish for crypto. We need electricity, guys. Watch out. Oh my God. Mayday, mayday. Get your scuba equipment on. Woo, 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 woo. Mayday.
Dump it.
Dump it. Dump it.
We gonna flush.
Trump is really trying to shake up the market. Yeah. Guys,
Yeah, everyone's just waiting for that.
Real? Are you guys sure this news is real?
Let me check.
This isn't fake news? Yeah, I can't check right now because I'm like juggling 20 different things. But if this news is real and he just declared a national emergency, yo.
Yeah, I'm seeing it reported. So
When you read that, and Nasdaq aren't reacting yet, so I don't know.
Well, it usually takes about 3 minutes for this thing to pop off news like this. If this is breaking news, just keep your finger on the trigger.
What did I miss? What kind of news?
I don't see it. I know 4 minutes ago he said based on Canada placing a 25% tariff on electricity coming into the United States, I have
Trump
instructed my
says
I didn't see no. I don't know.
What is the fastest, most effective?
Okay, no. So February 3rd, there was a national emergency at Northern Bird. Okay. Oh no, there was one in February 3rd. Okay, false call. Hold on, let me see. I'm gonna double check.
Yeah, this one just says 8 minutes ago, Trump says he will raise tariffs on Canada metals to 50%. Donald Trump said on Tuesday that he has instructed his Commerce Secretary to add an additional 25% tariff on all steel and aluminum coming into the United States from Canada, bringing the total tariff on those products to 50%.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, he posted that on his page.
Dump it.
Well, if Canada would be the 51st state, we wouldn't have a problem.
He didn't say anything about a state of emergency though.
Yeah, those are big words, guys. Be careful, because if he didn't declare a state of emergency, I thought like that was yeah, we got to be careful. What
Yeah,
we
state of
spread.
emergency and loaded language.
Yeah, let me go. Sorry about that, guys. Let me go.
What is the fastest, most effective way for people to lose?
I saw that contained within a bunch of tweets about the tariffs, so that's what, and through legit accounts, so that's why I got fooled by that. But I'll go verify. Sorry about that.
Sheesh, I almost dumped my whole life savings, man. It's like, no, I'm just kidding.
Sorry, guys, I just wanted to chime in here, but I don't know if you guys use a website called Financial Juice. It's a free website and it pops up with really important news, but on that website it states that Trump will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity. This will go into effect by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's on his True Social account, unless it's faked.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity within the threatened area.
Stocks fluctuated after a techlet summit with Trump. No.
I've posted the screenshot of the messages in the
I
chat.
have instructed Secretary of Commerce to add an additional 25% tariff to 50% on all steel and aluminum. Yeah, it's a.
If you read the whole message, yeah, it's a long message, and it does say.
So we're dumping probably then all day long.
I will shortly be declaring a national emergency on electricity within the threatened area. This will allow the U.S. to quickly do what has to be done to alleviate this abusive threat from Canada.
We'll do what has to be done.
So similar to when we had COVID and they took the car factories and started making respirators, they'll probably do something with American energy companies to, let them serve energy directly. That's what I'm seeing.
We've got electricity. We have the best electricity in the world, American electricity.
Hey, Mr. President, so you're dumping it?
I'm dumping it all the way. I'm dumping it. I'm the one who dumps the most.
Huge dumps.
My dump's gonna be huge.
That's why you got my vote, Mr. President.
Come on, baby, dump so I can get some Chinese food today.
Never dump your Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
You got to be careful. Everybody's waiting for a dump. You know what happens sometimes.
Yeah. Wiki.
So the sad part is that we're all on top of the news right now. Like we hear it the second it comes out. But everybody else, I remember being like, oh, hearing the news 5 minutes later and, not being able to get into it. You think that they would let all the people who don't know anything get into it a little bit quicker and then, boom, pull back real fast.
Oh, looks like they got a lot of liquidity between 73,000 and 76,000, man, on Bookmap. Some big orders.
Oof. I'm waiting.
Man, we may be dumping down there today.
Can't take this no more dumping.
I think 73 might be our bottom, to be honest with you. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Did you do a fib retracement on it?
It's just that
69.
completely fills the fair value gap.
Just for
All
the
the way
meme
over from when
factor.
all the way
Just for
over
the
from
meme.
the dump.
Yeah, just
Or
for
from
the
the
meme
pump.
factor. For the meme factor, I think that Bitcoin's itching to touch that 69 again because it's sloppy like that.
Yeah,
69.
it could wick down there, touch that 69.
If I was a market maker, that's where I would set the price at.
I mean, if you look at it, we still got a fair value gap all the way over, all the way from hell. That was what, October 29th, or no,
69 for a sloppy
November 6th. So in between 77,000 and 73,600, looks like we need to fill that fair value gap, and then I think we bounce. I need to just go fill that gap today and just go.
I have my fib retracement going to 79,405 as the next target, and then 78,47, and then 76,545.
76,545.
That's
Yeah.
what I have on here. It could
Yeah, I
be
got-
like 76,500, just to be safe, but that's what I have on here.
The funny thing is the the daily candle has been all green. Now it's got a massive wick to the upside. I think it's going to turn red by the end of the day.
Dump it.
I know Lifer just says he thinks that it's going back to 74,000 today. I mean, if we did dump from here, what would the measure move be anyway? Just do the little quick measured.
Well, he does know nothing but the fact of his own ignorance. So
I do. Hell yeah.
I like Jason Casper. That's
I
actually my
mean-
brother's name as well.
I mean, the measure move would be 74,000. So, I mean, I think we hit that 73 ball and get that fair value gap finally filled.
I'm gonna stop at 76 545.
For take
That's where I'm
profit.
pulling out.
Wait, you're talking about your short or your long? Short,
my
right?
short. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna get out. As soon as I hit 100 on profit, I will probably be out. But if it goes past 79,405, I'm gonna hold on.
Yeah, my target is 76,000 too, but depending, like, I can't stay up all day. I gotta go to bed like fucking. Excuse my language. Sorry about that. I was at work all last night. You know what happens at work? You bomb everything. So, but yeah, my first take profit is at 76, but I'm gonna probably end up having to put a stop loss in profit because I ain't gonna be able to stay awake all day to watch this.
Oh yeah.
And last
Worst
time I
time
did
to
that,
put a stop
it
loss
bit
in,
me.
but that's the best thing to do.
Yeah, it kind of bit me though. Pretty bad though. Stopped me out and then it continued to run while I was sleeping.
That's what they do. Fake out candle on the 15.
Oh, the green one coming up.
Yeah.
They're talking about that right now. The emergency.
If Canada becomes part of America, then steroids isn't going to be legal anymore, huh? Yeah, I'm going to say there's no way that that green candle on the 15 is going to be able to, it's going to get invalidated so hard. It's got so much to climb up, it ain't happening. And then when that news comes out and hits the mainstream,
Yep.
Is French going to become then one of the official languages of the US, by the way? Because in Canada, it's one of the official languages.
well, that's really only in like French
Quebec,
Canada, right?
Yeah, Quebec, but it's part of Canada, so I guess he wants that then as well. Huh?
Because there's like French Canada, and then you have all the other ones that were like Irish. Maybe Quebec.
Dump it. 73K. Let's go.
Dude, the week's exchange is behaving terribly right now.
I mean, I've had issues with weeks before, but
Why are you on weeks anyways?
Well, because it was the first one I got on, and I don't feel like doing anything else. Like I don't feel like getting on another one.
Then you can't complain.
Oh, I'm not complaining. I'm just stating the fact that it is screwy.
But who calls their up weeks? Their exchange weeks. I mean,
It's because you get wicked.
been-
Because there's so many wicks.
It's a week exchanged. It's weeks, 4 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, truth be told, if there was an exchange that was available in America, I guess that had lower fees, but this is supposed to, they say this one has some of the lowest fees, but I don't see it.
Nah, that's not true. You should try Hyperliquid.
MEXC is pretty cheap.
Yeah, it's not available in the US though. Hyperliquid is a decentralized exchange.
I just use a VPN
Or
from
you could
Mexico
play
to get on
wherever.
MEXC.
And it has pretty low fees. And good liquidity.
Well, as
I
long as
know.
you don't like set trigger positions, you know, it's not that bad on weeks. But if you're setting trigger positions and your stop loss and your take profits on the actual order, like it will take about $12, $13, $15 out.
Big
ridiculous.
liquidity at 78,000 just popped up. It's all those longs, dude. Long liquidations. 78.8, 78.9.
Imagine how many people just went for like a crazy amount of leverage because they thought we were going to recover.
Oh yeah, I mean, like just this red liquidation bar was not there like three minutes ago, and now it's just loaded. It's a big red line across 78.8 and 78.9, man. Long liquidation, 100Xs, baby. Let's go get them.
I wonder how many people are losing their house right now.
It looks like a lot, dude. All the way down to 73K. It looks like everybody's gonna lose their house. You know, I've been studying and using a free bookmap for about 2 months now, and it's about 85% accurate, man, where the liquidity is. Usually that's where the market goes. 85 to 90% accurate, man.
Nice. I found my lighter. I might get a little quiet for a while, but I'm here.
Somebody's in profits.
Yeah, as long as I'm in profit, all I got to do is smoke and just watch the wallet go up.
That's good, man. That's good.
I feel like that leverage traders that are always going long, it's just going to keep bringing the market back to like 40,000 because everybody just goes long, 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 long. It just liquidity just keeps on rising lower.
Until they all go short and get short squeezed, and then we bounce back up.
Yep. But I don't think anybody's learned their lesson yet.
The way I see it, guys, shorts are gonna get wrecked in the next 2 days because currently at this supporting level, let's say psychological support level, 85,000. No, yeah, 80,000 and 85,000. Shorts increased from yesterday to today. The contracts from 300,000 to 845,000.
Yeah.
And that's quite high.
Yeah, I agree with you, but we have to take in consideration the real world consequences that's happening, the fundamentals that's going around us, and all this FUD in the environment, macro environment. Now it's in the micro environment too. So besides the technical, sometimes we have to make sure we take the heavier things in consideration, and sometimes these things outweigh technicals.
Yeah, correct. That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at S&P and Nasdaq, they're currently still dumping. I mean, people are longing because they think it can't keep dumping, but
I mean, if you look at the bookmap liquidity, man, there's nothing above. There's like literally nothing above us. It's all below us from 78,000 and down.
When there's nothing above, you induce fear by raising prices and create FOMO in the market.
That's what the longs were trying to do this morning on the wick up that grabbed the licks. So you got aggressive longs causing that wick, but it got eaten up. So there's not enough long volume to push us up here.
All right, got $91 off that short, baby.
Yeah, we're going lower, in my opinion.
Be careful.
Setting it up. It hit my spot, you know what I mean? Like it hit right at that spot that I had on there, so I just had to take it. But I'm gonna set up another one.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we take the low at 70, 76.
You know, every time I've seen a rounded top, it usually signals to me it's going to be a dump.
Trade carefully, guys, today and tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm just going to probably do this one short and hopefully take some profit and not force anything.
The price just hit at 79,150, a fair value gap at 1 hour time frame.
Yeah, that's.
All right, I just went into a short at 79,000.
Didn't you just close a short?
Yeah, but I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure I had all the profit.
That takes some balls right there.
Or stupidity.
Yep. I mean, I've had my fair share of chases like that right in the middle of a dump, and I'd go in and just get wrecked.
I mean, the way I feel it is, you know, I just wanted to get that 97, so at least I have the 97, you know, to work with. So in my mind, I'm like, okay, as long as I don't see my loss get halfway to that, I'm good.
Yeah, that's right. You already took profit, didn't you?
Yeah, 100%. Like, I don't mind paying the $4 to take it at 100% or $2. Well, I guess in this case it was $6. But I don't mind that because I'd lose at least $20 or something like that on a retracement back, like with a wick or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you went back in at the same point. So for me, if you were going to go back in the same direction after closing, maybe scale out of the short instead of totally closing it all out. Leave some of it, so your
Yeah,
lick will
but
be
that's
farther away.
Oh no, I totally get it. But that's the whole thing. I've been up, I've been down, like that's the whole fun part of it. It's like jumping off a giant hill and you don't know for sure if you're going to get hurt or not. It's excitement, adrenaline.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess
At that point, you're gambling. That's
you
not.
took profits at a good spot, right? Because we came
Yeah.
down, but the stochastics are all cooled down, so we're ready to bounce up. So for me, I would wait. You know, we've already going up.
Yeah.
You entered that short, right?
Oh,
But
I see
if we're
it.
gonna
Yeah, I
get a
see it.
little bounce, I would have waited and then entered when we're a little higher if you think it's going to start going down.
Yeah, no, I feel it.
I mean,
feel
you
it.
took profits, but you just gave them. You kind of just put them back in, right?
Well, I'm halfway out from the profits I took.
So maybe if you just sold a quarter of your position or half of your position or something, but without.
Well, I could close out.
Good. The whole thing.
I can close out of this position right now if I wanted to, and it would be like taking 50%.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, it all depends. I enjoy the excitement of watching the wick go up and down on moves like these, on volatile days like this. Like, I get my rocks off like that, man. I love it. Like, it's what it is.
Crazy, man. You crazy, bro.
But it's called overtrading. When you close a long and then re-enter a long, right, and the price didn't even move, or close a short and re-enter a short price and move, you're overtrading.
Yeah, it's for the lulls. I'm just doing it for the lulls, man. Like this one. I do my technical stuff. I have my it's full of lines and rays. I keep my rays on so they cross each other and I can see where they cross. Like, I've got all my levels and stuff like that, but I just enjoy it's a vice, man. I don't, do drugs or anything like that. I just like this. It's very dumb. I understand that, but I just like it.
Yeah.
The question is,
I
do you
mean, I
want to
love it,
trade
but
like
I
a
do it as
profitable trader, or are you seeing it just as a gamble?
Oh, for
Because those
this
are
one,
very
just a gamble. No, for this one, it's a gamble. Like, I'll get back into it later and, do all my technical analysis and fib retracements and whatnot. Like, I'll do it all right now, but right here in this moment, this is for me.
Yeah, the thing is, if you do that too often, you can. That's how you get really bad trading habits.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I totally understand it. It's, it is like drugs. It's very addictive. It's hitting almost the same spot that you get, you know what I mean? Like, I understand it, but I don't go and do anything. Like, I won't lose more than I've gained. You know what I mean? Like,
You know how to manage your risk, basically. You know how
yeah,
to
I'm
manage your risk.
extremely careful with that. Like, I do
That's good.
not.
As long as you know how to manage your risk, because at the end of the day, even if you have all the technicals in the world, it's still gambling. So if you know how to manage
Yeah.
risk, that's what's important.
And to be honest, this was from Ethereum that I had gotten given from that Celsius lawsuit. You know what I mean?
Because there's responsible gamblers too. There's people that go into the casino and they know how to manage their risk and they don't get wrecked and keep on walking to the ATM every 20 minutes. As long as you're not one of those guys, you know how to manage your risk and everything's all gravy. But we are looking like we're getting a little bit of bounce here. But tell you the truth, I don't think this bounce is going to be enough. And I'm still think we might have to visit at least 77K area, a little bit lower, in my opinion.
Do you see that move where it had a divergence and like that double bottom under it was like what V-shaped recovery or whatever it was that recovered and started to recover? It almost looks like it's just doing one of those bounces that one did. So I do believe it's going to go up. I want to see when it's going to go back down because it is going to have to go back down. And if that's the case, the way that I see it right here, it looks like it's going to come around the same place that it is right now. So, I'm looking at it and just wondering, okay, who knows? Maybe it's a fake out. I don't know. But the technicals I do show on the 15 that is going to keep on going up. I just want to see, you know what I mean? Because I see a little point right there about 10 minutes into it where it could possibly just touch down a little bit more.
All righty. Good morning.
Morning.
Everybody says that this is all Trump's fault. The market's crashing. It's just everything's chaotic. And at first, it was like bad news to me. But after, I don't know, watching this play out for like the last 2 months, 2.5 months, I'm actually enjoying it now because I'm just looking at it as this is going to be a great buying opportunity when Bitcoin bottoms out for everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna take my bag and just buy Bitcoin, but then I was like, well, what if it does bottom to like 50,000 or something?
That's what I'm saying. I quit DCA and I was buying the dips, but then it just never, there was never any kind of rebound, so I stopped DCA and I'm just sitting there waiting until Bitcoin bottoms out. Then I'm gonna go in and just buy tons of bags.
That's what I did. I didn't do nothing.
Yep. At first, I didn't know what I was doing.
Now.
Yeah, I started DCAing. Yeah, that's good though. It's probably a good time to start.
I think it's time to start. Very little bit. Just
like I want to get some $1,500 ETH. Maybe $900 ETH would be great.
I remember ETH at $700. I bought my stepdad I bought my stepdad a whole ETH token. I literally gave it to him on one of those ETH tokens, the tangible ones.
Yeah.
And he still has the token, but he turned everything liquid at like $3,000. And I was
That's
like,
crazy.
I was like, yeah, man, you should have kept that. That was a very bad thing. But technically, you know, it wouldn't be that much, I guess, now. That's why I just turned all my ETH into Tether and brought it over here. But if the price starts going really low, I'm just going to take that money in that bag and then buy Bitcoin. So it's like I got my Ether, flip that to bigger, I guess, like more funds, and then use that to buy Bitcoin at a lower price. Anybody like Sol right now?
How much is it? 120?
Let me check something like that.
Let's see. I got it. Crypto bubble here. Oh, exactly 120. 119.47.
Nice.
Yeah, I like it at that price. Start buying. Maybe it might go down to 80.
I was waiting for like 90. Around that.
Double digit numbers.
Yeah. If it gets there, it may not. I don't know, but what is XRP at?
Let me see. $2.73. I mean $2.073.
Man.
$2.07.
Nice.
That thing needs to hold. It's in a giant head and shoulders macro.
Big. It's like they're getting some buying volume right now.
Yeah. Same game. Alts did a big dip on the bottom of the dump the other day. We came down to 70, what was it, 6 or 7 or something? What did we come down to? Okay. Yeah. Oh, damn. What's that at? Yeah, 76K around there. Alts dumped pretty bad during that. The Bitcoin dominance was pumping. So I don't think they're going to dump as bad this time around. I mean, that's what I've been seeing. Just when we dump again, they won't dump as hard. I don't think so. They will dump though. I'm just gonna keep DCA and keep on dumping. They're already low as hell. Might have to get me some Trump soon.
Trump coin.
Hold on, just wait. Let
That was
it
a heck of
drop.
that was a heck of a retrace there.
Looking for that big wick, huh? Just think get in. I hear you. That's what I'm looking for. Oh no, I kind of like what that guy said yesterday when he compared this current point we're at, where we're just doing this big bleed down depth to COVID, where it was just one shot. In alts though, not Bitcoin. Two different things, really, at this point. But back then, Bitcoin was smash. Now it's not. This ain't smash. It's going to come down to, do you think the bull run is over or not? Well, when it gets to 59K,
I've seen just I've seen a bunch of sentiment like with just the YouTubers in general. Like this, like the past 2 days, like they'll be like, "Look, man, we just probably have to accept the fact that it's over, and there's probably going to be a rally, and then
Good.
that's it." Or some people are saying that this is the rally, or that was the rally that we had before. Like I've heard so much different stuff on the YouTube.
Yeah, but why would anybody want to buy any Bitcoin right now as the price keeps dropping? Like, why would anybody want to buy it? You'd want to buy it at the lowest price.
FOMO?
So you just would let it drop and then buy in.
That's what I would think for like all what not I guess the corporations or what like retail. You know what I mean?
It'll get to the point where everybody will stop selling because they ain't making no damn money no more. So then people start buying, then it runs the price back up.
Yeah.
Oh boy, will it run up quick. You won't even
Yeah,
have
it will.
a chance to blink. And that's why I'm not going to let happen to me.
See
all over that too.
How we understand how it works, like other regular lay people that don't know anything about it, like when they, because it's a fringe, like we're basically like on the fringe, man. Like for regular people, nobody has like everybody I know. I don't know one friend who I can talk about any of this with.
No.
I don't have anybody to talk to about it except for you guys.
Yeah.
They can't even
So
comprehend this.
And I don't mean that by like I don't have a lot of friends. I've got tons, but that's what I mean is like out of all them, I can't talk to anybody about any of this stuff, much less the sentiment of the market, technicalities for TA, all that stuff. I can't do it. So I would have to think that those are the majority of people. So when they start adopting it, it should go up and stay up. Like, it's staying up relatively as it's been within the past, 6 years? 4 years? Well, technically, I guess between it was the first crash was at 78 at like in 2001. What did it go to? 2001, 2002.
Wow, you going back that far? I'm just looking to 2020.
2021. I'm sorry, my bad. I smoked before, so my bad, yo.
Yo, Garth, I think your mic gain might be a little bit up too much. Check your mic gain because it's distorting a little bit.
All right, cool. Thanks for that feedback, man.
Yeah, no worries.
Does that sound better?
Much better. Yep.
All right, cool.
Smooth.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I haven't used Discord before, so I'm still getting used with the interface and stuff.
Yeah, no, it's much better now.
Nice.
It was just coming a little distorted. That's all.
Much gooder.
Well, whenever this damn thing turns around, I was thinking get a newer coin, something around 500 to 600 million market cap, and thinking something like that's going to be the one that's going to do the crazy X's. Whenever
I'm
we hit
hoping
the bottom to the top, from the bottom to the top, where that's at. And to me, it's
Yep.
at 69K. 69K, I'm drawing the damn line, and I'm putting my chips on the board at that point.
Got that
That's what
line
it
at
is.
69.
That's it. I'm going. I'm taking my shot at that point again. And
But you know, 69 can go either way.
Nice.
well, at
So
that point, there's no bull market after that. Once it starts going
Yeah,
under
hopefully
there,
we're on the top for that.
we still got
it's
that
over.
He-Man. We still got that on the 4-hour. You can still see that head and shoulders, right? Going back to October. That comes down to 60K. If that
That's
plays
fine.
out,
Well,
right? Even
can't go there though.
maybe even 59, right? we
That's
could bounce
that's
off
under the
that.
price.
We could bounce off that and still be super bullish.
Nah, you can't.
Yo, yeah. Well, how do you say
That's
why not?
under
What's
because that's
like explain like teach me.
well
Tell
from
me.
what from what I understood is if it goes under the price of when the president was elected, it can't. It's never happened, and it can't do that. And that's at 69K. That's never
I did.
done that. And
I think I heard Dbloc talk about that a month or two ago.
yeah, that's. I mean, I go by what he says, and then it goes, and then it breaks the trend, the bull market trend. Now you're talking about even lower numbers and the bear market crap and all that.
Just because it would have been the first time dropping below it.
That and the bull market trend.
Oh, the 4-year cycle.
Yep, it's gonna break it.
What were we at? 68, 67?
That's what he said. 69, somewhere right around there. I'm just going on for what the big man's saying.
You look at the
I don't
weekly
always believe him.
EMA.
I'll always
I
like
do.
try to find the contradicting side of things.
That's fine. That's just how I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna roll the dice there on spot and start loading into my positions for the get to the end of this year.
That is
and,
my target.
and
that I
hopefully
had
I'll be
on.
unloading with him.
I mean, that is my target, 69 to see if 72, 69 to see if it can't break out of that head and shoulders. But man, if the head and shoulders plays out,
I get to the end of the year, I start unloading all these alt bags on crazy gains, and it's a wrap. Bear market on.
If you look at the weekly 50 EMA, that as long as it stays above that, but that's been one of the major signals for a bear market. Every time it dips below, it breaks the cycle. Right now, we're touching it.
Yep. So
we could sit there for a while.
I'd rather be a little early than get front run.
And you're scaling in and out now, right? He-Man, you're not just going all in and all out and crossing your fingers, right?
No. Every day I'm buying some of these alts now. I just started as of last night.
So one thing I remember Dbloc saying is when we do get that bounce, right, that you want to get into coins that you have conviction in, right? Like some of the ones that have been doing really good. But you just mentioned you'd be getting into something new. Are you just talking about a small percentage? Because it'll have more,
to get them
the higher
crazy X's.
percentage. Yeah. But you're
That's
not
from
talking
what I
about your whole
understand. That's what
bag.
you got to do.
Not your whole bag, right?
Start DCAing into the newer coin. That's
them newer coins on Them newer
A
coins on a
strong,
long run are sketchy though, right?
a strong newer coin that's going to have that bull run. For example, if you go back, like, let's say 2020 March, like something like Cardano was like at 1 cent, 2 cent there. Look at what you could have done there.
You talking
And
like
an
a
American
5-year-old
Bitcoin
coin?
reversing?
So a
not brand.
5-year-old.
Okay, okay.
I
Well,
thought you meant
that's
new, like just popped up on the screen like Trump or something.
well, yeah, I did mean that, but that was and also a strong American coin.
I got you. It's not like you're going all in on these bad boys, just a small percentage of your total.
Well, have both of them. A strong American coin that's like at a 500 to 600 million market cap, and a newer coin. Trump could be one too. Yeah.